There's nothing we can do, boys. Nothing we can do.
What is it with everybody today? All still sleeping or what?
Yeah, they're all sleeping still.
Wake them up, god dang it.
I mean, we can get it popping if you want, but I don't know. I'm out driving
You get
DoorDash.
what? DoorDash? Ooh. DoorDash at 4:30 in the morning? Okay. I guess if you're hungry, you're hungry.
It's 7:30 here, but
Well, damn it. Still kind of early. DoorDash for breakfast? All right. I guess that works.
I get the kid on the bus. It's time to go to work.
I don't work. So. Being disabled sucks. I'd rather be working. So just me or there's some weird shit going on around here?
What do you mean?
Well, like, there seems to be this weird, like, separation between flat earthers. I don't know if you've noticed it, but there's like little cliques.
Yeah.
You notice that? Is that normal?
It's getting worse and worse as time goes on, I think. Because before there was a time where, I don't know. It just keeps getting worse and worse as time goes on.
It's weird, right?
Well, we're flat
It's not
earthers.
just
We're
me.
trying to explain. The thing is, we're flat earthers. We're trying to explain to people how the Earth isn't curving into a globe. It's not curving up into a concave Earth kind of thing. We're just doing Euclidean geometry on the surface, and you can only do that if it's not curving, meaning flat. So there's people running around. We're sitting here yelling, "Yo, Earth is flat," and there's other people running around going, "Yo, Earth's not flat," and it's like ridiculous. You know what I'm saying? There's that going
Mm-hmm.
on, and then there's other stuff where there's just so much stuff going on, bro.
I'm starting to wonder if some of the people that are involved are just phonies, just because of their actions lately. I don't know. Maybe it's just me.
If some people are what?
Fake. Like, I'm starting to think that some people came into this whole thing fake and then turned on purpose because they don't sound genuine anymore. You know what I mean? They're saying that they're flat earthers, they're not flat earthers anymore, but they don't sound genuine.
Oh, I
You know what
definitely
I
think
mean?
that's yeah. Some people came in pretending to be a flat earther and then like waited a little while and was like, oh, I'm switching back to the globe.
Right. Well, I mean, maybe that's not what
Yeah.
happened, but it seemed like that.
It does
And
seem
some of them
like
were
that.
good friends of mine, and it pisses me off. And now they're trying to convince me. It's like, dude, like, back off. I doubt highly that
There's
shadows
a lot of
on
games.
some light in the sky is going to convince me that the Earth is not flat. I mean, sorry, but it's just not. Maybe I'm stubborn.
There's a lot of games being played for sure here. A lot of games.
I guess I kind of wish I knew who was on my side, but it's hard to really tell. And a lot of times, I think what it is nobody knows what side you're on. So when you come along, they're like, everybody's like, I think it's almost like this dynamic was created on purpose to make us all miserable about it, make it
I mean,
difficult for us to communicate.
a lot of the Globers come in just to play games. You know what I'm saying? So,
Well, yeah, of course.
those,
I guess I
like, I
just kind of
wouldn't
feel
doubt it.
duped. I kind of feel duped that I thought I had some people that were my friends, and they told me one thing, and I believed them, and now it's like, how do they just flop like that? Over something stupid. It'd be one thing if they like saw something, like they said, "Hey, I was on an airplane when I saw something that blew my mind, and now I believe the Earth's ball." Like that'd be different. But when they tell me that, oh, they saw a planet and they saw shadows on it, and I'm like, okay, I've seen that too, but it didn't convince me the Earth was a freaking ball. Come on.
Do you know who Ranty is?
Yeah, I know who he is. Sorry.
I mean,
Yeah, I know who he is.
that was ridiculous that he flipped over a picture.
Yeah. Is that what it was?
It was over a
Yeah.
picture, yeah. One
And then
picture.
we got this. Who's this guy? LT or whatever his name is. He's claiming Craig or whatever his name is claiming that he's a flat earther before, and now he's a baller. Just crap, right? And then you watch his videos, and there's like no flat Earth stuff there. It's just there's one video of him zooming in on the neighbor's roof and saying, "Look, it's flat." That doesn't convince me, bro. I'm sorry. It's just crazy stuff, you know.
Yeah.
It's like I don't get it, bro. Like how I don't, you know, like it'd be one thing if you know what I mean. If they had something, I don't know. It's like I expected, like if somebody's gonna come and tell me, "Oh, I switched back," you know, or I switched or whatever, that there'd be some huge reason. But it's all just the same old crap. I don't know. Maybe it's me.
Yeah,
That's
yeah. I mean, I'd have to see something like phenomenal at this point. It's definitely not going to just be like a picture of something or some shadow or some menial thing. It's going to have to be something substantial.
Yeah, and they're like, "Well, what will convince you?" I said, "Take me up there and show it to me. That'll convince me." And they're like, "Well, how do you know that would convince you? Wouldn't you just think that it was?" No, I wouldn't think it was fake. You put me in the space shuttle, and I, you know, and I really actually took off. I think I would know whether or not that was fake, don't you? But then again, who knows? I think it would take a lot of money to convince me that 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 space existed by putting me in a fake rocket. I just don't think that you could do that. I think I'd know. I mean, so no, I don't think that I would be dumb enough to deny it if I saw it myself. But that's really the only thing that's going to convince me now. There's too much stuff that, you know what I mean? There's just too many things in my mind, and they may not be in your mind too, but it's just the way it is. It's just how it works. And denial of reality is just dumb. Like, no, I don't know if anything's really true. Come on, man. Yes, you're really talking on Discord. Yes. I can't believe this crap, man. I listened yesterday and there's people on there telling me that, oh no, it's like they don't have a good excuse for it. They just have all this crap that doesn't seem like, even if all that stuff was true, I would still have a hard time believing it. You know what I mean? Even if you could convince me that all these planets and things were really planets, I still don't know that I would believe that I live on a ball. I just don't, because it would take more than that. You know what I mean? After you see the moon disappear and you see a few other things, you kind of get convinced that things aren't what they seem. And convincing you otherwise is going to take a lot more than that original. You know what I mean? Maybe I'm just being stubborn, but you know, if what you're saying is really true, then you should have all kinds of evidence to convince me otherwise, right? At every point, but it doesn't exist. Somehow we're stuck in between the two, which proves my point. It's probably set up the whole way. But that's just my opinion. I could be wrong. What do you think?
Yeah, I wouldn't worry too much about who's on your side and who's not. Like the truth will sort itself all out. You know what I mean? Time will tell.
Mm.
Time will tell.
There's a bunch of new people in here. Either that or they changed their names.
What would you say you cut out?
I don't know. Oh, I said there's a lot of new people in here. I know, so there's a lot of new names anyway. I don't know if that's okay. Exciting. Well, this is where everybody hides when they're not around here. I do not have permission to view the messages history of this channel. Okay. Whee! Correct speed up. Hmm. I think what we need is a big, like something big, an event. Which is coming. I can feel it. Definitely feel it. Mhm. Well, what's happened?
We're waiting for somebody to bring up a topic.
I got one.
What up?
Why are so many supposed flat earthers becoming Glovers again?
Where? You see that?
Jesse Electric. Who else? There's a whole bunch of them. Flatty did. A whole bunch of people did.
Who? Flatty?
Yeah. You remember Flatty, right?
I don't think so.
Dovid went to Convex. Jesse went to Ball. Who else? Anyway, I just think it's
Dovid is the guy that had that server, no?
yeah, that was on you.
So what's the story? Everybody left that server because he's transgender? Is that true?
Well, she's a she, transgender there. Yeah.
Okay.
Dovid's a girl. A trans.
I mean, I left that server, but not because he's transgender. I left because you wouldn't let me post transgender stuff. That's why I left. But I had no problem with him being transgender. None whatsoever. Do what you want if you're an adult. Doesn't bother me in the least bit.
I mean, we don't let kids get tattoos. We don't let them buy
Well, me either.
beer.
I mean,
If you put two Oreo cookies in front of a kid, if you put two Oreo cookies in front of a kid and a stack of $10,000, the kid will pick the cookies. They don't know what the fuck they're doing. They have no
Yep.
idea what's going on in the real world. That's why you don't let kids make decisions like that. You don't let them join the army till they're 18. You don't let them vote. You don't let them drink. You don't let them get a
Excellent.
tattoo. You don't let them do anything crazy when they're kids because they don't know what they're doing.
Excellent point. Yeah, you're the protectors of the kids. That's the whole idea. Yeah. It's amazing.
Yeah, go find a toddler, put a stack of Oreo cookies in front of them, and a stack of like $10,000. They don't even know. They'll just pick the cookies. They're like, "Yeah, I want cookies."
Yeah.
Based. What's up, guys? What's up, fellas?
I don't think this is a decision for toddlers, though.
hi, fellas.
Yeah, well, we're talking a bit older than toddlers, like 5, 6, 7-year-olds, which they're like
I think
putting
older.
these agendas. That's like ridiculous, bro. I mean, I'm sure we could all agree on that, right?
I don't think it's that young, but I think
What's
I
the
am
what's
agreeing and stuff. I just don't think it's happening that young. I think that's propaganding.
what are we talking about? What's happening with the childers?
Yeah, we're talking about the sexualization of children at young ages.
Mm,
Like,
I
and
see.
I don't just say against the transgender, right? I would be as equally as upset or concerned if we were to bring a stripper and do a pole dance, right? To a 7, 8, 9-year-old. Like, why would you even consider that? Like,
Did you
never
see that
mind.
video of the guy? He got kicked out of the school meeting because he was reading from a book that the school put into the library. It was like an elementary school.
Yes.
And yeah, dude, it's. I mean, if you can't see that what they're doing, that these are just a bunch of perverts trying to pervert the youth, I don't know what to tell you. You're probably doing some perverted stuff yourself if you don't see it.
I agree. Yeah, I agree.
Trust me,
It's
they
a
see it.
big problem.
homeschool your kids so that they will not socialize properly. That's honestly, I mean, you don't want them to socialize with a degenerate population. I don't want to socialize with a degenerate population.
I don't think the majority of the world are degenerate.
Mm. What would you
think the
describe
majority?
as regenerate? Because we have falling birth rates, we have a falling fertility rate, we have an increase in morbidity due to obesity here in this country. I don't see a lot of regenerative behavior.
Those are life choices, not topic discussion. But okay, whatever.
Oh, so wait, it's not a choice to. Wait, I'm confused. What did you mean by that? What is the
Oh,
differentiation?
I don't know. You kind of packed a bunch into there. If you're talking about obesity, you're talking about
Well, I'm talking
the
about.
selfishness of
Okay,
America.
I
That's
said
an
I wouldn't
individual thing.
want. Here, let's go back. I said I wouldn't want. I personally don't want to socialize with a degenerate population. And you said I don't think most of the population is degenerate. And I asked, what are some regenerative practices? And I followed it up with a list of things that I find to be degenerate.
Kind of a weird way to respond to what I
You're
said.
trying to talk
Yeah.
sense to an idiot.
Well, if it's too
I'm
weird,
trying to
I
have the
understand.
conversation.
Let's not
I'm
name
just
call.
kidding. I'm just kidding.
So, Sean, can we agree that having these sexual things to elementary school or even high school, but especially elementary school, can we agree that that's a no-no?
To what degree?
Well, let's just say we can draw a line of no strippers doing pole dances and no transgenders doing the same thing. Can we draw the line there in
Well, that's definitely
elementary
not
school?
happening that's not happening in elementary schools.
But it is, bro. That's the problem.
So there's stripping
Well, you might
going
have
on
a
at these
point.
schools.
It might actually be fake. Might just be fearful.
I literally just completely doubt that they're having stripping in school.
Well, maybe stripping is not the word, but scantily dressed men as women dancing. That is a fact. I can show you stuff.
Were they pole dancing or were they dancing with a group of people?
Well, they had the
He's like,
children all
I
up.
can show it to you. I got tons of videos of this.
What's the
Let me just
difference?
explain it real quick. I'm asking. I'm not. It's not even an argument. I'm asking.
Yeah. Look, I'll explain to you. They
Yeah.
bring their children, they sit them down, and there's like a walkway kind of a thing, and they dance. And the transgender dance in their scantily clothed bodies.
Is it
I
like
mean,
a
is it the
modeling
first
show?
time you hear?
Is it like a modeling show? Does it sound like you were
Bro,
describing
no,
a
it's a
runway? It sounded
disgusting.
like you were describing a runway.
I mean,
Yeah, well,
yeah,
it's
a
kind of like
runway
that.
for
Picture like a
child
runway.
trannies. That's
Yeah.
I
insane, dude.
can
Why
only
the
do
fuck
one at
are
a time. One at a
why?
time, guys.
Yeah, I know.
It can't be both of you guys.
Yeah,
I
it
can't
can't
do
be
both
both
at the
of
same time.
us. I know. That's crazy.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to have a conversation with two people at the same time.
I just wanted to
Like
add,
when,
just throw
like when
in my
you
little 2 cents.
when you were talking over Montreal, I no longer remember what Montreal was saying because you talked over him, and then now I gotta tell you to not talk over him so I can hear him. So now Montreal has to start over. See the problem there? That's how a conversation doesn't roll on. Relax.
I'm
All right, we'll
pretty
start off with
relaxed.
your energy minister. Have a look at the text one. This is where it's going, bro. This person
That's
is in your
is that at
government.
school?
No, but I'm just starting there. I just started my pictures. I figured I'd start with this.
Don't forget Dog General, the furry general that's like controlling drone strikes. He thinks he's a dog.
Here you go, Sean. Here's another amazing, stunning picture of this beautiful lake. I mean, man.
Okay, well, he can do whatever the fuck he wants. I mean, I'm not seeing the problem yet.
No, he can do whatever he wants. This is just the starter. This is just
Wait, you
what
don't
your
see?
government is. This is just like the appetizer. He can do whatever he wants. No problem. Just showing you where your government is heading. That's all with this picture.
So you don't see any problem with that at all?
No.
What's the deal with that?
See the guy behind him in the suit and tie?
Yeah.
Yeah, he wore what he wanted, and he wore what he wanted. I don't see any problem with that. That's not an issue to me.
Oh, okay. I mean, you don't find that type of behavior to be a little like unhinged, or does that seem like a
No.
person that has like their shit together?
This seems like a person who feels comfortable dressing like that. I don't
Oh.
think that's an issue. I don't think that's part of the issue. Are
So
any of
here's a
those in
couple of
schools yet? Is that in school?
this one. I believe it's the parents brought their children there willingly. It's some sort of
I
gathering. I'm not sure if
literally,
this one is a school. Yeah, but I'm just giving you a taste.
but the contention was these people dancing in sexually cladded outfits in front of children. That's what I'm
Yes.
looking for.
Yeah. Coming up.
Well, then
Well, I
you
mean,
don't need all the inserts because nothing that you've shown on the inserts is something that I would speak against because I don't know anything the context of them.
dude, it's so cringe to like hear Americans just pretend like the hypersexualization of the nation, especially amongst the youth, like isn't happening or isn't a problem. And it
I
actually
didn't
like,
say it wasn't happening.
dude, I thought you were all fucking butthurt because people interrupted you. Right?
But you don't have to
Did you have
misrepresent me at
trouble
all.
figuring out what I was fucking saying when you interrupted me, or I'm just confused? Like,
Mm-hmm.
is your brain
Yeah, I
okay?
was correcting you.
I don't need to be corrected, especially by you,
You
dude.
do, especially if you're gaslighting. It's weird.
Whatever, man. Your your opinions really just speak for themselves. I was just kind of pointing it out.
Everyone's opinion speaks for themselves, right? It's not just
No,
mine.
I just meant like your opinions specifically show that you're probably part of the problem in this country. The one that SC Montreal is always talking about. SC, this guy's it. This is people like this that are complacent to the destruction of their own country, to the involvement in foreign wars and shit like that. That's these kinds of guys.
So, Sean, I posted some revealing pictures with children and these freaks. So I hope that shows you
I don't think.
that this
I
is
think
going
if
on.
anything, the last two pictures you showed, I would say the parents are the freaks, and that is not acceptable.
Well, I agree with you. Definitely. It's the parent. Yeah. It's the parents. Yeah. This is willingly. This part is willingly, but there's other ones where they do it in the school. They talk about it. They have books that talk about gay fellatio and all kinds of stuff. I'm sure you must have seen it or heard about it, no?
I heard about that one story. You're talking about the trans people that came and do like the library read and all that stuff.
That's one of them.
I don't
That's
know what to
the
do with
early, but
that.
now they're in the schools, bro. This is what I'm trying to tell you. They're in the
Okay.
schools, and
Okay. Hang on.
sometimes
Okay.
teachers are.
Okay.
Let me finish, Sean. Sometimes the teachers are transgender, and they teach the students behind the parents'
That's not
back.
true. That's not
Yeah,
true.
Sean, you're
true, bro.
talking over
Okay.
Montreal now,
So
bud. I'm trying to listen to what Montreal's saying, and when
okay.
every
Well,
time you interrupt him, I forget what he's
yeah.
saying. So can you please
Okay.
not do
Well,
that,
that's
dude?
good. Yeah, Montreal's a mod, so if he wants to mod me, it's fine.
I'm a mod too, and I'm about to mod you
Okay,
myself. So just stop
that's
interrupting.
fine. Okay, well then let me and Montreal have this conversation. Thank you.
This is the open
I
discussion,
don't
dude.
think.
Anybody can get in.
Okay,
Anybody
cool.
can join in.
Yeah.
It's not just
Okay.
you. If you want to have a one-on-one
Okay.
with him, feel free to call him.
Okay, cool. Thanks. I don't have a problem with them teaching in school, but if they're teaching about it, then there's a problem.
Look at this dude, Sean. Would you let this guy anywhere near your children? Look
Not
at
like that.
That's what I'm talking about, bro. That's the
He
problem.
doesn't go to school
That
like
we're
he doesn't go to school like that. I'm
No, but
pretty sure Montreal.
he taught the children like that, bro. Like,
That's a problem.
admittedly, this one, in this particular one, the parents brought them willingly, but I mean, yeah.
That's a problem. 100%. I agree. But you would also agree that there are trans teachers that don't act like that, right?
I would imagine so, but from what I'm hearing, the parents are trying to request curriculums, and even one lady,
Yeah, that's ridiculous. I know. I've heard about that crap. I can't stand that whole he me she we movement shit going on. That is ridiculous.
yeah. So, this is a problem. I'm glad you're admitting it's a problem. Finally,
I'm not admitting. No, it's not a finally. I've always felt like that. But this isn't like you got you.
Dude,
That's
5 minutes
why
ago you were saying
the
the energy
platypus was
commissioner of
there a minute
America is
ago
like,
seems super odd because he didn't even hear my full view on this ticket. So
dude,
you're
I've
gonna have
heard
that
you
at
on
some point.
Gem Pandas
That's why.
fucking going
You
hard
don't hear
for a
me on
lot of
Gym
this liberal
Pandas.
and
I don't
bullshit.
fucking talk about anything on Gym Pandas.
Dude,
What are you
I've
talking
been
about?
heard you
That's how
for
I know you're full of
years,
shit.
dude. I remember getting banned because I called you a fucking, I don't exactly remember what it was, but.
Oh yeah, you called me a nigger. Yeah, I remember.
Oh, whoa, dude, I definitely did not call you that. And we're
Yeah,
on
you
live
did.
on
I
YouTube.
remember.
Dude, we're
Well,
live on
yes, I
YouTube. You really
remember.
can't be
There's
saying
only
that
two
stuff.
things. There's only two. I can. There's only two things
All right,
that fucking
I'm
get you.
sorry, dude. You can't just fucking drop N-bombs in here, dude. Like, not chill. Sorry, guys. What the heck? Wow. I'm sorry, SC Montreal. I wasn't trying to ruin your conversation, bud.
it is what it is.
I don't know how you go from saying that who's that freaking scary, that top energy department official, you're like, I don't have a problem with that. I don't have a problem with that. And then 5 minutes later you're like, oh yeah, there's a big problem. It's like, dude.
Yeah, for as long as I draw breath, I'm gonna be for the protection of children. There's only one way to make me stop, is like put me down. That's it, man. There's no freaking way I'm gonna be around and let this shit go on. It's not gonna happen.
Yeah, amen, brother. I've lived a good life. I'd gladly give my life just so, like, kids could be safe. It's not chill.
If this is the hill I gotta die on, I'm willing to do it. No problem. The protection of children. The protection of the innocent. I don't see how this can be a divisive issue. Like, I just cannot understand how you cannot be on the right side of this one. Like, this is clear cut, man. Clear cut. There's right and there's wrong in this one. A child cannot protect itself. A child needs protection. I mean, that's the most basic freaking thing of fatherhood and motherhood. Protect your children. I mean, come on, man.
Well, we're going through some tough times right now. It's unfortunate, but it's true. There are people out there that are homeschooling their kids that are not putting them into the system. So I would just recommend, like, try to move to a community that's like raising their kids right. Otherwise, you're going to find yourself elderly one day, surrounded by a bunch of freaks, and it's going to suck.
Yeah, this is I don't know. This is something that bothers me, really. In general, I don't like to see bullies, right? In general, of adults. It's because the way I grew up. There was a lot of bullying going on when I was young. But the children, I mean, I don't know, man. I mean, this is like if we're not all on board on this one, man, we're done as a civilization.
No, I don't know if I necessarily agree with that. I think when fucking the rubber meets the road, the people who are concerned about what gender they are not going to be able to survive just because the prerequisite to survival is like having situational awareness. And people who are not aware of their own gender or who are so confused about it that they like hurt themselves, there's no situational awareness there. That's like 100% mental illness. You drop one of these people in the woods, they're not going to last 16 hours. You know what I'm saying? It's like, it's not going to be good. We got all this shit in the news coming up about a fucking solar storm that's going to knock out the internet for a month. That's not just going to be like no Netflix. It's like a lot of these people are also on SSRIs, and when they go off their SSRIs, I mean they hospitalize people who go off their SSRIs. You know, like you can't. What is it like? 40% of the population in the United States are on some kind of SSRI. It's gonna be insane. It's gonna be fucking pandemonium in the streets.
Dude, you're right. When shit goes down, I mean, don't you remember in Mad Max when they were dilating fake vaginas, right? Wasn't that a scene? That's what they're gonna have to do when shit goes down, dude, with all these transgender people. Like, they're not gonna have the stuff that they need.
Oh, true. Yeah, I didn't even fucking think about that, dude. How are they gonna dilate during the? Oh, wow. Yeah, they're gonna be having to use like traffic cones and shit, probably.
Well, not just that, dude. What are they gonna do with their fucking hormone therapy shit? Like, they're not gonna be able
Oh
to go to
my god, you're gonna have a bunch of fucking dudes with tits and like just I'm imagining too like the body wants to be itself so badly. So like when you get off of the hormones, like the body just goes into overdrive and just pumps like extra testosterone or whatever the heck it needs.
like, dude, if if they weren't able to sit in their nice little fucking Los Angeles penthouse apartment on the coast, right? Doing their stupid bullshit with all their drugs that their doctors are giving them and everything. Dude, if you have to do that shit in the woods while you're running from something, you ain't doing that shit, man. You don't have the material to be able to do it. And I would think that you're at that point you'd be too worried about your survival over. Well, you know what? I guess at that point it's too late to think about your survival because if you survive, what's the point? Because you can't reproduce to make another little one of you to keep your shit going.
That's such a good point. I didn't even think about that. Like what is your drive to survive in that in a survival situation? Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, nah, dude, it's kind of weird. I've actually had to think about that quite often before with the whole medication thing, right? If like shit went down, because I'm a type 1 diabetic. So I thought about that. Like if something happened, what the fuck would I do? Right?
Yeah, you'd have to plan accordingly. 100%.
It almost makes me wonder now, though, if I would actually be healthier if I just stopped taking my insulin and saw what happened with the fast. You know, like, I don't know, man.
I mean, I'm not a doctor, so I really couldn't say what to do. But I would say that nobody cares more about your health than you do. So don't leave it up to doctors to decide what to do. Become a professional in your own health. You know,
Oh yeah, dude.
I
I've
struggled
uh,
with some shit for like. I'm still struggling, but I'm way better off without doctors.
yeah, dude. I've gotten healthier the least I have listened to them. The more medication that I cut out that they were trying to give me, the better I felt, and the more I stopped listening to them, the better I felt. But you tell that
Okay?
to an average person, they're like, "How can you not listen to your doctor?" And I'm like, "Because they're a fucking man." Like, and they could be wrong because they've been wrong with me many times.
Yeah, bro. Same. In fact, I had a fucking male nurse who was like standing there when I was getting told by the doctor like what was wrong with me, and the doctor leaves the room, and the male nurse is like, "Look, dude, you can listen to him, but I think he's wrong, and this is what I think you should do." And he basically told me to just like work out, don't take any crazy drugs that are like to like try and solve my symptoms, and just try and use like exercise. It was some of the best advice I ever got. There was some things that I needed to do, but had I done what the doctor fucking told me to do, I'd be in a bad place right now, for sure.
Dude, I forget who I was talking to yesterday about something, but they were talking about how there was somebody that went in for a you know when they tell like a chick that she's got like breast cancer, right? And they're like, okay, we got to chop your tits off. They did that, right? And then after the procedure, told the woman, sorry, it was like a some some inflamed membrane or some shit like that in her fucking tit. Not cancer, not a tumor, but something that looked like a tumor on their fucking scan. So they cut her tits off and then apologized that they were wrong.
Yo, once just give me like 10 seconds. I gotta get off Discord so I can film something. One sec.
Yeah, for some reason I can take a picture while I'm on Discord, but I can't use the video. I can't record anything with video. It's fucking weird.
Yeah, no, I can't either. It's because it's saying that it's using my mic.
This fucking chemtrail that I just got a video of is gnarly. Like I got the sun rising behind me right now, and it's the plane was flying out of the east and just made this crazy arc of a chemtrail. I had to get a video of it.
I was gonna say, is it one of those ones where it shows the shadow of the chemtrail as well? Like,
No, no, it doesn't show the shadow, but bro, it is. If ever I've seen evidence for a fucking dome, holy moly, that is funny shit. Oh,
I don't know, dude. I think the sun dogs and the moon dogs to me are
oh, for sure.
definitely.
I just meant like in like I've never seen sun dogs in real life. I just meant like in person. Like, oh yeah, look at that. You know, it's this plane did not fly like a straight line. Like it, this is a crazy ass arc. Shit, can you still hear me? I should connect it to my car.
Yeah, we still hear you.
Great. Now that I found some stuff to show Sean G, he's not here. He left the server. Great.
You left the entire fucking server? What a bitch, dude. Sorry, but that guy pisses me off.
You're a bad boy, Platypus. You're a bad boy.
I did not call him that name. If I had, I wouldn't have denied it. I would have been like, "You're right. I did call you that, and I still think it about you." But unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on how you want to look at it, I actually did not. I used to use that word very liberally. I regret it. It is not a sign of intelligence. It is not an intelligent way to act. I'll just say that much, and I'm ashamed for not having self-control. But I did not call Sean G that. I kind of wanted to, not gonna lie, but cooler heads prevailed.
Wait, Sean G bounced out of here? Like out of the whole, like left the whole server, not just. Damn.
Yeah, he left the server. He got triggered.
Yeah, he did.
Sucks. I really like Sean G. Even though we had that that little spat last time I was on here and he was in here. Dude, I've known Sean for a minute. He's always been really cool. I remember back when he was a flat earther, dude.
That's the number one reason I don't trust him. How in the heck do you say that the moon landings are fake and that the Earth is a fucking flat ball, and then you just flip flop on that? I don't trust him. Number one on that.
Well, okay, so here, check this out. Sean G was quite interesting because one of my biggest issues with him, even when he was a flat earther, was that for some reason he still believed in. I think he still believed in the moon landings, dude. There was something about space that he stuck to, and I think that's like he never got rid of that. So I don't think he ever really was like what you would call like a flat earther, dude. You know what I mean? Like, but what I don't understand is
So he's
I've
just
had conversations with
super
Sean.
close.
Dude, I've had conversations with Sean about how flat the ground actually is. Like, because he's a surveyor, you know? Like, I don't get how you go back on that one.
Yeah. Well, I don't know what to say. I don't know
What
what
do
to
you
do
know,
with
though,
that.
man? I mean, dude, what do you expect? We live in a world where people think that straight lines curve around basketballs.
Yeah, I'm so beyond like trying to argue about the shape of the Earth and stuff. There's a lot. I don't know. I think people that will easily come to like the flat perspective, so to speak, it's because they fell through the cracks with like the mainstream conditioning. Like somehow they either just weren't paying attention, or they're like above average intelligence and are able to see through it. Because I think being too intelligent makes it harder to see flat Earth. I know that sounds weird, but it's like some of the smartest people that can do all the math in their head or whatever. That's way too reinforcing for the globe paradigm. I don't know. What do I know?
No,
I don't want to. If you don't want to change the subject, we don't have to. But I was going to say, SC, did you see that Saudi Arabia intercepted a missile between Yemen and Israel?
Yep. And Yemen, which most people can't even point on the map, is throwing a whole bunch of missiles, not just one. And people should know that American bases have had about 40 missile attacks in the past couple of weeks, but they're keeping it quiet.
Yeah, that's nuts, dude. That's wild.
So check this out. You've been attacked by Hezbollah and by the Houthi movement in Yemen. How many people know this? Not too many, because they're not showing it. In a way, it's wise because the states doesn't want to, you know, show the people that they're involved that they're gonna get attacked. So yeah, this is a big thing, man. This, I don't know. I don't know if Americans truly understand the severity of what's going on right now.
Dude, if this were like 2005 and it were American bases being attacked in Iraq, this would be all over the news. They'd be like, rallying the war cries, but dude, Americans don't want to hear about another fucking base in a sand pit halfway around the world for the rest of their lives. Most Americans are fucking completely fed up with war in the Middle East, which is why they're not talking about it. But I don't know, man. I think, what was the first reason we went to war in the Middle East? Terrorism. And honestly, our government is so fucking played out all their bullshit. They're just gonna. I feel like they might as well just do another 9/11 on American soil. Say it was Iran. Say that Iran is attacking America preemptively, so that trying to cripple us so that we can't defend Israel or some shit like that. I could totally see that going down.
Oh yeah, this is definitely a turning point in world history. This has the possibility of World War III. It's so fragile right now. For example, if you attack Iran, which the reason why you have 2 aircraft carrier battle groups, 10,000 or so Navy men, the reason you have that is to deter Iran. Now you have moron senators like Lindsey Graham saying that we're 100%. Watch out, Iran, if you attack. Listen to what this moron senator said. He said, he threatened Iran. He said, if you do anything, we're going to attack your oil fields. That's World War III. First of all, the Russians are not going to let that happen. The Russians are not going to let Iran go down. Just like Syria, right? With Assad, they're not going to let Iran go down. And if it goes down, that's 20% of the world's oil. That's another problem there. It's like, man, oh man, it's so bad. It's like nobody understands what's going on because the American media is bought and sold for. This is bad.
It is. It is. It's definitely the closest in my lifetime I think we've ever been to World War III or whatever. I know that some people want to say, "Oh, it's all a fake war." Everybody's on the. At the end of the day, all the Muslim presidents and all the Jewish leaders, they're all planning this in a room somewhere. Not so sure. Really not so sure. I mean, it would be nice to kind of think that it's a big conspiracy and that they're not going to just fucking kill each other and cause a bunch of collateral damage, but I think they actually are. I mean, at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter, does it? It's like if something bad is gonna happen, something bad's gonna happen.
Yeah, there are those that think this is all a show and this and that. It may very well be, but the show is for the people that have that Nintendo controller on their hands. Yeah, it's a show for them, but it ain't gonna be a show for the rest of the people. I assure you that. You're all gonna feel it, either through direct boots on the ground, American soldiers, which I can't see not happening if Iran gets involved. Your sons and daughters are gonna be fighting there, whether you like it or not. Number one. Number two, you're going to feel it too. Your gas prices are going to go up, a whole bunch of things. And God forbid, World War III could happen as well if Russia gets involved. I mean, this is the worst we've been since World War II, by far.
Yeah, my New Year's resolution is to be 80% off the grid by the next election.
Like, there is absolutely no brains in the Pentagon. There's no brains in Capitol Hill. They're all warmongers. They're all bought and sold for. You know what I heard today? And I said, holy shit, this could be the truth. There's three, uh, there's three governing bodies, let's just say, in the States. There's Raytheon, there's the other one, and the third one was pharmaceuticals. This is what I heard a prominent man say today, and I said, holy crap, man. Yeah, it's true, because they have the lobbyists. These are the people that are throwing the money. So, holy cow, man. Yeah. You got two companies that run arms, BlackRock and the other one, right? Now, those two companies, like, let's say if you're a farmer and you grow carrots, right? You want to sell carrots. Well, if you're a weapons manufacturer, you're not selling carrots, right? You're selling bombs. Now, what do you need for bombs? You need wars. So I don't think I have to say anything else, right? That's where the lobby money is.
Yeah, that was actually the one thing that I did like about Trump's presidency. He did say that the military-industrial complex never wants to leave the Middle East. Like, they want to stay there forever.
That's why Israel was created. Perpetual wars. There's never been a generation in the States that hasn't seen war. Conveniently not on your soil, but yeah, every other country just about in the world you guys had war in. Think about it.
Dude, my friend, I told him the other day that we were in Afghanistan for 20 years. And he goes, wait a minute. When Joe Biden pulled out of Afghanistan and left all that equipment, that war was from 9/11. That war was 20 years old. I was like, yes. He did not know that. He thought we've just been in like different wars in the Middle East. He didn't realize that like we were in Afghanistan for over 20 years.
Yeah, that's what they count on. The indifference of the American public and the easy ability to sway Congress and the Senate through lobbyists. I mean, it's so easy, man. It's like, if this was in a movie, you'd be saying, "Come on, Joker didn't see that," or "Hey, Batman didn't see that one," or like, it's so obvious. It's like, it's beyond comedy. It's like we're fools. It's like we're fools because they're doing it right in front of our faces. Like, everybody knows. Everybody of matter knows. All you have to do is have money and go give it to the congressman. And when your company's vote is coming up, whether should we drill for oil or whatever, you're going to get that vote from that guy. Everybody knows this, and everybody knows how it's done. Yeah, it's freaking unbelievable.
Yeah, I'm trying to get a little food production business going because I think that's where people are going to get hit the hardest. Like, if gas prices go up, food prices go up. And if I could just sell food for the price that it's at now and still be able to turn a profit, I mean, shit, man. You'll be fucking rolling in the dough when food prices triple or quadruple as a result of rising gas prices.
Yeah, and you have senators so out of touch with reality that they want to bomb Iranian oil. like, I don't know, man. Imagine a 30% increase in your oil and your gas overnight.
I mean, I kind of saw it. Not that much, but it went from like 4 to 7 in a matter of days. Not overnight, but like 2 or 3 days. It's pretty crazy.
Black Friday.
So imagine 10 now. You know, that's what's gonna happen.
Wait, the book, you came in super low. Like I just happened to see you light up.
Yeah, no, I didn't mean to. It was open mic.
Oh, I didn't even hear him. Sorry,
No,
bro.
no, I'm not saying you interrupted. I'm saying you got to turn your volume up, dude. I can't hear you. I want to
Can you
hear
hear me
you.
now?
Yeah, bud. That's better.
All right.
Good morning.
Yeah, good morning, y'all, man. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No,
No,
I
not at
just wanted
all.
to make sure we could hear you.
I have to have you on full to barely hear you, bro. So just saying.
I too put you to 200.
So what's up, bro? Give us some sanity here. What's going on? What's the solution? We need some elbow philosophy.
I didn't even know what y'all were speaking about. I just came in and I didn't mean to interrupt y'all.
Now we were talking about the craziness with the war and the control, the Senate, the Congress, how they spend so much money on war. Oh, by the way, they want to approve $109 billion war package.
No way.
Yeah,
109
109 billion. Yeah, for Ukraine,
for what?
and now
Okay.
mostly for Israel. Yeah.
Honestly, I'm very pro Ukraine. I hope that Ukraine defeats Israel in this war. Honestly. No, I mean, God, yeah, it's terrible. Can you just be like pro everybody? Like, I know there's people in these countries that absolutely hate what their governments are doing, and they're just like fucking stuck, dude. It sucks.
Yeah. Imagine what you can do with 109 billion in the States, right? Imagine how many tent cities you can get rid of. Imagine how many, homeless shelters you can build. And Detroit, imagine you can build like almost all of Detroit, you know? Give the homes away. Here you go. Here, take this, take that. You know what I mean? It's like, imagine 109 billion.
Yeah, you could do a ton.
But no, let's give it for weapons. That's a better idea. Let's give people in Hawaii. How much did they give him? $700?
Oh my god, yeah, don't even get me started.
Like, jeez, man. It's like I feel like a doomsday prophet or something. Like I'm depressing myself talking. I'm gonna stop talking. For freaking like what the heck, man?
Well, no, dude, let's fucking brainstorm, right? Like, okay, if they're not gonna let a good crisis go to waste, gosh darn it, I'm not either. And if they're gonna like force me to have to live through this bullshit, like, okay, if I could go back in time during, Lil Coco, would I be selling fucking masks and hand sanitizer? No, not. I wouldn't take advantage of the situation in that way. But I do think there's a way to take advantage of what's going on that is going to empower people, empower your community, strengthen your family life, strengthen your own spiritual journey. And that's what I think we should be focusing on. How do we fucking flip the script on these assholes and just come out of their bullshit stronger, thriving, you know? I'm gonna do a push-up for every fucking missile that Israel stops with the Iron Dome, dude. I'm gonna get ripped.
Oh, guess what? Guess what, bro? You know, I follow this stuff, right? So guess what? If a certain kernel is correct, can you say how many missiles they'll stop? Well, apparently Israel has 3,000 missiles left, interceptor missiles. Guess how many rockets Hezbollah had?
A lot more than 3,000, I would assume.
100,000.
Yeah, sounds about right. That checks out.
So we've been misled to believe that Israel is some sort of indestructible army or something. That's nothing could be further from the truth. All America, it's all America that's behind them. That gives this illusion of strength, right? I don't think they can handle the Hezbollah. If just Hezbollah and Israel were to go at it, I put my money on Hezbollah. You know, they defeated them in the last war they had, right? And now they're much more powerful.
Well, my understanding is that we've got those U.S. carriers placed so that we are stopping we are actually stopping the reinforcements and the resupply of the Gaza Strip. Like, it's not just the Israeli Navy; it's like the U.S. Navy is out there too, as a deterrent. You know.
Yeah, let me tell you something about that. Those two battle groups. Then this is not me speaking now. This is the experts, right? Colonels that have had battle experience and this and that. I don't listen to CNN. So the situation is like this. What they say. The two battle groups, they have to operate far away. They can't go right into the Gulf because they're going to be highly susceptible to missile attack. All it takes is one strike and your battle and your aircraft carrier is done for. So they have to operate far away. I think they're off the coast of Italy or Portugal. So that means they have to do long distance bombing runs and they have to land in Israel for refueling for the trip back. So Israel is going to be under attack, right? So it's going to be very hard to carry out this operation. It's like battle has evolved from World War II. It's not the same as it was, right? You can't do the stuff you did back then. So yeah, it's a very complicated thing. Bottom line, those aircraft carriers are not as much as a deterrent as you might think they are. Let's just put it that way.
Wouldn't that be crazy if some rogue missile from Hezbollah takes out a U.S. carrier? Oh my god, dude, those guys would be so stoked. They'd be like, "Yalla, yalla!" They'd be fucking freaking out if that happened. I mean, I get it. They're the fucking underdogs, you know.
No, but my point is, it's not like it was 50 years ago. Don't be delusion where an aircraft carrier can just pull up 30 miles off the shore of any country and that country is going to be shaking in their boots. It's not like that anymore. The battle group power has severely diminished, right? If you follow war and stuff. So yeah, it's not like, oh yeah, there's an aircraft carrier battle group off the shore now and it's the end of the world. No, it could be defeated. It could be defeated.
Isn't there also an Ohio-class submarine off the coast of Iran right now, which can launch a ton of Tomahawk cruise missiles?
There's two battle groups.
An American. Yeah.
Yeah, there's two aircraft carrier battle groups from what I know.
No, I'm talking about an Ohio-class submarine.
Oh, they all have submarines. Both battle groups are accompanied by submarines and a lot of other destroyers, cruisers, whole bunch of stuff. Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
Torpedo boats, and it's a whole battle group. It's like 5,000, maybe 6,000 man strong, each battle group. Yeah, you can tell I'm geeking out with the war stuff, right? But I've been into this stuff for a while, and I'm telling you, it's not like you think. Uh, another thing, another thing that Colonel McGregor says: the American Army is not like it was in the 1990s. You're severely handicapped right now, manpower and like, and the way that the military is structured. It's structured to fight like a World War II battle. But now things are changed. There's drones. There's a whole, like, different tactics. Uh, Battle groups are not bunched together because of they're vulnerable, so it's spread out. There's a whole different warfare tactic going on now.
Yeah,
So,
I hope we get to see some crazy drone footage of like drone wars or something. Like, I'm not a big fan of like the gory war stuff, but I'm like the next guy. I love a big explosion. It'd be cool if it was just like robots fighting each other.
yeah, well, they're not at that stage yet, but they're getting there. The thing is, right now, there's one country trying to draw you guys into a huge battle, which I'm not sure you're prepared for. Now, that's
Well,
not me
I'm
talking.
not
That's
prepared.
that's the generals and the colonels and all these people that I follow and listen, and yeah, it's not like it was, like, it's not gonna be like the Gulf, you know.
Dude, we already live in Israeli occupied America. Like, that's been the state of affairs for probably pre-World War I, in my opinion. Like, I'm not afraid to say it, especially now. Now that it's like we can just talk. Like, how the hell is YouTube going to censor everybody talking about like Israeli influence in America? Like, why the fuck are we even out there? It's ridiculous. Not to mention, Israel's where they make all the fucking transgender hormone therapy stuff. It's where they make all the fucking little Coco V's, bro. They're out there doing all that shit. And we've got 80% dual citizenship with Israel within our fucking upper cabinet in the government. And, bro, I don't even fucking like matzah bread, dude. That shit is dry as hell. There's nothing American about that. So, I know I don't talk about
Exactly,
this very
brother.
often, but I've trust me, I've been on that tip for a while. I guess this morning I'm feeling a little mouthy.
No, you're on it, bro. Listen, it's apple pie and baseball. You don't like it? Get the hell out. That should be the American motto, man. Seriously.
No, I hear you.
And I'm
My
Canadian,
parents.
and I'm saying this, right? So,
Well, you guys, look, honestly, we need to fuck, man. We need to help each other out at this point because the occupants of the northern part of the Americas, right? We need to work together. Like, I don't see you as Canadian and me as America. Like, brother, apples or fucking maple syrup is fucking amazing. It's
yeah.
I love it, and I love you guys. I love that area. It's very lush and green. You guys have real winners out there and stuff. It's awesome. And what your country is doing, all that influence from China, fucking Trudeau, that fucking weirdo. I don't know. I wish we could send you guys $109 billion to fucking clean up your government. You know what I'm saying? But
Oh yeah,
we
we're
gotta
just
clean
as
up our own.
bad, bro.
Yeah, we gotta clean up our own house first. But whoever cleans up their own
You,
house first has to help the other. You know?
yeah, you guys got a Walking Dead as a president, and us, we got a guy that can't tie his shoelaces. It's
Yeah.
truly sad, bro. It's truly, truly sad. And the rest of the world is sensing weakness, huh? It's not just our generals that are noticing that the army isn't what it used to be, and all this woke stuff in the army that's not helping, and all this degeneracy. Our enemies are watching us, bro. They're watching us disintegrate. So I mean, this is a wake up call.
Yes, sir. Sorry, I got a little quiet there for a second. This fucking sheriff started fucking following me super close. And I was like, are we going to have a little visit this morning from the police or what? And then he got off my ass. So I was like holding my breath. Yeah, honestly, like, I think the real antidote is creating a nice place to live. And once you do that, people will see you leading by example. They'll be like, oh, wow, that person doesn't involve themselves in politics. They just hunkered down and focused on attempting to make a nice place to live. And it's produced a richer, fuller life with real meaning and connection. You know, we've only got so many hours a day to sleep, work, eat, shit, and anything left over is literally the most valuable time that we have. And there's wars being fought over that time, you know, fucking from social media, fucking online shopping, just materialistic bullshit. And it's like, if we just spend that time creating better memories, learning skills, spending time with loved ones and family, and openly professing, you know, a rejection of modernity and all this fucking war shit, I think that type of attitude could be very infectious, and it could lead to a lot of people just saying, no, we're not doing this. Because they need us to comply. They need us to go to war in order for the war to happen.
Yeah, I don't know if there's any way to get through to the system the way it is in America. I don't know what the solution is, but I hope it's not a freaking like war spreading and the people getting the message that way. I hope they see it, but I just don't see how, because none of this stuff is getting through. Like, for example, how many people here know that Turkey, a NATO member, has threatened Israel and called the Hamas freedom fighters?
Yeah,
How many
Erdogan
people?
is fucking wild, bro. He's on one right now. In a good
Yeah,
way.
and
In a good way. I mean, dude. You have a
yeah,
bunch
I
of people
consider
that
him.
can't leave. They have no passports. They have no documentation. They have no official embassy or airport. They can't seek asylum anywhere. They're pretty much just being fucking held captive in the desert by a bunch of people who want to push them into the sea. It's crazy. I wish Egypt would just fucking let them in. Fuck, dude. Who's over there right now? Mubarak, or did they take him out? Who's in Egypt
No,
right now?
Sisi. But
Oh,
that's what they
CC.
want, bro. That's what they want. They want them
I
to
know.
leave. That's part of the plan. They want them to leave, so then they won't let them back and take over the whole of Gaza. That's the plan.
Yeah, but if you let them leave, then the rest of the Middle Eastern world doesn't have to worry about friendly fire. That's how I like. Okay, if I wanted to just put my evil genius hat on for a second, get all the Palestinians the hell out of Israel and turn it into a glass parking lot. Why doesn't the Middle East just get together and do that? I mean, if this country is causing such a fucking problem in the region, massive parking lot. That's what I would do. Don't fuck with me, dude. You know? But that's why I shouldn't be leader. Like, what is Israel producing? What is their fucking main export that makes them such a valuable asset in the region? Because surely it's not fucking democracy, right? Does anyone know why Israel's so special there? Like, what is it? Why do they have to be there? just because they fucking say so. I don't understand. Maybe somebody can educate me.
It's simple, bro. Just make a lobby group, fund it with millions of dollars, make every senator, as he comes in, sign a paper he supports Israel, knowing that he either signs the piece of paper or he gets no funding, and then you take over the country, the government control. How about that? How does that sound? And that's exactly what's going on. And everybody knows it, bro. Everybody.
I don't know if everybody knows it. I know people right now who would be like, no way. They like wouldn't believe it. And then they'd be like, well, that's because of that's because of World War II. Like, you know, we have to stand behind Israel. We have to stand behind the Jewish people so it never happens again. Like they would just go into fucking like boomer shutdown mode. You know, where they just shut it
Well,
down.
yeah. The common folk. Yeah, I'm talking about the people that need to know, like the politicians, the shakers, the
Oh,
movers, the banksters, all the educated people. Everybody knows this.
right. When you said everyone, I was like, the commons do not. They're not. I don't even really think they understand what the significance of having like a dual citizenship, or like, you know, do people really understand what it means to be a traitor to your country? Or like, oh, that's another thing too. The fucking whole woke movement in America is all about rejecting nationalism. So there's no such thing as being a traitor to your country. If you reject nationalism, that's another thing.
Yeah, I was listening to this debate yesterday. It was between a teacher and a professor, and the host, like, which she was a teacher, I think. She said, "Well, hello, this is Professor such and such, John Doe. He identified the pronouns are him, he." And I'm like, okay, I think I'm gonna mark this day as the beginning of the end of Western civilization. That was yesterday. So you can tell I'm optimistic, right?
Well,
Right? Him, her?
yeah.
Sorry. How do you do it? How do you identify, sir?
Yeah, I don't have to interact with those types of people very often. I don't even know what I would do if somebody tried to come at me in that type of way.
I think it's a law here that we have to, here in Canada, that is. I think they made a law that you have to address a person by their pronouns if they request you to.
Huh. Yeah, that's crazy. I don't even know. If somebody did that to me, I would just stop speaking English. I think I'd just start speaking another language to them.
¿Qué? No comprende, señor.
Yeah,
¿Qué dice?
exatamente. Yeah, I don't even know. I'm not really sure. I would probably, yeah, and then I would just try to get away from them. I can't be around that kind of stuff. It's not good for me.
Scusato, no comprende. I think it's like that in Europe as well, right? You have to use the pronouns and stuff.
It might be. I don't know. I live obviously in America. We have some form of free speech. I'm not really sure how free. And we have hate speech laws, which is obviously not free speech. I don't think yell fire in a crowded amphitheater. But yeah. I don't know. I haven't really called the police in like a decade. I don't really do that. I don't think that they I don't know. They don't. I've never really seen them help a situation personally. But so as far as like what the country says is law, I mean, yeah, I just try to operate away from it or in the margins.
Well, the police are money-making machines now for the counties and the provinces. Pickets. That's all they do. Of course, when there's a big thing to happen or something, but if you need like help, let's say someone defrauds you a check, right? You go and complain to them, they'll laugh at you. But they won't get involved like that whatsoever. They couldn't care less. So check this out, guys. I just posted something. The James Webb Plane Telescope made another fantastic discovery. More galaxies found where they shouldn't be. So, yeah, guys want to laugh a bit? Check it out. A few more nails in the cosmological coffin.
Are they still going with the universe is twice as old or whatever it is, Odysee, or is that just a fringe group?
Well, that's one guy brought it out. It has gained some popularity, but I don't think it has become like common ground just yet. But it just goes to show the panic, doubling the age of the universe. That's quite a thing to do.
Yeah, it's like I was saying about Polaris the other day. They changed the the distance, but not just by a bit, but like it was like over 100 light years, I think.
They changed the distance to Polaris. They changed
Yeah.
it a couple of times, if I remember correctly.
Well,
Is this a
I think
recent one?
yeah, I think they changed it like I want to say in 23. So I'm not exactly sure though.
Okay, that one got by me. I think I didn't hear that one. But it doesn't surprise me.
Well, I mentioned it to Matthew and he didn't correct me, so he's usually pretty good with stuff like that, isn't he?
Matthew learns?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, he keeps up to date, but I don't know if he learns anything. He accepts, is it more likely? He accepts stuff.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. He's comfortable with his beliefs, and he even says that it's just a belief, I guess. So that's fine.
Oh yeah, he's up front. Yeah. Matthew is he's actually good to talk to because he's polite. He's up front when you ask him something. So yeah, I like him.
And me personally, I wouldn't. I'm not going to die on any of these hills. I'm afraid. I want to see something, concrete, something I can hang my hat on. Something definitive.
Well, this is so easy. I mean, this is not even a hill. Like this cosmology, it's not even a pebble. You just kick it over with your foot, or you can't even blow it. It's no. I mean, it's over as far as I'm concerned. By their own hand. This is like Japanese harikuri, whatever you call it. Sorry if I butchered it. These are all self-inflicting wounds. Self-inflicted wounds.
Did you guys hear
I'm
about
sorry.
this fire in LA? This pallet fire? Probably not.
I haven't.
It's it got so bad it destroyed part of the freeway, like close to downtown, and it's going to affect a lot of people. It's going to be interesting. Like we notoriously have the worst traffic in the country, and it's literally about to get worse, which is gonna have interesting effects on the rest of the region, at least Southern California. I don't know if it's going to affect other states too much.
Yeah, how do you guys manage to have 16 lanes and still have traffic? That's mind blowing.
We're very close to the southern border, and they are pouring over in droves. I blame them for the traffic. No, I don't know. It's nuts, dude. I literally drive like 4 miles out of my way to avoid traffic. I just like do a giant U instead of just driving directly to work.
I think you broke up there near the last part of your sentence.
I'm just saying I don't drive in a direct path to my job. I purposefully go in a giant U so that I avoid traffic.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, you don't want to be on the highway. Yeah.
Is there anybody out there that's making like a kit that helps you um, get off the grid? Because that would be fucking sick. I don't just mean like a backpack with a fucking compass and something to start a fire. I mean like kind of like an RV, but it comes with like water catchment systems and like I don't know certain things that can like start you help to build infrastructure. I don't know if that makes any sense.
Yeah, I don't think I want to get off the grid, to be honest.
But that's the thing. Sure, it's nice. Like I'm in a well lit room, using an electric stove. It's awesome. But this place is fucking a useless death trap when there's no power and water running to it. It's just fucking drywall and inhospitability because there's no power in here. Well, I'm gonna start a fire. And I don't. You know what I'm saying? It's the grid is nice while there's power running to it. And all this talk about a freaking solar storm that's going to knock out the internet. I mean, yeah, I don't know.
I mean, I'm a product of the system, so I don't know how long I'd fare outside of it.
The science on that is 4 months to completely change. Like it would be very difficult for you. It'd be somewhat like it's why they make the boot camp for the United States military about 4 months because that's what it takes to break somebody down and then build them back up. And that's essentially what you'd have to go through. I lived off grid for like a year and a half, and I would say the first 4 months were very challenging.
Yeah, I salute anybody that does that. Don't get me wrong. I'm just not going to be one of them. Well, I'd never say never, you know.
By choice, obviously. Yeah, for sure. I would hope that you will always have the choice to be where you want to be.
Yeah, if it comes to a situation where they're like, "Oh, you've got to take this thing," you know, and I'm like, well, "It's against the Geneva Code," and they're like, "Well, no, we found a loophole behind that," and I'll be like, "Okay, I'm out."
They're like, fuck the Geneva Code. Open your mouth.
So I'm going to give you guys two scenarios. Tell me which one is more plausible. A telescope orbiting a nothing point called the Lagrange point 1 million miles away from Earth, or a plane with a telescope in the back end.
Well, I don't even know if orbit's a thing, so I'd go with the plane so far.
Smart man.
But just because I'm skeptical, it doesn't mean it isn't a thing. I just don't think it is, because that implies a lot of other things as well. So
Yeah, you're using your brain, your logic to pick one of the two, right? Choices, yeah.
yeah, yeah. I'll have, this is what I was saying to Nate the other day. He's like, globe this, planet that. I'm like, can we establish that it's a planet first? Because I'm not sure.
Yeah, they take things for granted and they go on from there.
Where's Snacks anyway? Oh, here he is. Look at Snacks on it. Shut up. He's here. Don't stop talking about him.
Continue on with what you were whatever you were talking about, Andy. Go ahead.
Well, I thought we were going to do. I thought we were going to go back to this spirituality stuff I was talking about with you. Thought we could like hash that out.
Krishna Verte ready now.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I thought
All right.
you sort of made some leaps forward. I thought you were doing well.
What do you mean? Well, oh, I was leaps forward. What do you mean leaps forward?
Yesterday we were talking about it. Remember, I was saying that thought's limited, and if it's limited, then there'll always be conflict. And then you said, what did you say?
Stupid, Andy.
You said it took some thought to get to that realization, did it not?
Just automatically chucked it out there. Instinct, Andy. Instinct. We don't need thoughts.
Yeah,
No, well, this is
I
the thing.
agree.
I'm not saying you don't need thought. Thought's a wonderful thing. You know, it's like saying language. Okay, language. You recognise that there's a lot of grabble going on. You know, it's not called spelling for nothing, right? We know there's wizardry, there's manipulation, there's deception, but we're not going to just not use it. We're not going to toss it out. The point is to realize that realization, that awareness. That's a good word. Awareness. That's the key to it then.
It is spell, right? The spell. They
Yeah.
convinced how many people that cat should be spelled with a C? Just that. They got you.
Yeah, I mean, there's a good. I don't know. There's lots. I've heard lots of people say it's like a left brain trap, like that's part of the trickery of it. But I don't know. I don't know about that. I'm just talking. I'm using it at the moment for an analogy for what me and Snacks were talking about yesterday. Can you remember yesterday, Snacks?
We were talking about, yeah, people should be rocks and not think. Yeah.
No,
Then we
no,
have peace.
no. Come on. People should be rocks. I never said that, dude. Spitter straw
Well,
man.
people shouldn't think. You said thinking is a problem that starts problems. But how do we not think?
Yes. If there's no thinking, there's no problem.
I have my own version of what happened yesterday.
Yeah.
So what's the point then?
Well, the point is that it's got its place, and it's very useful. I'd argue that if you get out of your own way, then your brain works as it's supposed to, as it was always intended to. But it's important to recognize that that is not just another thought. That awareness that I'm pointing to is not just another thought. Do you agree with that?
We're thinking, Andy. So I'm afraid I'm not going to fall for that. Tricky guy. Trying to make me think.
No. It's got to
Andy,
be. The thing is,
do thoughts
it's got to be
come in the
one
form of
sec, dude.
words?
One sec. It's got to be self. It's got to be what's the word? Like when it's when it's what am I thinking? Like when it's inherent, when it's self realized. What am I thinking? What's the word I'm looking for? Come on, brain, you can do it.
Self-evident.
Self-evident. Was that a rule? Rule, dude. How you doing?
Good, how are you, bro?
Yeah, man. There it is. So, if I just got a rule here, it can help me out. You can help me out with the words. That's great.
He's returning me to the store. You're on next to earlier. That's fine.
Yes, it's got to be self-evident. Sorry, I'm playing Zelda at the same time, and that's taking most of my attention. Oh man, it's such a good game.
Self-evident. I mean, how about just superstition? Let's just work on that. That's just as good.
No, because again, you're talking about belief. Once we
Less
fall into the
thinking.
realm of beliefs, then we're
No
into the
judgment.
realm. No, we're into the realm of that thing, the thinking. That's where all the problems lie. The likes, the dislikes, the choice, the this, the that. Once we go into that realm, we fucked, because that's where all the conflict is. So we need to recognize in oneself awareness, the witness to that, the space in which that happens. Is this making any sense whatsoever?
On your silence. It doesn't make sense to me. I don't know. Philosophy
Why
at a certain
not?
point, it's useless. It's philosophy at a certain point. It's just what people do. Like, I don't know. Like, we're talking about idealizations of ways in which people are. If they wanted to act that way, we'd already be that way. People find differences. They find disagreement in that. So if everybody was the same, then we wouldn't really be humans. I don't know. I think it's just part of our nature to stumble along like this.
No, I kind of agree with that a little bit, because we are temporarily in this we fell into this linear time, if you will. But I'd say your true nature is timeless, and again, we do need. It's like time itself. You think of time, and you get, the Eckhart Tolle and all that is saying, it's always now. But it's important then to recognize, no, we need time. Of course we need time. We're not just saying we need time for obvious practical purposes, temporarily, just while we're here, don't we? But there's a deeper realization, and the reason, well, the good thing about certain, again, it's using the word spells, in my opinion, wizardry, because certain words, put in a certain way, can shift a person's consciousness to recognize something deeper within themselves. That's the way I see it.
It's not working on me, Andy.
Well, I am finished. I've already started on you, Snakes.
It'll be a long road. No, you got a lot of good points. I mean, I think it's good. It's good to actually. I think it's good to think, and I believe that you are thinking. So that's what's confusing about you telling me not to think, because I think that does require some thought to have reached that conclusion. And thinking is a positive thing, and yeah, people do have differences, but it's important to hash them out. But probably not with violence and murder. That's probably the worst way, Unless you really disagree with the person, then maybe it's okay. No, I don't know. It's such a sliding scale for me, man. I don't. I can't see anything in any one, like, dotted line that just goes like, yeah, this is the way. It's so variable, and people have these stories and histories and stuff. They think something of themselves. Like we have this ego attachment. We can't put that down.
Why not?
It's what else is there to live for? Self identity, self identification, group identification. That's how we know we have families. That's how we know we fit in somewhere, or we don't fit in somewhere. We need all that.
Well, ego, defined by Krishnamurti in just one word, is memory. So yeah, you could argue we do need memory,
No
don't
one
we?
accused him of being writing dictionaries, Andy. I mean, it's just it's a different word. Ego isn't memory. It's just a bait and switch word game. Spellcraft. That way. Me.
I like the to ask someone about putting, how they talk, the truthers love to talk about look, they're gonna put their the memory on a thing, on a fucking dongle. Dongle, that's a funny word. On a memory, whatever, and they go on a computer. Look, they're gonna live forever. And I just like to go down that road because I can show you quite easily that there's a lot more to you than just memory. Because if I put that memory of you on a fucking computer, you'd realize that's not me. That doesn't make up all that is me, does it? Quite clearly.
How long you're separated from you?
That's just a filing cabinet at best.
200 years from now, this will be a record, possibly, of us having had this conversation, and that will be what remains of us, unless we're still alive, in which case we'll be like, fuck, we're too old.
Oh shit, I found this thing. Sorry, I was looking for this thing forever.
Yeah. Good night. Now you can go make some food recipes and save yourself from the cold.
No, I'm not finished with you yet.
What did you find?
I'm on you now, boy.
Yeah,
I'm gonna set you free, whether you want it or not.
Listen to how egoic you were. You're like, I found it. Me, Andy, I did it. Not you, Link. Bitch. if we ego is like primary survival drive, it's attached to all that stuff. Like without ego, I think we'd all be like crucified, if you will, or inept, if you will. Like
a cabbage, like Forrest Gump. Life is like a box of chocolates.
yeah, would be all dumb people smiling at each other, be like, "Yeah, everything's good. Yeah, it is, man. I love you. You love me too. I love you. This is great. We're a bunch of rocks here. We're not having any disagreements because we're not thinking about anything. Oh, we're starving to death, and then we don't have anybody to feed us, and that would be the thing. So, like, you need to have the ego to be like that. I'm the guy that got the fucking elk, dude. I shot that with my bow that I fucking made out of wood. You know." We need that.
Holy crap! I don't know what's going on here. This is mad. Sorry.
I'm wiping the floor with your philosophy right now. That's all I know.
I don't
Concentrate on
think
the
so.
video game.
You see what I did there?
I'm just playing.
So, just being that awareness, while trying to point out, is that just another thought? That is the question.
I don't think when I'm just experiencing quote awareness that there's no thought process that's going on. It's like harmonious cognition and action united in one thing. Write that down. Thinking is something you do in your spare time when you're not doing something. It's like, oh, how do I do that? Or how did that guy screw me? Whatever the situation might be. Yeah, it's not part of action, but I think awareness is, connected with action. But you need that too. I think it's separate from the sense of what I think ego is. That's only what I think it is because I'll use the actual word, not replace it with another word, Andy. It's very convenient.
I think you're well on your way. You're well on your way, dude. As far as I can hear, anyway. You sound that's.
I'm already here. I've been here, Andy. Been here all day.
You ain't seen what I've seen. I don't know what the fuck's happening on this game at the minute. Yeah, that's important to mention too. That when you go through this, I mean, there's funnily enough, there's no bigger ego game, so to speak, than getting rid of the ego. It's the biggest game in town.
My ego. I did it. I did it better than you. You still have an ego. Mine. My ego's way less than yours. Yeah, I don't know, man. I just don't think we exist in the type of communal spirit that really facilitates us fixing that, whatever the broken psychology that we grow up in and then adopt into our heads, and then try and make whatever happen, live life or whatever. I think there's ego in religions too, for sure, right? Right, there's all that because it's all about identity. It's inescapable. It's inescapable. We'd all just have to have the same name. It's like, hey Mo, I'm Mo, you're Mo, we're all Mo. It's fine, or Curly, whatever you like. You know what I'm saying? It's
yeah.
impossible.
I just heard you. You said there's no fixing it. That's it. So not with that attitude, by the way.
I don't know.
Oh,
I guess honestly, laughter is probably one of the greatest things that we have to offer anyone,
for sure,
and to each other. Because that really it diffuses all this animus, these boogeymen in our brains that are secretly wanting to kill the other person. A little humor. I think it helps to break that kind of cycle. So probably more stand-up comedy clubs on the Gaza Strip could have solved all this.
Instead of raining bombs, they just dropped just pounds of joints and beers.
Holy shit. I'm going into some kind of fucking underworld. Don't know what this is. This is weird, but I can't see anything.
Sheikah slate, bro.
I need a fucking torch is what I need. I've got to have something that's fucking. Must be like a. I think there's a flower that lights up or something.
Right, isn't the you love the Israelis. The in part of the training thing that they do, right. And when they have to do the armed service stuff, one of the drills that they do is that they go up to the person holding the gun and then they put a flower in it. I heard that somewhere. It's probably not true, but just to like, if you, it's right. We got to like defend ourselves, and I guess the closer you are to needing everybody to defend themselves, then you're that close to war. It's always just like a quick draw away, right?
Oh, I fucked up big time. I've only got one heart left.
Oh my gosh, I better
I
shut
can't
up.
get my others back. Oh, sorry.
Is there like a secret code you can use or something? Are you using
I'm
cheats?
sure.
Usually cheats turned on.
I'm sure you were saying something important about Israel and Palestine.
Get your game, cheating.
Ah, shit. That's the game over. I wasn't ready for the depth.
Your link ego death.
Yeah. Fuck me, it's put me back down there though. Jeez. Right. I'm gonna put that on sleep mode and make another cup of tea, I think.
Get my jacuzzi, I guess. Like, how much kindness do you need to destroy how much hate? Like, what's the equation for that? Math expert out there knows.
Hey, how upset could everybody be if instead of dropping bombs, people were like dropping beers and joints? Like, chill out, guys.
The guys on the street that are dropping the bombs and stuff, they're just worried about bombs being dropped on them. What they need to do is, start giving joints to all the people in the military. Then they will be unable to compose themselves. They're
Stick
the
a joint.
problem.
Chill, my guy, chill.
They'd be like, "Where did I put my bullets? Ah, fuck. Wait, no, I was at the car. Oh, wait, no, I wasn't at the car. They won't know. Where did I put the keys to the jet aircraft? I forget." We need like an atomic bomb. Good. Fucking write that down. We should probably just make like the default deity just like something everybody can agree on, like Voltron, Defender of the Universe. I think that's a way better deity for sure. If you don't like it, get at me. But that's what I think. Yeah.
If anyone has some good information or like really short videos or articles that are kind of based exposing Israel's role in the whole situation, DM me because I'm gonna do a stream tonight. So if anyone has something they want me to cover in the stream, just DM me.
Nice, bro. Good on you.
Yeah, brother.
You got a lot of
I'm gonna have to
viewers.
move it
man,
off of
for that.
YouTube though. I'm gonna have to move it off of YouTube. So I'm gonna
I
start
know,
on
I know.
YouTube, but yeah.
Yeah, they're gonna ostracize you for sure. Yeah.
Well, they would actually delete the video and then ban me for at least 2 weeks, right? I mean, that's why I can't do it. Like, I'll start it there and I'll kind of speak in code and stuff like that, but yeah, you get it.
Well, one thing I like that you said on that, Austin, was they're forcing you to pick a side. Remember that? They're forcing you to pick a
Yeah.
side. So that was really insightful, I thought.
Yeah, I agree, but I'm still going to expose Israel. For real. I mean,
Yeah,
dude,
good.
honestly, you could do a 10-hour stream exposing Israel, right? You start with
Yeah.
USS Liberty. But I do want to give some of the background of what they've done, right? Because I think that's important. And then, yeah, I will make that. That will probably be my macro point. But obviously, yeah, you just have to stand up against Israel. I mean, I agree with that. I think you need to stand up against Israel collectively, and I've been
Isn't
saying that for years.
wait a minute. That's the prophecy though, isn't it?
Well, yeah, that's what North is saying. Yeah, but all I know, and if it kind of makes sense, the prophecy would make sense in the sense like, oh yeah, everyone would turn on them because they're just evil. But I don't know because
Well,
because people are evil, you know. So like, would all the people really be right? But all I'm saying is, I've been saying for years, and I still feel this way, that Israel needs to be put into check, and they basically run our country, and so they can kick rocks, bro. I mean, I don't. Again, I'm not like really picking a side per se, but I definitely think Israel has gotten away with way too much for way too long. And that's what's so funny though. No one's talking about that though, right? They're like, oh, they're attacking Palestine, but they're not talking about how they've been running our country for years.
I think it's it's not a coincidence that this has been going on there for how long? 70 plus years. And so all of a sudden now it's a big deal. This to me is, see, I don't know,
It's
it's just
orchestrated.
Well,
yeah,
that's
yeah,
well,
yeah.
it's a big deal, Andy, because the weaponry has gotten so advanced. That's that's another factor.
I think it's a
No.
big deal because they want it to be a big deal. Okay, like
Yeah.
when they're killing all those people for years, they don't put that on the news. The fact they pumped this all over the news means it was orchestrated. I mean, you guys
Yes.
realize that it happened like 2 days after they sent out the mass alert, right? So they sent out the mass alert to everyone, testing the emergency broadcast system, and then right after that, this happened. And the fact that it's all over the news is evidence enough. Everything else Israel does isn't on the news. So that's my take, at least. And obviously the basics, like the paraglider doesn't get into the Iron Dome. That's just stupid.
Well, it doesn't.
You know?
It doesn't get into Gaza. How does it get past the checkpoints? That doesn't make any sense.
That's funny. Yeah, it's a trip. It's a trip that people don't see it, but yeah, I mean, obviously, I'm going to cover that basic stuff, and I'm going to cover, that they clearly they got everyone kind of in that mindset with the emergency broadcast, etc. But I'm just saying I haven't really kept up with it because I just look at it from like a macro. And I've been doing other things, but so like any specifics or something. That's what I was
I'll
asking.
give you
at
one.
DM.
I'll give you one important one. You know, they say was no such thing as Palestine. Well, their first prime minister had a Palestinian passport. I'll shoot you the video of her saying, "I'm Palestinian."
Oh yeah, Israel.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Did I say Palestinian? No, I'm right.
No. Yeah, you mean
Palestinian.
the first Israeli person? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, you know what I'm gonna also play is that video of that like former minister from Israel, the girl that's like, oh yeah, anti-Semitic is just a trick. We just say that when we don't like people criticizing Israel.
Yeah. And then they have a different saying in Europe. In Europe, they say something else. But in the States, they use anti-Semitic. I forget what I'll try to remember. If I remember, I'll tell you. Because they have a different one for European. Yeah.
Think about this. Think about how funny it is. Are Palestinian people anti-Semitic?
No, they are Semitic.
I know, that's what I'm saying. It's so stupid.
Yeah.
It's so
mention
stupid.
that as well. Yeah.
I have the screenshot with the the writing on. There's certain pics that I've got that I'm a bit wary about posting, especially like I love Geo, so I don't want to risk his server or anything. But yeah, I've got that one here, and it just says anti-Semitic is a trick. We always use it to stifle legitimate criticism of Jews and Zionist Israel. And names Shulamit Aloni, former Israeli cabinet member. Yeah. Winner of the 2000 Israel Prize. What's that? I didn't even know that was a thing.
I don't know.
Yeah, I've got a few good ones that I'm especially like on the medical situation that I'd love to post, but I'm not going to. For obvious
So
reasons.
I'm going to do it on Rockfin and maybe Rumble. So I'm going to start on YouTube, go to Rockfin. So can anyone give me like the basic rundown, like what the current talking points are? Meaning like So I heard earlier that I guess America has some carrier ships that are kind of aiding the Israeli Navy to prevent support from getting to Gaza or something like that.
Yeah, they got two aircraft carrier battle groups right now, and it's a warning for Israel, for Iran, not to get involved. Now Iran
Okay.
supports Hezbollah. There's 100,000 Hezbollah strong. I believe they're in Lebanon, and Iran is supporting them, so that they're there for a deterrent.
Well, I can kind of agree with. I think the most ideal situation is to prevent other countries' involvement, right? Because as soon as a bunch of other countries get involved, it's World War III. You know, I mean, I can't even disagree with that. I mean, that's my take. I mean, honestly, the best move is that everyone just falls back. But if other countries start getting involved, it's going to be bad. Which it may all be
Yeah.
scripted, so you know.
Yeah, this could all be scripted, but keep in mind that Iran, right, doesn't really want to get into a war. The people that want Iran to get involved is Israel. They're trying to goat Iran. That's their biggest enemy, and they see
Yeah, it
an
makes sense.
opportunity now. Yeah, so
Yeah, so they
not to
can try to
get
take.
the states goaded into it, you know? Yeah.
Yep. Dude, Iran's no joke, man. So they have a very strong military, from my understanding.
Very strong military, bro. Very strong. Just to give you some numbers, forget Iran, right? Just to give you some numbers of the Hezbollah, they're not Hamas. They have 100,000 strong troops, maybe more, but 120,000. They have missiles. They have like 100,000 missiles. And the Iron Dome, I have info that they only have 3,000 rockets left to counter. Now imagine they have 100,000 missiles that they can launch, and they've also been defeated. The last war Israel had with Hezbollah, they were defeated. If it's not for America, Israel is a paper tiger. Everybody thinks they're this crazy army. They're not. They really are not.
Well, yeah, they literally are just strong because of America.
Yep.
Right. Yeah. But I would say America will give them more missiles, bro. Like, let's just be real. I mean, dude, the amount of foreign funding we give to Israel that they never have to pay back and they can spend however they want is insane.
Yeah, you will give them missiles, but you got to understand one thing, right? Your stockpile is depleted because you've given most of your missiles to Ukraine. You got to understand that, right? It's not like you don't have the capability that you had in World War II, the States, that is. You got to have to re-equip and retool all the weapon manufacturers, right? So even if you wanted to give them for their Iron Dome, you don't have any left. You gave most of your stuff away.
Interesting.
Yeah. There's more to this than meets the eye. Then there's another danger, because what happened now, we've managed to do the impossible. We managed to unite the Sunni and the Shiite factions, mainly Turkey, which is Sunni and a NATO member, and they're pissed off. They're really pissed off. And Iran, which is a Shiite, they're getting together. They had meetings. This is very ominous, bro. A NATO member has had meetings with Saudi Arabia and Iran. That's a very ominous triangle. So I'm afraid, not me. This is like colonels and generals talking now, right? This is not me talking. I'm just listening to them. I made my assessment, and this is scary, man. So this triangle, if it goes through, Turkey is a NATO member. That's going to break the alliance. Turkey could bring to bear within 1 month 2 million soldiers. They can just march them right through Syria and be on the Golan Heights in a couple of weeks. So this is very, very ominous. It's not just the Iran, right? It's our own NATO member, which they're very shifty, Turkey. I mean, that's, they're on the wrong side of a lot of things, but this could just make them break and attack, and Israel will stand no chance. Zero.
This this is kind of an interesting video. I'm not sure you should cover this, but more on the conspiracy side. But basically, it's questioning whether the Iron Dome's even a real thing, whether it's if it's a hoax, if it's just sending fireworks into the air, essentially. And that thing costs $3 billion. Think about that.
Oh wow.
But it's a good video. The guy, he goes through. He doesn't approach it like, this is how it is. This is truth. This is, you know what I mean? He's just questioning it, and he just poses a few questions. And I think it's an interesting video. I don't know if it's true, of course, but yeah, I mean, $3 billion. That's not chump change. That's a lot of money. So. But again, there's certain things. I don't know. It's like they sort of lead into conspiracy side, and I don't know if you'd want to approach that, Austin. To be honest, I mean, you'd want to stick to certain things, certain themes. Maybe, I don't know. Might put some people off if you go too far into the conspiracy side of things.
Yeah, I mean, I think that I really just want to cover the stuff that really can't be disputed. That really just shows the history of Israel, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, and once you actually research Israel, it doesn't take a genius to put together what's probably happening right now. But if you're one of these people that are just completely ignorant of that, and you're being tricked into just supporting Israel, then you're not really going to know. So I think even that people call that stuff conspiracy, right? Like dancing Israelis and stuff like that. I mean, that's not a conspiracy, though. So I would rather not go too far into speculation. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, you should talk about also mowing the grass. I put you a little short clip to work with, and I recommend you watch this. It's a 30-minute thing. This dude goes through a lot of stuff that would help in your preparation.
Okay, cool. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, this is dear to my heart. This is a very important thing, man. We've got to talk about this. You got to cut the umbilical cord. You gotta get off this Israeli thing, man. It's destroying America. I feel very strongly about this.
Imagine waking up after a good night's rest just to realize that everything you've once known is under attack. Like that's gotta be one of the worst feelings, man. Like I don't know about you guys, but I wake up in the morning and it's like one of the first things on my mind, dude, about what these people are going through, man. That's just unbelievable, dude.
Yeah, SE. Unless do you think you could? Is it realistic to get rid of the God of Abraham? The answer's obvious, isn't it? No. So
no, who's saying that? No, yeah.
I'm saying it. You could, because unless you do that, you get America's tied into it, isn't it? So
I hear where you're going. You're talking about the evangelical Christians.
Yeah.
Trust me, they can be taught. They can be spoken to if the truth comes out. I think that could turn the tide. But that's the trick.
It's not
evangelical Christian. Yeah.
It's not just the evangelical Christians, though, bro. I mean, there's all sorts of different Christian denominations that are like straight up Zionists, bro.
Well, that's it. The Zionists, yeah.
They're all in. They're all in, as far as I'm concerned. So that's why I'm saying you'd need to unravel the whole thing. And
Well,
most
just
people,
read the one verse. There's one verse that they need to read. Beware of those in the ends who claim to be Jews, but in fact are the synagogue of Satan.
Oh yeah, that's a good
I
one.
mean, there's that angle to it, but to me, that's just out of the same paradigm. I mean, as far as I'm concerned,
Your objective is to get everyone to walk away from Christianity. That's obviously
no.
not going to happen.
Listen. I'm talking about I can only have my opinion, can't I? Right? I'm speaking for me. And as far as I'm concerned, when it comes to God, the moment you go, you say prime mover, yes. Anything after that is imagination, as far as I'm
How is that going
concerned.
to help us as a solution to the war, though?
Well, like I say, these good old boys and all those people in America, they are going down with the ship, and I can't see any other way out of it. I just can't, because we've got to build that third temple, and as long as that's the attitude, then
No,
that's it.
Christians don't think they need to build a third temple, though. That's just the Jews, right? Like
Well,
the Christians are just ignorant.
yeah. I mean, you guys are both right because there's a lot of Christians that are about that third temple.
Not really, dude. Not really, because the third temple isn't a Christian paradigm. Like rebuilding the temple has nothing to do with the Christian, perspective. That's just a Jewish thing. Like, I guess you could say, unless the Christian is saying, "Oh," and that's what I'm saying. These Christians are just ignorant, right? That's why they have rainbow flags out, because it says that, "Oh, there will be a temple, and then the Antichrist will put himself in the temple, claiming to be God." So unless the Christian's like, "Oh yeah, well this is part of prophecy. Go ahead and let the Antichrist come," that isn't the typical Christian. That's maybe less than 1%. The typical Christian is completely ignorant and tricked into actually supporting the side that's going to bring the Antichrist against the side that acknowledges Yeshua was the Messiah, right? So this is, to me, I think that most Christians don't even think about the temple at all.
Well, I hear a lot of like really big names in the Christian community, such as Paul Bagley. He's got like a huge cult following. He's a Christian pastor, and he's constantly talking about the fucking third temple and the red heifer and all the shit the Jews are doing, and he supports it. He backs it. Like there's
Wait,
a lot of
what? I'm confused. So what's his position then? Because that would be the false Messiah, right? So when you say he supports it, how does he explain that or justify that from the scripture, Christian?
Right. So a lot of Christians, right? The thing they're waiting for is for Jesus's return. Like they pray for it, they want it to happen tomorrow. So it all kind of fits together in the sense that, you know, it's bringing about the end of times, the rapture. Like all of these psychos want this shit to happen within their lifetime because they're so important.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Hey,
I would require that guy know that it's the Antichrist.
you want to answer, bro? I wanna say something.
No, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so I posted something for you. What's it? This is definitely going to help you in your preparation for the show. If you want to understand the wider conflict, the regional players, there's no better man to explain it. This guy, like half an hour. Trust me, it's worth your time, bro. This dude is like, he's on the ball. Colonel Douglas McGregor.
Okay, cool. Thank you, man.
Yep.
another good one is Adam Green. I'm sure you guys have heard of him,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, no more news.
Yeah, he's pretty knowledgeable on this topic.
Yeah, he's been warning against this for like 4 years.
At least, yeah.
Yeah. And he's been calling out how the Jews over there trick the Christians into supporting them, even though they want to destroy them.
Yeah, I'd love to see you on that show. I know he's had Owen on a few times, but I'd love to see you go on there, Austin, because I know how passionate you are about the Torah and all that stuff. And he is very anti that stuff.
Oh
As
no,
you,
yeah.
yeah. So I'd love to see you on that and make your case.
Well, yeah, it would be interesting because his entire argument is based upon like mainstream Christianity and the misinterpretations of it. Right. So like he would probably be surprised that I'll just go on there and agree with him, because that's what would happen. I would agree until I got into like what it actually says. Right. So, like he's not wrong when he talks about like the. I mean, he obviously we disagree fundamentally. I think he's wrong on like the meta, right? He thinks it's just all fake and a deception and blah blah. But like when he talks about how the modern Christians are just being tricked and they're using the Bible to trick them, that's true. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, so that would actually be interesting.
Yeah,
to see how that comes over.
I've mentioned this over the last few days. He talks about, because he often goes over and he'll watch all these different rabbis, and you could say, well, these are extremists in whatever. But to me, I've seen that many of them now. It just seems to be the view. Maybe I think somebody might argue, oh no, they're viewing it from the Talmud, and that's a different thing, and I don't know. But anyway, I've listened to these rabbis, and they talk about this term, Kelly pot is the term they use. I assume it's Hebrew, obviously, and it means basically a husk, a shell, like a banana peel or something like that. That's going to be discarded. He's talking about Christianity that will be discarded once it's served its use. So this shell, it goes around the Jews to protect them, essentially. This is where that term comes from, Kelly pot. I think it's super interesting, and I think that's the part of the trickery, personally, because this is a small group of people. They're not going to outmight the opposition. They've got to take it to this bloody spiritual realm, haven't they? They've got to use their intellect, and that's what this seems to have done to me. That's the way I see it, anyway. I realise a lot of you hold this stuff dear, but I think they've turned something that was once pure into something completely different for their end, for their means, for their. Well, you've heard the prophecies where they say there's 2,000, whatever the number is, plus to serve each Jew.
Yep.
So
2,000 Christian slaves, dude.
So it's
Well, just Goyim, yeah, Goyim.
yeah. So I don't know. It's hard for me to sort of get my head around a 2,000-year-old plan such as this. If you just put it in those terms, because it just seems, how could you carry on such a thing? But
it's not a plan for 2,000 years, bro. It's not a plan. No. They see the power in what they have, and they're going with it. They're using it as they go. They're making it up. There's no plan.
Well, I mean, it kind of is a plan in the sense that it's all been prophesized, right? And I mean, just think about that. You've got in modern times a religious group claiming that in the future they're going to destroy Amalek and they're going to inherit slaves. Like, I don't know, bro. That doesn't sit well with me.
Yeah, but you can attribute a lot of these things to different time periods, right? And you can massage. No,
it hasn't happened yet. It's to happen in the future. They're supposed to. This is part of their 613 mitzvahs, is to destroy Amalek, and after all of this is fulfilled, they're going to inherit Christian slaves.
Okay, what's Amalek? What's Amalek?
Amalek, some say it's Palestine, some say it's the Western world, i.e. Christians here in the States. So it's I don't know exactly who Amalek is. That's a good question, but I've heard both sides of the argument, either being Palestinian or the Western world.
But that's my whole point. Amalek could be anything, right? So they can say, okay, now is
But
the
that's not
time,
the
or
point.
you know.
That's not the point. The point isn't who it is. The point is they have an agenda to destroy somebody within the future, right? And enslave another camp of people. By definition, dude, this fits the criteria, the nodal points of a terroristic organization.
I guess, yeah, I guess you can. But my point is, you can also attribute it to a different time. Like let's say it doesn't happen now, right? Right? Are they going to give up? Are they going to say, well, we're wrong. It wasn't now. They're going to bring this, whatever this is, prophecy to the next problem, right? And say, oh, it's now. You understand what I'm saying? It's not clear. What's Amalek?
Listen, Amalek is a people. Man, woman, child, and animal are to be destroyed in the future. Regardless of who it is, when it's supposed to happen, the fact of the matter is they're dead set on destruction of a future people. In modern time, like, mind you, like, we're supposed to be about coexisting, abolishing slavery, all of these things. Meanwhile, these people in the background are getting away with this agenda, and it's just going unseen somehow.
Well, I
I don't
don't
know,
deny
man.
that. Yeah, of course, yeah. It's just the
I don't know,
time
man.
frame, right? It's the manipulation. You see, I think of things differently. You know what I'm saying? I think of things from the outside perspective. I
I
don't go
think if
into the
I think if
prophecy
you
and yeah.
I think if you had a piece of paper that you wrote out that your plan is to destroy this group of people, and after that's done, you're going to enslave this group of people, I think you would be in prison quicker than shit. I think if Assange and Snowden can get, ostracized for essentially pointing out the corruption and the evil, why would you be any different?
Oh, absolutely. And I know their prophecies, right? They're going to build their temple on the Temple Mount, but they have to build it where, guess what? Where Muhammad ascended to heaven, right? And you know what's going to happen when that happens, right? So they're waiting for their Messiah. The Christians are waiting for their Messiah, and the Muslims are and this I didn't know till a while ago. They're waiting for the final Imam, their prophet, their Messiah. So right?
Yeah, but that's already happened. It's already been predicted that their final imam would arise from Bethlehem. It just flew over their head. They didn't realize that our Messiah was actually their Messiah. I mean, this is all debatable within their text, their Quran and their Hadith. A
Yeah, this
lot of, like,
scares. This
yeah,
religious
there's a
stuff
lot of
scares me,
confusion.
man.
I know, I know. It's crazy.
It scares me more than the generals and the warmongers, because if God tells you to do it, well, and you know what that means, right?
What was it? I missed it.
I said if it scares me the most, because if God tells you to do something, like right now, there's 2 billion Muslims like frothing at the mouth, man. People don't realize this. There's a lot of angry Muslims out there,
Did you
like
hear about that
sharpening their
Muslim
blade,
woman?
bro. Yeah.
Did you hear about that Muslim woman in the States who tried to run her car into like a Jewish school bus and missed, and actually ran it into a Jewish hate group instead? I don't know how much bullshit that story really is, but supposedly this happened yesterday or the day before.
I'm not surprised. They threw a Molotov cocktail here in one of the Jewish synagogues just the other day.
Yeah, a Jewish man died over here the other day, protesting. Got hit in the head with a bullhorn by a Palestinian and collapsed and died.
It's ridiculous. Innocent people, right? It's
Yeah,
horrible. Yeah. And I heard some disturbing things today that that there could be sleeper cells
Oh
of
yeah, they got a new
operators.
word for them. I
Yeah.
forget what the they got all these new terms for them. Oh fuck, I can't remember what it is off the top of my head.
Apparently, they're operating in Mexico and in the United States because of your open border policy.
Yep.
Who knows what and who is in your country?
Well, they've been in cahoots with the cartels. So yeah, it's all bad, dude.
Now, you don't got to worry about the cartels. All the cartels want to do is make money with drugs, right? And run their government.
I don't know about that. I don't know about that. A lot of them believe that California is theirs, and they're going to take it back one way or another. So I think when shit hits the fan, yeah, we're going to see a huge change in geography as we know it today.
All right. Yeah. They do have grievances with California. Yeah, that is true. And I didn't know that these guys were involved. If these guys gets involved in that, bro, that's a big problem. Because they practically run Mexico, the government. So, holy moly.
Oh, they're already here in the States. Like I've seen major reports about a lot of these like Northern California regions that are fairly open, meaning they don't have a lot of police to patrol. They're just taking over. Like they're literally, it's like the Wild West over there right now. They can't control it. They can't control California. There's not enough patrol units to deal with the amount of crime going on currently right now in Northern California, all by way of cartel.
Yeah, man, it's bad in all fronts.
Yep. Shit, it's on the brink, dude. Oh yeah.
Yeah, I saw it on the Adam Green show. He was showing it like a tweet or whatever they call Twitter thing. Can't remember who it was. They said something like, if you're anti-Israel, then you're anti-God, essentially, which is the way they see it, you know. So it's a shame they've hijacked spirituality and turned it into something for their own means, for their own gains, and it's it's frustrating because the way I see it, spirituality is everybody's birthright, and they've interpreted it how they wanted it. Of course, they would, you know. You know, that's why I keep saying I could write a Bible. I'd be the chosen people. I'm the chosen person. You can fuck off. How's that sound? that's essentially what they've done. It's brilliant.
Exactly what they've done. Yep. No exaggeration there. And your country and our country.
Am I coming through it all?
You sort of choppy.
Reception. Am I coming through?
You're a bit choppy.
Yo, mic check.
You're coming good there, but you're choppy there sometimes.
Yeah, you're roboting, dude.
Is this any better?
It appears okay now.
Okay. Yeah, I it's hard for me to digest the fact that, you know, this organization, religious organization, is allowed to exist, and we support it with all of the nefarious events that they're supposed to proceed with in the future. Like, I just can't believe that this is like evaded everybody's mind somehow and got by everybody.
Well, bro, they got it all locked down. They have the media, they have the government.
No, I get it. I get it. But just let's put this onto something else. Let's say, what if Scientology, right? Scientology had something within their book that says we're gonna wipe these people out, we're gonna enslave these other people over here, and we're gonna rule the world. Do you think Scientology would be allowed to exist the way it does in the United States with all of those beliefs? Like, I don't think so, dude. But somehow
Yeah,
these
because
guys
they
get
don't
away
have
with
the
it.
Bible Belt, bro. They don't got the Bible Belt. But they do. That's how they do it on the religious front. Right? They convince people God gave them that land, bro. So they got the Zionists on their side in politics, and they have the Christians on their side in religious affairs. They got the
Those aren't
media
Christians.
locked
Those are
up.
Zionists. They're Zionists all the way around. Like, I don't see a difference between, you know,
No, I won't call them
the
Zionists because I think there's some
Christian
good.
Zionists
I think there's.
and the.
I think you're roboting and we're clipping each other. So I'll just go and say this. I don't think the Christians in the Bible Belt are Zionists. Not at all. I think they're good people that have been convinced that God gave a particular land to somebody. I don't think they're all Zionists. Maybe there's some, but I don't think that they're Zionists, all of them.
Well, what is a Zionist to you?
Somebody that unconditionally supports the state of Israel.
So why wouldn't they fit that criteria to be
You know, I can't
labeled as
argue with
such?
that. Yeah, I can't argue with that. You're right, bro. But maybe they're doing it unknowingly. I don't know. But I can't argue with that logic. You're right. It would make them by definition that. But do they know that? I don't know. I don't know.
Mike check.
You're low, but you're good.
Go ahead, Mike.
You guys doing all right? What's the topic of discussion?
Palestine versus Israel.
Fair enough.
Unless you got something else.
Nothing on top of my head.
It's a political hot potato. Over to you.
You guys want
No,
to
it
talk about
isn't.
like the ether, or maybe electrostatic, electromagnetism, maybe the fact that we don't know what's deep down in the ocean. Is the firmament physical? Is it a superfluid? Is it some sort of hypergas? I mean, we could go anywhere.
Sounds we're going even more into the realms of speculation then. Yeah, I saw a clip on that Adam Green show where he was showing these, good old boys from the Bible Belt in America. They all had, the cowboy hats on and all the rest of it. And one of the comments said something like "cowgoys," which I thought was funny. But
That's good.
I just felt awful for. I felt so bad for them. You know what I mean? Like, I just, it's such a horrible situation. I don't see a way out of it for them either, because they've got their identity wrapped up in this thing. I mean, JT's here, look, from Boston Bear. You've heard this guy. He's a good dude. These were good dudes. You know?
Hey, Andy. Yeah,
Hey,
man,
how you
I'm
doing, man?
how you doing? Good morning. Yeah, I'm in the process of waking up and coming out from under the mainstream Christianity deception, because a lot of that stuff is just 5013C control, money making, not reality, not not it's not talking about who I believe the creator is, you know what I mean? So figuring out we don't live on a spinning globe was one deception, and then everything else that came crashing down. And I mean, I'm born and raised, lived in the Bible Belt my whole life, and I'm trying to untangle the mess, because what they preach every weekend, week in, week out, I don't think is the right message. So, kind of ashamed of. I don't want to be ashamed of Christianity or like the history of Christianity, but it's just been twisted and inverted and used by the enemy to confuse man and cause division, cause hate amongst people. And I'm chilling, man. I'm just trying to figure it out for myself.
Yeah, I'd definitely say there's part of also an agenda which sounds counterintuitive to everything else I've said. So if you want to call me out on that, it's fine. But there's definitely a thing that's where they must get rid of Christianity as well. Like, I've definitely seen that in the works from these people. So I don't know. I've told you my opinion on the whole thing, which is, I mean, the God situation, which is anything beyond that the prime mover, I think is, I don't know. I just think that's, but then again, it could be my own ignorance, you know? I don't know. I don't know about that, because I don't like to define that. I don't think it can be defined. In fact, I think the moment you do, you enter the world of belief, and that's not what it is. And so, to me, there's a recognition in oneself with the thing, the something or other. That's as much as I can say about it. There's something or other. Do you know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? Because the words fall short to me for
yeah,
that.
I hear you for sure. Even months ago, even Andy, when we talked like 5 months ago, 6 months ago, I wasn't as settled into where I'm at right now. And now I'm comfortable. I'm comfortable with the things that I don't know. And I'm fine if I never fully understand certain aspects of this realm. Um, so, like, if you break it down, nature is powerful. Like when you just go out in the woods, or you look at the stars, or you're up in the mountains or at the ocean, it's very powerful. And in my heart and mind, the experience that humans have with nature is still untainted. When you get away from the cell phones and you get away from the drama, and you just kind of immerse yourself in nature, I feel like that's a beautiful connecting point for the human soul and the creator. And no one can argue with me about how beautiful that is to connect with
Yeah.
nature. Now, I'm not worshiping nature. I don't think nature is God, but I think the creator made it. And I know that the scriptures say that, you will know the creator by nature. So I found a peace, looking at the stars and the luminaries. And even though, I don't understand exactly what's going on. I know the Gregorian calendar was a deception, changing all our dates and messing with like when they say the new day starts. Like they try to tell us that the new day starts at midnight, like in the middle of the night, when in reality, I think day always started at 6 a.m. Like sunrise was the new day. So there's a lot of stuff to emotionally and spiritually kind of like confuse us. But I'm not going to argue with people about, you know, following the creator. And like me personally, when I hit my rock bottom, I called out to Jesus. It's the only thing I knew. Now I call him Yeshua, and I still believe the Messiah is true and real. But Andy, I could be wrong. I mean, there could
Yeah.
be no Messiah. It could be a story. But for me personally, I got to keep walking it out because 14 years of leaning on the Messiah has brought the fruit you've seen. You know, you said I'm a nice guy. I mean, thanks for saying that. But I've got a wife of 10 years. I've got a history of much more patience than I've ever had, joy that I can't explain, contentment, and a love that flows in and through me daily. And all I can do is say, thank you, Father. Now, if I get to the end of my life and there is no Father, that's going to be fine, you know.
Yeah, I could listen to you all day, dude. You're fucking awesome.
Dude, I'm just spilling what I got. But as I've said to you before, and everyone that's ever heard me talk, everyone in this Discord server is unique, and if people could focus and understand how special and beautiful and unique you are as an individual, not what you know, not what you can defend, not how well you are at debating, just point blank, you are amazing. And then don't let the world tell you anything otherwise, and then pursue your passions and pursue all the truths you want to pursue, and be okay not knowing, because I think there's a lot more power in saying, you know what, man, I'm not 100% sure, but do you want to go hang out and just be friends and talk anyway? Or I'm into sports, so I play disc golf, mountain bike, rock climb, run, swim, bike, all that kind of stuff. I like doing that kind of stuff with people because then you don't tend to argue. You're just out there moving your body.
Yeah, that's awesome. I don't know how. Yeah, I love the stuff you said about nature as well. That's so true. And I don't know how well, I'm sure people could argue. We're on Discord after all. But I always used to say to people, be wary of any guru, quote unquote, that's not pointing you towards nature in terms of God. That's kind of the way I see it too. So that was really well said.
Thanks, man. Thanks for giving me some time. I'm going to get back to working on my bike. I'm moving brakes from one bike to another and getting it all dialed in. So I've enjoyed listening to everybody. But let me tell you this one more thing that popped up on my mind this morning. Last night it rained. It rained pretty good, and it's nice and crisp and cool here in East Texas. And I looked around at the sky and I thought, wow, all those clouds are natural. Like, this is a beautiful natural sky. There weren't any, trails in the sky. And it just made me think for a second. They may try to spray the sky and gray it out or do whatever they're trying to do. But that image of like a giant laying there and these little tiny people are shooting the little strings over its legs and over its torso. And there's like, 1,000 little strings trying to hold this giant down. But as soon as the giant wants to get up, it just gets up. And I feel like this whole thing with spraying the sky, like, I'm not going to deny it hurts cities spaces, and stuff falls down on the crops and it's not good for the land. But if you think about how much air and space is underneath the firmament, as soon as a natural weather, occurrence, basically nature happens, it just washes it away. It just cleans it out. And if you think about like these psychotic people that are trying to actually control the weather like full time, or if they really are trying to make it all gray all the time so we can't see the sun, moon, or stars anymore, they're not going to win that battle.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like a filtration system, isn't it? I'm sorry, I'm playing Zelda, the new Zelda. This is so good.
You know, they say filtered sunlight can make trees grow and plants grow 10 times larger. I wonder if you could filter it the other way and make everything smaller. Maybe that's what's happening. Maybe they are terraforming the earth, whatever shape it is.
Yeah, I have heard that you could filter some kind of UV rays or some shit, and the plants will just be way bigger, produce more. Yeah, maybe that's why everything was bigger in the past, and now there's some kind of filter, between us and the sun or something. Who knows?
Maybe they're spraying more than the air. Maybe they've sprayed the dome too. You just never know.
How close do you guys think we are to the end of time?
Say that again.
Till your death.
Sorry. There's a lot of noise in the car. Sorry.
I'm just wondering if there's anybody here that's a Christian that's like curious about how close we are to the end of time. I mean, pretty much all the prophecy's been fulfilled. Just
How do you
curious
know
if
it
there's
hasn't?
like like-minded person here that could maybe break that down.
How are you so sure this is the end of time? We were just talking about that before.
I mean,
Do you know what Amalek is?
Well, I'm sorry. What is it?
Amalek. Do you know
Amalek.
what Amalek?
Never heard of that.
Okay. Well, that's I think Dice Low was saying that's the place that has to be destroyed. But please go ahead, tell me how. I'm really interested. How do you think that this is the end of time? What prophecy? What makes you think it's now, as opposed to any other wartime that we've experienced in the past, or that we could experience in the future?
I think one sec, dude. I think Amalek's a people group. I'm not sure, or maybe it's non-Jews. But either way, they talk about they're the sons of Jacob or something like that. And then there's Edom. I think that's another one they use. So just to clear that up. Sorry to interrupt.
Okay, no worries. Thanks.
Bloodlines.
Yeah, I feel like everything that the Bible has prophesied has been completed for the most part, except for like the temple being created and then sacrificing the the red heifer or whatnot. Yeah, I mean, pretty close to some sort of Armageddon type situation. The apocalypse, the Revelation. But I don't completely understand the Book of Revelations, but yeah, I mean, when you look around, it's pretty hard not to see that stuff's bad. And yeah, I know that with history, everything's always been bad, but like with technology and you know, the medical industrial complex, if you will, let's just leave it at that. Depopulation stuff, like we're definitely and the fact that they're making it to where you're not even able to reproduce. That was not happening like 100 years ago. So take that with a grain of salt, if what you will.
Oh yeah, cool. Yeah, a lot of people are saying this is it. You know, this is the prophecy. This is the end times.
Yeah, you have a literal piece of plastic in your hand that has like the power of like a pretty decent Alienware laptop.
It's a Black Mirror, dude.
I mean, it's literally ridiculous. I mean, like, what even is this? What's happening? What's going on here?
It's describing weird.
Yeah, I can see one prophecy being fulfilled here: the destruction of the temple. Oops, collateral damage. We weren't really aiming there. I promise you. I swear we weren't aiming there. Has anybody
funny,
thought
bro.
of that one? It
That's
just
pretty
came to
funny.
me as you were saying it. Yeah.
Whoops, my bad, bro. Trust me, bro.
What better time, huh? Holy crap, man! I never thought of that until now. That's bad news, bro. That's bad. The Arabs are gonna go insane, insane. Yeah.
That's hilarious, bro. Oh man, it's not good.
Like we weren't targeting that hospital. I swear. I promise you. Same thing. They're gonna say the exact same thing. Holy moly! I hope they're not that dumb. I hope they're not that dumb. Because then I don't think
I think
anything
you
is
already
gonna be
know
able
the.
to save.
I think that you and me already know the answer to that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Don't give them
Let
too
me
much
scream.
credit. Sometimes we project our compassion and intelligence on others, yeah, and it could be further from the truth.
What did you come in, doofus, and give us your opinion on this? I don't believe I ever heard you talk about this. You're definitely an intellectual, so I'm
Are you
interested in
talking?
your opinion.
Are you talking to me, brother?
I'm talking to doofus.
Oh, sorry.
He's probably listening on YouTube.
He's in the chat.
Man, sometimes I just wonder if just everything isn't just a social engineered, you know, fakery, and we're just living on a farm.
Why don't we talk about this? Okay. Health, right? Like obviously the skibbity dibbity jabby gabbities are really bad for everybody. Let's talk about some ways to negate that, and also the shedding from that. You can take natokinase. There's ivermectin. You can take turpentine. There's a lot of
No,
ways to
really, that's
reverse
not
the
what we should
damage.
be talking. No, bro.
Okay,
That's
different
really
subject.
the last thing
Okay,
we should be
okay, all
talking
right.
about.
Sorry.
Anything but that, bro.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, maybe we should be talking about how we prevent World War III. Maybe. Yeah. Like I wish I can talk about the other thing, but it's just not possible. You know what
Okay,
I'm saying?
I'm sorry.
Don't make me
That's,
be a cop. I hate being a cop. Yeah.
yeah, that's my bad, bro. I was trying to use code words, but yeah, I get what you're saying. I hate this. I hate that we can't talk. That's so sad. It's like with the free speech is just out the door.
Yeah, I'm with you there, bro.
Politically correct is definitely not free speech.
No, sir. And the First Amendment, right? Isn't that, yeah, in the States? Yeah, they're trying to get rid of that. And in some cases, they have.
I was going to say they were trying to get rid of the first and the second so that you can't fight back.
Yeah. It's the first one, free speech, right? Isn't it the First Amendment?
Yeah, the second is the guns. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Hell, what the hell are we allowed to talk about that's legal? Almighty government and YouTube and the industrial complex. What are we allowed to talk about, please? Thank you. Does a bot show up and like tell us what we're allowed to talk about or something within the TOS?
No, the computer
I'm just joking.
deletes your views, downgrades your content, and puts you off in the shelf where the dust bunnies are.
Okay.
Bro, we've been doing this a long time. We've seen a lot of servers come and go because of the way they just talk reckless and don't follow the things that they say you can and can't say. But
Oh yeah, I would never shit on
wanna have
your server, Jeremy. Yeah. No, of course. That's why I was speaking in code. Yeah. Yeah, I would never say or do anything to compromise you guys. It just sucks that we can't talk freely, bro. It just sucks, dude. That's all I'll say. It just blows. It's like we all have this awesome technology to speak with each other, and then we're just like unable to freely speak with each other. It's weird.
The virtual mask.
Yeah, the virtual. Yep. The virtual mask. Yep. Well said. This is your N92 mask.
The identity eraser.
Sucks. Well, let's just make the best of it. Yeah. On my channel, like we do talk about it in the vocal text, but like yeah, we don't do anything in the side chat. And I don't have like a bot for deleting stuff 24/7 after every 24 hours or whatever. But like, I will go through the side chat and like delete stuff that I think might be a problem. But it does suck. It's ridiculous. Like, it just shouldn't be like this. But this is the way it is, bro. Make the best of it. That's the way I look at it. I try to be optimistic. I mean, like, every day we reach a lot of people. I see a lot of the fruits of the Holy Spirit. I see a lot of blessings for people. So like, that makes me want to continue my server. But like, it does make me mad that we just can't just like be people and just talk like people. I mean, you're just gonna like offend someone or get deleted. It's so ridiculous.
They tried that. That's how we got where we're at.
Yep, you're right.
Yeah, we really need like a breakaway community to get away from the rule me harder daddy fucking normies that want to protect us from ourselves with big daddy government.
Hey, silly questions. Do me a favor. It's pretty much one of the funniest things I've ever heard in my life. Can you recant that? Can you recant that bootlicker thing you said, because that had me dying laughing, bro? I don't know if he DC'd or something, but essentially, Silly Questions made this joke where the Globies, they go around, right? And they leak the boot of the government. And his joke was that, like, when they come to the debate, they say, "Oh, here's the boot. Don't you want to lick it?" I'm ruining the joke. He said it way funnier. It was truly like one of the funniest things I've ever heard.
It was a you had to be there moment.
Yeah, it had to be there. Yeah.
So, anything interesting? Anybody want to bring up a topic? Here's your chance.
Do you guys want to talk about the tiny people?
Tiny people. What's
Yeah,
that?
yeah. So before you become big, you got to be small, right? Are you familiar with Dallas Dave?
A little bit, yeah.
Okay, you know what I'm talking about. Where he was with Pete Shea talking about the little people, and how you don't start out big, you got to be little first, and then you become big or something. And then he was talking about the clone people. If you don't know what I'm talking about, it's gonna go right over your head.
No, I don't know. Sorry.
Okay, I'll just leave it at that. Just YouTube the Pete Shea with Dallas Dave, and you'll really laugh. It's just it's bizarre. Just put that in your watch later list for a good laugh. He goes on about how like Joe Biden's a clone and his wife's a clone and Hunter Biden's a clone baby, and clones can't have, or clones can't have babies with regular people, and the way to check for a clone is when you check their DNA. They don't have a father. It's just really weird. You just gotta watch it, bro. It'll make you laugh though. Like, I don't know where this guy got all these ideas from. I don't know where the science comes from for all that, but yeah, very hilarious. I don't subscribe to what he's saying, but I think it's very funny. Guy definitely has a good sense of humor.
I mean, Joe Biden appears to have Alzheimer's. I don't know. He seems to be. He's got some issues.
I would consider elder abuse to let him walk around and do anything at this point.
Yeah, my wife's in the medical field, and she speaks with neurologists often. And this one guy she was talking to, this one doctor, he's like, "Yeah, Joe Biden has my professional medical opinion would be that he has early onset Alzheimer's."
Yeah, and just the idea that if you think of America, America's a great country, and well, it could be so much better. And you think of they really went through the people and went, "This is the best person to fucking run the place."
It's the most controllable, mate. Yeah.
Well, the thing is, I understand that he ain't making no decisions, and I'm not sure any president. I don't know how far I'd have to go back before I found one that was elected. That system that you think is the system, I don't think it is. I don't think it's real. I think it's just people that's elected, not elected. So I don't know how far back we'd have to go before we found somebody who was truly the president, quote unquote.
Oh, totally. I think that you have to be within some sort of cabal or a backstage group or something, even Trump himself. There's no way that all these people can just get into this power position where all this knowledge is. It doesn't work. Life doesn't work like that.
Have you guys heard of Fritz Springmeier?
No.
I don't think I've heard that either.
Yeah, he's a guy from a while back, before FE, before all that bullshit. Wrote about the bloodlines of the Illuminati or whatever. Wrote about all the different influential people. Essentially wrote out all their clubs, all their societies, all their foundations, all their organizations. Made note of who they are, who their families are, where they operate out of, what towns, what cities, bro, it's pretty. He did a lot of fucking really good fucking research. I'm surprised none of you guys know who he is.
Hell, a 9-year-old determined all the presidents was related.
Yeah, they probably based their shit off of Fritz Springmeier, dude. This is like the fucking original researcher. Him and Mullins. But Mullins is a little more racist.
Yeah, that's kind of interesting. You could say the same thing about David Irving, you know? You could say he was racist, but in my opinion, I just think he's a product of his time, and not just that. I think that the thing about it is that in-group preference is a perfectly natural thing, and I think that the quote-unquote racist part of the gravel that's been thrown into society to make for political reasons, basically, to make people fall out, to divide and conquer, so forth. I always point to that interview with Muhammad Ali and Michael Parkinson. It's a really good one. You should go back and watch it, because Muhammad Ali's like, "What are you talking about? Yeah, I want my child to look like me. I want it to come out with beautiful nappy hair." He's like, "The red bird goes with the red bird. The blue bird goes with the blue bird." And Michael Parkinson's doing this whole lefty thing where he's like, "Oh, that's such a shame. Oh, that's so sad. I think that's so sad." It's a good interview. It's very telling. And I mentioned this the other day. I love that what Adam Green said about, showing that Scottish Prime Minister, not Prime Minister, Member of Parliament, saying how all the heads of industries were white in the UK or whatever. and Adam Green was like, "Can you imagine if what somebody wants to say to him, what about China? What if should we go in? Should white people take over China?" Well, you just point out something so simple like that. It's just such a. I love that. It's like, yeah, that. Sorry, it's such a good point. Anyway, just say goodbye to British culture, I guess, and accept multiculturalism. That's the thing. That's what you got to do.
Well, it's too late for
Babylon
you guys.
is. Babylon literally means confusion through mixing. Every great center was called that, where people mix together. But yeah, basically Fritz Springmeier essentially breaks it down that all the institutions has the same structure. They have a profane class, a clergy class, and then an adept class, or a class who knows the deeper secrets. And essentially every religion started essentially by Satan, has these three Gnostic classes, and he goes through them, and then he talks about how this adept class essentially retains the power and secrets through bloodlines, and how there's 13 main bloodlines, and then the main bloodline, the head bloodline, is supposed to be the Merovingian bloodline. And they're essentially the Merovingian bloodline is all the royalty in Europe. That's their bloodline or whatever. What else does he say? He goes a lot into Satanism, how Satanism runs, how essentially all adept classes in every religion is actually just Satanism. The clergy class has a slight idea, but not really. And then the profane class, i.e. the masses, have no fucking idea.
I'm just noticing, I can't see because it's members only on Odysee, but Owen Benjamin's with Alex Jones by the look of it from the thumbnail. So that's kind of interesting. I know he used to work with him a long time ago, but that's interesting. Also, Odyssee's being bought out, isn't it?
Shill on Shill.
That's kind of
About to watch that. Shill on Shill violence on Odysee. So now Odysee is the new Shill hub.
Yeah, I don't know who's buying it, but yeah, it doesn't look good for Odysee because I was really liking it because BitChute's player is not very good and Odyssee's player is good. But yeah, on that subject, I don't really know what's. I understand that there's groups of people that pray to Satan and they get inspired. Is that how it works?
No, it's that every religion on Earth is broken up into a 3-part structure. The 3 parts are the profane, the clergy, and the adept. The adept class knows all the adept class in every other religion. They all know each other, and they all worship Satan together. So the adept in Islam, the adept in Protestantism, the adept in Catholicism, the adept in Freemasonry, the adept in Hinduism, the adept in all of these guys, they're all Satan worshippers. Underneath the adept class being the Satan worshipping bloodlines that retain their rule throughout the ages. Underneath them will be the clergy class. So I don't know what they call them in Islam, but the Islamic priests or whatever, the Catholic priest, the Protestant priest, those fuckers are dupes. But they know a little bit more of the truth, but they don't understand the full thing. Or like a Master Mason, right? Master Mason is like the clergy and their thing. So all these Gnostic religions have essentially three main ranks. And so that's the clergy class. And they're essentially there to kind of shepherd and guide the normal people. And then the normal people, being the bottom class, which they call the profane, have no idea and essentially are pawns in the game. And that's the whole Fritz Springmeier thing in a nutshell. Obviously, he goes through very specific details of very specific people's lives. Exposes how Freemasonry is essentially supposed to be the new religion of the future, because none of the other religions can unite with other religions like Freemasonry does, you know. So yeah, I think you should look into them, bro, if you're really interested in that type of thing.
I was going to say I thought that was a Gnostic idea. The Satan was the god of this world. Or no, it's not that, is it? I've heard that many times though. I've heard people say, "Oh, it's Satan's the god of this world." So yeah, I've heard that from lots of different people. But the Gnostic thing is what is it now? The demiurge. That's what they talk about, isn't it?
Yeah, that's where he gets it all. Is that the adept class? The adept class essentially, the things that they know, the Satan worship that they know used to be called the ancient mysteries or whatever. And so like every culture had these adept class in the past and also retains this class today. So nothing really changed. Just the names changed, right? Like for example, Scotland, right? Scotland had the Druids, and then the top of the Druid class were the Adepts. But the Druids had communication with the Greeks, and the Greeks had their own Adept class, and the Greeks had communication with the Indians, and the Indians had their own Adept class. So this Adept class of Satan-worshipping bloodlines essentially retains their rule throughout the ages, unbroken, because they set up their clergymen as a front. So we think that the priests are in charge. We think that Fauci's in charge, right? We think these guys are in charge, but the actual people in charge are the people behind the front, which are these adept Satan-worshipping bloodlines that just never stopped ruling. And they were ruling from Babylon, from Nimrod and his kids up until now. And they never stopped, right? And it's not that they rule like the sea, the earth. No, they rule the kingdom of man is ruled by them, essentially. That's what it means that Satan rules this world. World is not like the physical thing. World means like worldview, almost in a sense, in our modern vernacular.
So what is Satan then? Is it like a lesser god or something like that?
A fallen seraphim. It's a fallen angelic being. It's not even a human, not even a man or a woman. It's like a higher being. Well, I don't know if it's higher than us now, but
So what the ultimate the god with the big G, that what's that? Is that Yahweh?
yeah, Yahweh just means ever present, always. What does it mean? Yahweh essentially translates to always existing, and has always and always existing and presently always existing. It just means the ever existent one. So when you say Yahweh, it's essentially equivalent to saying the unmoved mover. It's kind of similar to that concept in Greek, but in Greek they have a deistic view Whereas in the scriptures, it's a theistic view that the unmoved mover in Greek doesn't have any mind or soul or intelligence. Whereas in regards to the scripture, the unmoved mover does. It's actually infinitely intelligent.
Yeah, I kind of agree with some of that actually. The sort of the I am that I am stuff that they talk about. I like that. I agree with that.
Exactly.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. But there's a lot of stuff in there that where I get lost, where I'm like, I can see why everyone starts arguing, starts falling out. People get dehumanized through this stuff, and it's like, well, they're not fully human. In fact, they're less than animals. You
Are
know
you
what I'm
talking
saying?
about the Babylonian Talmud or whatever?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that is something that Springmeyer actually talks about a lot, about how the ancient mysteries of Babylon were essentially learned by the Jews in Babylon, uh, and essentially that's how they made the Talmud. And actually, the Talmud's not even fully fucking. I didn't even know this, but the Talmud's not even fully translated, and all the parts that is translated is already bad enough. But there's parts that are apparently even worse than what we've already read.
Yeah.
So like I don't know how it gets worse than raping a 3-year-old baby, but apparently there's parts that aren't even translated yet. But essentially they learned all this essentially bullshit black magic from Babylon, the great empire, the great mixed multitude of the great mixed empire of Babylon. That's where they learned all this black magic from. And they essentially established the Talmud and Kabbalah. That is their adept class in Judaism. But it's the same with every race. It's not only them. Like almost every organization has every religious organization has an adept class, which every adept class stems from the mystery religions, essentially, which is that Satan worshiping, the secret to, I guess, making pacts with Satan.
Yeah, that's kind of interesting. I remember listening to a lot of, Bill, what was his name? The Hour of the Time guy. Listened to a lot of that dude. He always talked about the mystery schools.
I think I know what you're talking about.
I think it's a bit. I mean, it's before my time, so I think
Is
you're
it
quite
Bill
young, aren't you?
Cooper?
Bill
Is it Bill
Cooper, yeah.
Cooper? Yeah, so this Springmeyer guy I think was before Bill Cooper, but their work is very, very similar, if not almost identical.
What was Bill Cooper's book called? Something like Beyond a Pale Horse.
Yeah. Behold a Pale Horse.
Behold a Pale Horse. Yeah, something
Yeah,
like
and that's not the Scamdella effect. It's just you're misremembering it.
Oh yeah, no, my memory's terrible. As
Yeah,
you may have
well,
noticed.
other people think they have perfect memory and that there's no Scamdella.
No,
I just have to shot shots at that shitty idea, dude. It's just so dumb.
Yeah, the Mandela
I have to
effect
sit on my
is a
balcony and just
brilliant.
shoot it from over here, dude, because it's just so stupid. The Scamdella defect.
That is a brilliant way to fuck with people, essentially. That's the way I see it.
But Andy,
Mm-hmm.
both Paul and Messiah himself said that Hasatan is the God of this world. In the New Testament, there's 2 verses that state that as 2 witnesses.
Right, but it's not only that. Like this Springmeyer guy essentially directly records the family, these bloodlines, these adept Satan worshipping bloodlines,
bro.
literally being like alive and in charge and ruling everyone like thousands of years before Christ, and then continuing that rule. Like it's actually it's not a new thing. It's just a continuation of the status quo in a sense.
It's difficult to pinpoint exactly the lineages in the family trees, but I do believe that when you go up the Illuminati pyramid, bro, above the banksters, above the Trilateral Commission, above the Bilderberg Group, above all of that what you end up with is like 13 families, bro, or the committee of 300. You know, forget about the council of foreign relations. You go above them, bro. What do you end up with? It's the families that you're talking about.
Yeah, they call themselves like the family of the bloodline of the Holy Grail or something. And their whole
Yep.
claim is that Jesus had sex with a prostitute and produced an offspring. The prostitute being Mary Magdalene, and that the Merovingian bloodline descends from that bastard child, in a sense, I guess. And essentially, that's their claim or whatever. One of their claims, but like, there's no validity to that claim.
They don't have a specific religion. They're just Satan worshippers, like you said, bro. They really are. Like,
Right, but what I'm saying is that like they keep their good shit for their own bloodline. So like the most powerful Satan worshippers are not your fucking kid who fucking started lighting candles and playing with Ouija boards. Like these people have been fucking sacrificing children for generations, for thousands of years essentially. And they continue to do it every day.
yeah, man.
Isn't isn't it connected to the luminaries though, like Saturn? I thought that was Satan. No.
There's still mysteries to be resolved because somehow the luminaries are connected. The wandering stars are connected to all of this. I just don't know exactly how. I know that Saturn apparently does have like, and you can look at amateur astronomy and you can see that it does have a hexagonal shape at its north, right? Go look at it, bro. Go look it up on Google. You have like a cube shape or a hexagonal shape. It's the same thing. They worship the cube in Mecca. The Jews worship basically the same thing. They got it on their foreheads. Even though they do it unknowingly, they still have a black cube on their foreheads. They're not willingly trying to worship Satan, but either way, they got a black cube on their forehead. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because they're the profane, right? They're the
Yeah.
profane class. Literally what I was just speaking on. People being stupid fucking dupes for the actual real adept bloodlines of Satan. That's what you would call a profane person. They don't even know what they're doing. But essentially the whole point is that this world, like Satan took over this world and this world is shit. And you know, you can put your faith in Jesus and go to his side. Or you can stay on this side, but you're just gonna go to hell.
Or you can not believe any of that shit.
So we've been forced to pick sides again. Sounds like Israel and Palestine, doesn't it?
Yeah. You are forced to pick sides. There's right and wrong. That's it.
Can't we just go to the beach and have a lovely time and ignore it?
No, that's wrong. It's wrong to ignore evil. It's like a bad thing. If evil is being committed, to ignore it, that's an incorrect, bad, evil
Says who,
response.
Noah?
Evil.
Says who?
I was gonna say. So somebody earlier was talking about how do we know that we're in the end? We don't know exactly, but the fact that all this is being exposed, like never in history were these families exposed as much as they are today. As much as they are today, no time in history were these 13 families exposed as much as they are today. They own the crops, they own everything, bro. They own the media, they own Monsanto, and dude, they own everything, bro. When you look at your products at the grocery, like Kellogg's and Coca-Cola and all this shit, bro, like they're all connected to these families. They own the world, bro.
Yeah, and Satan, not Satan. Bible predicts that the mass of people will actually figure out that this mystery religion is ruling over them. That mystery Babylon is sitting on top of them, and they're actually going to throw her down, and she's going to be destroyed. But they're only going to come to that point when they've become sufficiently evil enough that Satan will take them instead of his own bloodlines or whatever, his own guys, essentially. So he does the switcheroo. Actually, he's even willing to give up these ancient satanic bloodlines if he can take the masses of people and have them instead.
Wow, that's deep.
Do you
I
really
mean,
believe there's a fucking Satan, dude? What the
yeah,
fuck?
it's a bit. It could all well be a Hollywood script as well, though, couldn't it?
That's yeah.
No,
Tell him
because
to
it's beyond
there's no
the
evil.
fucking ability of man. That's the thing. It's a system that's had a well ordered structure for 5,000 years, and it is more intricate and played out than any man could possibly fucking keep organized. It has to be some sort of non-human entity. Now, you can think it's aliens and believe in the globe myth, or you can think that it's ascended masters and believe in the New Age myth. But I'm just going to go with this book on my shelf here that's never been wrong. And if you crack it open, you'll probably see the same thing. And I'm going to believe that the non-human
Well,
entity
none of
is...
that shit, though, Noah. You could go with none of that shit, though, man.
Huh?
You could go with none of that shit. Like Andy, just chilling on the beach, ignoring all the stories and all the fucking fear and lies and fucking fake books and dog shit.
Yeah, sitting on the beach and ignoring evil is not good. It's not like a good response to evil. It's actually just evil.
Says who?
Acquiescing to evil is evil.
Says who? Is that in the Bible? Thou
Wait,
shalt
so
not sit on the beach and ignore the evil.
You think if fucking people are being evil, you should acquiesce to it, and you're a good person for that?
Well, this is the thing, isn't it? This is what I was trying to say to North the other day, and I think we kind of agreed that people within these death cults are they going to run towards the flame, so to speak, in this with this. I don't know. They're happy to be annihilated. They want it. So there's a part of me that just goes, oh, okay, let them.
What's the saying that all it takes for evil to triumph is for good men to do nothing? What's that saying?
Yeah, essentially, these guys are advocating the opposite of that. They're saying like, oh, you see two men raping a woman? Go sit on the beach and drink a coconut.
What's the actual saying though?
No,
You
that
want to know the
wasn't.
actual quote?
Yeah, maybe
Yeah,
that's not
no
Andy
one's
hold my beer.
saying that.
Maybe
No.
that's not Andy hold my beer, but that's definitely what Ned was just saying.
Absolutely wasn't, you fucking freak.
You were insinuating that he's sitting on the beach ignoring evil. That's what you said.
Yeah,
why can't we all just be more like him? Just go sit on the beach. Is exactly word for word what you said.
Yeah, that is what he said. Yeah, that's what he said. He can change what he wants now, but that is what he said previously in the convo.
Since it pertains to this conversation, I'll tell you about evil on the beach of a man attacking my wife and trying to take her into what the investigators think was trafficking. And the only thing that saved her was her crying out to Jesus, saying, "Please send your army to protect me right now. I'm being attacked," over and over again, yelling it out. No policeman came to her aid. No civilian sitting on the beach came to her aid. The man ended up letting her go and giving her a hug and taking her back to where he abducted her to get her phone and keys and let her go only because she cried out to Jesus. That's what he told her. You think there's not power in this world that's above man? You think man could have written the Bible? Then you haven't read the Bible. And that's as clear as it can be. You've given too much credit to men. Men can't even write a decent script for a movie.
What's the actual quote though? With the good men to do nothing thing? Does anyone know that actual quote? No, you guys never heard of it? All right.
Yeah, I've heard of it. I can't remember it, Jeremy. My memory's terrible, but I think the audience got the gist of it. And it's interesting because I was trying to think of something else that I remember hearing Alan Watts say something about people. It'd all be everything would work out if we just let it work out rather than sort of intervening. Because there's a sort of flow to this place, and we tend to. It goes along with the old what's that saying? The road to hell is paved with good intentions, and yeah, I see that. I agree with that because we end up in this weird virtue signaling place where we're like, we're gonna do this, we're gonna do that. But have we though? I don't think we have. So
Yeah, the whole road to evil is paved with good intentions. It means that the people who are trying to good are somehow fundamentally deceived or confused. And so there's a solution for that, right? The truth. You're supposed to get the truth out there. That's what it is, right? You can only do something bad with good intentions if you're deceived. If you're not deceived, you're in good mind, good conscience, you know everything that's going on, and you have the intention, you can't have bad works. It's not possible. But that's the thing, is people don't want to accept the truth. And the whole thing is about stopping people from accepting the truth. So no matter what their intentions are, they're a chicken with its head cut off, running around in a circle.
I looked up your quote. It's the only thing necessary for the triumph of evil is for good men to do nothing. And it's a quote falsely attributed to Edmund Burke. It said actually it's traced back to a utilitarian philosopher, John Stuart Mill, who delivered an 1867 inaugural address at the University of St. Andrews, and that's when when he said, I guess he stated this: let not anyone pacify his conscience by the delusion that he can do no harm if he takes no part. And nothing more to compass their ends than that good men should look on and do nothing. He is not a good man who, without a protest, allows wrong to be committed with the means which he helps to supply, because he will not trouble himself to use his mind on the subject. I'll post it in the chat so you can reread it. It's kind of old writing or whatever.
For a good analogy is poker. If you sit there and do nothing and just fold your hand every turn, the call is going to come to you and is essentially going to take 5 of your chips away every fucking 3 turns, 4 turns, 5 turns. So if you sat there and do nothing, you're going to lose all your money. You have to do something.
It's called getting blinded out. You're the weak, you're the blind. It's such as life, right? You'll be blinded out.
I mean, I'd like to think that if you were in touch with that flow of this place, then when the times are right, and you'll just know that time. It won't be a thought. It won't be, I have to work it out. I have to sit and plot it. You'll just know, and then you'll do the right thing. Whereas what I'm talking about is what Confucius said, something which is brilliant, which is goody-goodies are the thieves of virtue. Do you know what that means? That's why I said the path, all that stuff. But in our parlance,
Can you explain what it means?
The road to hell is paved with good intentions. Fake virtue is not actual virtue. That's what it means.
I agree. This is why people should know the truth, right? That inherently they can't do anything good without God. That they're born already into a corrupted body, a body that fucking yearns to do evil all the fucking time. And if you let it, it's going to grow in its evil, not fucking reduce in its evil. And essentially you have to battle your own flesh with the Holy Spirit every single day. That's essentially what it is. You can only do good through the Holy Spirit. You can't, outside of that, dude, If you don't have that, you're essentially an animal. You don't have any fucking ability to do anything outside of your instincts.
And you sound like one of them rabbis. Them rabbis say the same sort of thing, that we're the, you know, Edom or whatever. They're not human. They're not even animal. They're less than animal.
Yeah, but here's the
So
thing. That applies for all people, not Edom or whatever you want to say. That applies for everyone. Everyone has evil within them. It's the truth. There's not one person on earth that's a good person. They can do good. God's spirit can come into them and they can express good. They can house God's spirit. They can be a temple for the Holy Spirit. But no man is good in and of himself. And there's no race that's good in and of themselves. There's no race of good people and the rest of them are evil slaves. It's not that's just Jewish heresy.
I think people are generally good. I think the inherently good, I'd say as well. I'd say it's built in.
Definitely not. You just haven't been in situations where people are desperate. People are good when they're comfortable. Because there's nothing, whatever. You've never been in situations. I mean, okay, I'm not gonna say that. I'm just saying, like, you've been to a poor neighborhood. The guy steals. He's stealing. It's a bad thing, and he's stealing because it's convenient. Evil comes through convenience. It's not like the only people who are doing evil when it's not convenient are like the truly satanic fuckers. But like, we're not even here for them. We're here for the people who are those people are lost. We're not here for the people who are that bad. We're here for the people who are doing evil like when it's convenient. And everyone has a price at which they would do evil. No man is strong enough to essentially resist all the temptations of Satan. It's not possible. Every man has fallen short. Every man has sinned. Every man has evil within his heart. And be it how small or big is another thing.
Yeah, I don't you think though that before the sort of ego gets going in a child and they do something wrong, they kind of know it, don't they? They know it. They just know they've done something wrong, and they might even continue to do that thing as well.
Exactly.
But something about them knows that it's wrong.
Yeah, but man's too weak. Man's so weak that he knows it's wrong and he does it anyway because we're weak, dude. We can't do it. Like, that's the fucking harsh truth that people don't want to accept. Man is a weak creature, weak-willed.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, one of the biggest revelations for me was the realization that something within me wanted me dead, and I still don't know what that is. I really don't. Is this demonic spirit you're speaking of? I don't know. But the realization of that was like that was like 95% of the battle for me. Once I realized that, then I could start to sort of do something about it. Then I could start to say, "Oh right, yeah, okay." Because I decided to drink myself to death like it was a good idea. Like brilliant. Like I'd made my mind up on that, you know? So, but there's a little bit more to it than that, if I'm honest. But I suppose it's everybody's individual journey. But I remember when I first went on 24/7, I was talking to Helio. That's the first thing I think I said to him. I was like, Helio, there's something inside that wants you dead. What are you going to do about it? So I guess it's like a raising of awareness or something like that. I keep talking about that with Snacks. I'm going to talk to him tomorrow if he's on. That's my agenda, Snacks. If you're listening, I'm going to talk to you every day about that. We've got to be clear that that's not just another thought. That there's something inside you as well that's deeper than that. There's prior to thought. That's only good. That's the way I'd see it, anyway. Beyond the good and the bad, you know. I always use that analogy of the stomach bacteria. You know, they talk about how you've got like 50-50 good and bad bacteria. Well, there's a higher good, meaning that you need that bad, I always forget the number. I think there's actually more bad. I think it's 60% bad, so-called, and 40% good bacteria in your stomach. Which I remember when I first learned that, it was a bit of a revelation. I thought, oh, so there's a higher good. We need that bad on some level, if you see. Yeah, I think to me, once you get past that first initial, the prime mover of this place, and then you go into ideas and beliefs, that's where we get into problems. That's where we get, I think there's something, I've obsessively thought about that first story in the Bible where it talks about eating that fruit from the tree of knowledge. This knowledge of good and evil. I think that I've thought about that story so much, and I think it's steeped in metaphor. I don't think it's an actual thing. That's the way I see it, anyway.
Hey, Andy, I
You
wanted
gotta
to
read
chime
that.
in and respond to you, but I can wait if somebody else wanted to speak.
No, go for it, dude.
I think two of us may have talked at once, but if not, one interesting thing as I was thinking about, like you were wondering if a demonic force or spirit was telling you, you didn't want to be alive or you needed to end yourself. I believe any baby that doesn't know anything, the will to live and the will to survive is pure and good. I think it's only later when we understand what life is and the ups and the downs that we experience, and we go through seasons of depression or hope, and we kind of have a better understanding of a range of emotions that we can enjoy as human beings. That's when I think, if there is a Satan or evil forces or whispers to be whispered, that's when they'd come into play. When a man or a woman has made mistakes, and I don't know. Then there's also the component of mental illness and not understanding why certain thoughts come about. But yeah, that was my thought on that part.
Yeah, I don't really understand the demonic stuff. I am interested in a conversation about it on someone who knows more about it than me. What's funny about that situation is that I see clearly now that I needed that. I needed that terrible suffering that brought about to crack the shell, if you will, or to create the pearl as the pressure on the oyster. I needed that terrible suffering to strip back a lot of the bullshit, if that makes any sense. So even the suffering has its place. That was a wonderful realization for me.
Yeah,
Very
Andy,
free.
I like where you're at with your peace and your joy and your contentment. I pursued many things in the world, and things got darker and darker. So my trajectory, you've heard my story many times, so I'll just make it a little bit more concise. I was migrating towards darkness and didn't really know it, because it just started out with like flirting or wanting to date or wanting to meet girls and all that stuff, and then watching stuff on the internet that you really shouldn't watch, and it becoming addictive. But not only just that, like it getting darker and darker, and then I realized I felt like something was trying to get me, like ensnared and entrapped, like for a lifelong terrible road. And I broke free from it, and ever since my surrender to the Messiah 14 years ago, it's been merging towards the light. And I'm still a human being, so there's like stumbles, and I get frustrated or I'll get angry. But for the most part, I try to reside in peace and contentment, joy, and a lot of patience. So, like earlier, there's a person in the chat that was just like pissed off that somebody would believe that there's a Satan. Well, I don't see why there'd be a reason to get heated, agitated. Let people believe what they want to believe. They're seeking. They may not believe that forever. Why are you so upset? So I don't know. I got two birds with one stone.
Because he
with that
can't.
comment.
The demon within him is not letting him hear it. The demon within him would rather have him be angry and not hear it than be sober of mind and hear it. Essentially, there's no reason to get angry about words, especially if they don't pertain to you.
Right.
I mean, I think Witsit was the one or someone made like a good analogy that with people who are sufficiently possessed, if you try to talk to them with reason, there's going to be a demon within their mind, essentially playing ping pong, bouncing all the ideas before it gets to them, and blocking them from even understanding the idea before they can hear it. Because that demon is desperate, right? The moment you know the truth, the demon's going to be banished, essentially. Not the moment, but like it's time's fucking ticking once that moment hits. It's literally terrified to death because if you learn the truth, then you have the ability to destroy it. It's like a parasite, right? If you had a parasite in your fat, it would be terrified for you to learn that there was a parasite within you and the treatment was really simple. It would be terrified. That's what it is. It's terrified. It's a terrified parasite. It doesn't want to die. It doesn't want to stop hosting off of you or having you host it. Because if you're not hosting it, it goes to hell. It's terrified, dude. It doesn't want to leave. That's why you can tell Glober's 9 ways past Monday, shit that's logical, and they come back the next day as if they didn't hear it. Because they literally didn't hear it. A demon literally blocked the words from being consciously received in their mind.
Yeah, that's kind of an interesting way of looking at it, and it could be the truth, quote unquote. I don't know. I can't tell you the way he explains the emotional pain body. He's kind of along those lines as well. He's very similar anyway, in this trauma you might have gone through as a child, you carry with you, and just like any entity in this realm, it wants to survive, and how it survives is through negativity. That's how it feeds, through negativity. And so you could definitely see why someone would describe that as demonic, like a parasite, as you said, that's looking to feed on negativity. And that interpretation, that helped me a lot to then go through the motions of processing it. And so I love Eckhart Tolle for that. I owe him so much. God, I owe him everything, really. But I do really like. Do you know Thelion, who comes in here and he talks about German New Medicine and what the term conflict resolution, it could be viewed through that prism too, and I like that as well. I certainly see why if you come from a Christian background, you could definitely see it as the demons and all that. But I just think it comes down to a level of understanding, doesn't it, about different frequencies and that kind of thing. That's the way I look at it now. So I don't know. I think it's a dangerous place to be when you start saying, because that's where we get the supremacy stuff, isn't it? Where we start talking about, well, these people, they're less than animals. It's dehumanizing. So, yeah, I don't know. I'm still trying to work that out. I mean, think what you like about Max Egan. But he did say he did say one good thing that I liked, which was people call this the truth movement, but they shouldn't call it that because nobody knows what the fuck the truth is, which I like. So instead, call it the freedom movement. The freedom movement. I really like that. The freedom movement.
Well, it was called the Great Kali Yuga long ago, which translates to the Great Awakening.
What does that mean? The great, like you're going to be awakened. Is that what that means?
Yeah, it's supposed to be a mass awakening of humanity on a large scale. Like awakening in the sense of, I guess, realization that maybe you've been kind of perceiving things wrongly for a long time, and now all of a sudden you have like a clear visual as to how to perceive reality. That's kind of how I interpret it.
But like a God perspective, is that what you're saying?
I wouldn't say I would never compare a simple mortal to God, but like an awakening in the sense that you've kind of been perceiving reality all wrong for a long time. Like,
yeah.
I liken it to like, being under a materialistic or atomistic dogma, on how to discern reality. And then all of a sudden you wake up and realize that there's more to reality than meets the eye in the sense of materialism. So that's kind of how I interpreted it.
Yeah, I see this. I see people. I've for the longest time. I mean, Eckhart Tolle, I'd definitely put into this category as well, where they talk about enlightenment, and I think this is a fool's errand. Ultimately, I mean, I've heard people. This is what I've said many times. Run Boston Bear. You remember when we were talking about it that time, and I was saying to that guy, "To what end? To what end?" And he just said, "Enlightenment." Well, what the fuck's that?
Well, aren't we in the? Didn't we like leave the day or the age of Aquarius, and like now we're in like a new age, a new dawning of a new age, which is supposed to be like on par with what I just said, like this great awakening.
So the sky clock turns, and then God beams down a different frequency, and we think in a different way. Is that what you're saying?
Noah, you're roboting a bit, but I want to hear what you have to say.
Can you all hear me?
Now we can.
Okay, yeah, I just went around a cliff. I have a fucking great drive for the next few days, dude. My drive is great. But yeah, I believe what you're talking about is actually not exiting the age of Aquarius, but entering it. From the age of Pisces into the age of Aquarius.
Oh, okay.
It's the big new what is it? Fucking new age movement or whatever. That whole new age is the age of Pisces. So I guess it's just where the sun rises on the spring equinox. The sun rises right in a certain position, and the stars in the background will be in also a different position. It rotates over the course of thousands of years. This is the theory or whatever. And then essentially the sun has been rising in Pisces for 2,000 years, but it's coming to a point where it's actually the constellations have shifted so much over that the sun is no longer rising in Pisces, but rising in the my fucking.
What happened, dude? Sounded like a squirrel jumped out in front of you.
Dude, this fucking guy. Oh my god, bro. People don't know. If you ever come here, bro, just people don't know how to drive over here. You got to be patient. Like I was fucked, dude. We were going like 55 miles an hour, and then he just starts fucking rapidly decelerating to make a turn onto a beach with no blinker or anything. Just rapidly, like holy shit, man.
Yeah, you got to lay the horn on sometimes. But yeah, I think that's interesting. So we're exiting the age of Pisces and entering the age of Aquarius. That's kind of fitting, being that I was born on the cusp of both of those two signs. So I kind of fall under either or, depending on, I guess, the date and whatnot.
You're a man of the times.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, I don't know exactly what all that means or like what's been predicted, to take place in this new age. But I think that's something along those lines of like this Kali Yuga, as I said it, like this awakening, age of awakening. I don't know exactly all what that means, but I've heard it talked about. I think Andy said something about God beaming frequency down, changing the perception of humanity. I thought that was kind of interesting. Do you want to talk about that, Andy? Or
Yeah, I'll just read this and then I'll make another cup of tea. I'm still working. Snacks, is that you just joined? Brilliant. I'm 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 on your case, Snacks. Oh dear. Listen to this. The nature of the one reality must be known by one's clear spiritual perception. It cannot be known through a pandit, learned man in brackets. Similarly, the form of the moon can only be known through one's own eyes. How can it be known through others? Who but the Atman is capable of removing the bonds of ignorance, passion, and self-interested action? Liberation cannot be achieved except by the perception of the identity of the individual spirit with the universal spirit. It can be achieved neither by yoga, physical training, nor by Sankhya, speculative philosophy, nor by the practice of a religious ceremony, nor by mere learning. Disease is not cured by pronouncing the name of the medicine, but by taking the medicine. Deliverance is not achieved by repeating the word Brahman, but by directly experiencing Brahman. Isn't that great?
yeah,
That's from the is from the Perennial Philosophy. Really good.
yeah, it is pretty good. So
I'm
it's
not gonna
through
lie, whoever's sorry, go ahead, so I was gonna diverge hard.
Nah, you're good, man. Go for it.
No, it's not on topic. Sorry, go ahead.
I wasn't saying anything too important. So I was just talking about. So it sounds like you have to actually put boots on the ground and go through certain things, rather than just acknowledging it. I don't know. That's kind of how I interpreted that.
Well, then it's not a belief. It's not a belief. Do you see? That's the thing. It's the difference between you having a book about 1,000 pages all about honey or tasting honey. Who really knows honey at that point? Do you see?
Well, yeah, that's kind of like what Ken Wheeler talks about. He talks about, oh God, like essentially a race car driver versus the mechanic who's never driven the race car. Who's going to understand more as to what a race car is and can explain a race car? Is it going to be the guy who's actually sat behind the wheel and experienced what it is to be in a race car and race, or is it the guy who's knows the ins and outs of the vehicle itself but has never experienced that? Like, I would take the explanation from the experienced individual rather than the intellectual.
Right. I think that I like to personally push back a little bit on this analogy, in that actually most people are walking around in those Flintstone mobiles that are not a race car. It's like a piece of rock with wood, and they're walking on it, and they're pulling up to me and they're saying, "Yo, bro, shut up. You don't know anything about race cars. This is a Bugatti." And I'm like, "Bro, I'm looking in this book and it clearly states that a Bugatti has this, this, and this." And they're like, "Well, how would you know? You're not in this." But they're arguing and saying that they're experienced when they're actually just in a Flintstone mobile, and they look like an idiot. Or in the analogy to honey, these guys are eating dog shit and trying to tell me it's honey and saying I don't know what honey is because I just read it from a book. But I'm looking in the book says honey is gold and sweet, and they're eating something brown and shitty, and they're trying to tell me that it's honey because I haven't. Oh, try this dog shit. It's really honey. Yeah, disregard your book. Just eat this dog shit because we know it's honey because we've experienced it. So I kind of have to push back because people think they're honey experts when they're not, and people think they're race car drivers when they're in a Flintstone mobile. At least from my perspective, and I'm looking. If I look into it and research it, it kind of exposes them hard.
I don't know, what point did you make there, Noah? Sorry, I missed it.
Bro, these people think that they're the ones eating the honey. They think they're the race car driver. When really they're just eating dog shit. They're driving a Flintstone mobile. And they're telling me I can't possibly know because I've never rode a race car driver. But they're essentially saying I have no authority. I just have a book on race cars. They're an actual race car driver. But in actuality, they're not driving a race car. They're driving a beaten up Corolla and trying to pass it off as a race car.
Well, let me give another analogy. Who would be able to explain the essence of a horse more concisely and truthfully? Would it be the horse jockey of like how the horse is communicating, or would it be the veterinarian that knows the ins and outs of the makeup of that horse? Like, who's going to give you more of a truthful explanation or essence of what a horse is?
Or the creator of the horse.
Well, we're not including the creator in this. We're talking about man here, and who's giving the explanation versus the description. See, I would go with the horse jockey, where
Bro, but my point,
it seems like
breaking up, guys.
Modern
You roboting, die slow.
around about.
Shit, I thought that was
We
me.
could ask the vet.
I
We
don't
could
know.
ask the vet.
I
for
hear
the-
you.
But
We could
yeah,
ask the
my
vet
point is
for the
that
horse, and then we could ask the. Hold on, I just want to say something. What just got said. We could ask the vet about the horse. We could ask the horse jockey about the horse. Then we can ask the creator about the horse. We're only going to get responses from 2 people.
okay, so I'm just saying that like technology is not complete because essentially there's a horse jockey, there's a person who has a book on horses, and then there's a person who's riding on a donkey trying to pass it off as a horse. And what I see mostly in my life is people riding on a donkey coming up to me saying, look at my fucking stallion, dude. My stallion is great, bro. Fuck you. You don't have a stallion. You're a loser." And I'm looking in my book and I'm like, wait, a stallion has these attributes. And a donkey has these attributes. You're actually riding a donkey. And then they'll respond to me, bro, you've never rode on a stallion. You have no idea what a stallion is. When it's like, nah, dude, like you haven't either. You're riding on a donkey. Like you're a confused idiot. That's essentially what I feel in my life. Essentially, like this is like a heavily incomplete like metaphor. Essentially, at least that like from what I see.
I know.
Like if there is a person who's a horse jockey, they are gonna know more about the horse than the guy who has a book on horses. But what I'm saying is that there's a lot of people out here who aren't horse jockeys. They're donkey jockeys, and they're pretending to be horse jockeys, essentially.
Am I coming through clear at all?
You are now.
I think we need to ask Jeremy because he's been to a lot of donkey shows, and he should probably be able to discern a donkey versus a horse.
Yeah,
Jeremy.
he's got some Bible verses to read, I'm pretty sure.
Jeremy. Tell us about the donkey show, Jeremy.
Let's keep
All right.
keep reading from these known man-made quotes and books, and act like there can't be a higher power that has created the man, the book, the frequency, everything that we're talking about, and then turning around and mocking in a way that creator of all things. It's weird.
Well, no, I would just say that's a little in joke, because
right, like mocking in a way.
Well, because Dyslow brings it up literally every day that Jeremy's going to read some sort of Bible passage, but I don't think you can. I mean, if you hold the position that this book of books, that's the ultimate book, and every other book is somehow satanic, I don't agree with that. To me, it's all
Who
just
said
information.
that? Where the frick did that come from?
But that's
Every
what
other book
I
is
hear that
satanic.
quite a lot, Rakia. I hear that
You heard
quite a
that
lot.
from me? You heard that from me, or you're just, as we're talking, you're just gonna tell the audience that you think that's what I say?
Well, I'm going one step
Never said that.
further. I'm going one step further than that, and I'm saying any idea in your head about what that is a block to that. That's going to be a barrier to that.
What are you talking about?
Are we talking about God? Are we not?
Well, maybe. The possibility, at least. I mean, you can't say that man is great, right? Man is all these things, and then deny the fact that there might be a creator of man, which would make that entity even more like above man, like more great.
I accept there's a prime mover to this place.
Right. There you go. I mean, you can't keep praising man. Listen to this quote that he wrote down. Listen to this quote. Look at this book he wrote, or this script, or this movie, and then not give credit to the actual creator of man that gave him the ability to do that. Like, that's the weird part to me. Didn't say anything about every other book being satanic or whatever. I've said it 3 times now, so made my point.
I don't think the this is what I'm trying to explain to Snacks earlier, and I'm going to explain it tomorrow morning as well, Snacks. I think that the information's pointing as best as it can towards the divine, and I don't think it can be truly captured in words. I think we can only, at best, point in its general direction.
But only in the heart.
Right. The depths of God is unknowable to man. It's not even conceivable. We don't even have the ability to conceive it, let alone to conceive it, to conceive the idea of God. But we can conceive of aspects of God that God directly reveals to us, essentially. He's already picked out the stuff that we need to know about him and told us about it. So all we need to do is focus on that. We don't need to focus on the things that he doesn't tell us. That's where faith comes in, right?
So he told us. He told us what through this book. He told us through these people, through the chosen people. He told us. That's where people have got a problem. That's where people have got an issue, I think.
Yeah, but what's your issue? What's your issue with the prophets? If that's what you kind of just said, that there's an issue with the prophets and the apostles, the people who wrote these books. What is your issue with the prophets and apostles? Exactly, specifically.
So God's choosing chosen people is an issue of itself, don't you think?
Well, if I have to get a job done, I need to choose someone to do it, right?
I mean, with this idea of God, to me, it makes no sense whatsoever. I actually think it's ridiculous.
Choice is something that has a purpose behind it, right? So saying that there's a chosen people means there's a chosen purpose that the chosen people are essentially chosen to do, right? So wouldn't it make sense if you have something that you need done, that you need a group of people to do, that you would have to choose a group of people to do it?
So I could choose. It'd be fine if I wrote a Bible then, and I'm the chosen person.
I mean, yeah, but then it wouldn't be the truth. I mean, and what are you chosen for? What are you no like? What are you chosen for? Because
Surely you see the silliness of
being
that.
a chosen no. Here's the thing, dude. You keep leaving this out. You keep mentioning it and then leaving it out. The second part. It's like reading the first half of a sentence. When there's a choice, there's a purpose behind the choice, right? So what are these people chosen for? If you know what they're chosen for, what's the problem with them being chosen for that purpose?
Could they have chosen themselves?
Do you know what the purpose is of the choice?
Did they choose themselves, Noah?
No, but choice implicitly regards purpose. So you have to include the purpose with the choice. Unless we already all know what you're talking about, which we clearly don't. What is the purpose for for people to be chosen?
Well, we know the purpose because they tell us. They tell us the purpose. The purpose is that
No, but I want to hear
they're
you
going to
say it.
enslave everybody, and we've got to serve the. In fact, that's our only reason for being. The
Wait, so you
non-Jews are to
think
serve
God?
the
You
Jews.
think
That's what they
you
say.
think God chose you? You think God chose a group of people to go and enslave the rest of the world? That was the reason He chose them.
That's pretty much what they say. Yeah. I mean,
Yeah, so those people are like
that's not what they say.
those people aren't still manning the scriptures. Then I don't know where they get their thing from, but that's definitely not the scriptural basis. They probably got it from their Talmud, right? Which is not the scriptures. It's a separate book, right? You're essentially conflating two different canons, two different scriptures, and saying no, they're actually the same. They're talking about the same thing. It's like if I wrote Harry Potter and someone else wrote Lord of the Rings, and you combine and you keep fucking saying, yeah, fuck Lord of the Rings. I hate Hagrid. I hate wands and Expelliarmus. Fuck Lord of the Rings. And it's like, dude, like that's not even part of Lord of the Rings, dude. That's Harry Potter. Like wrong fucking genre.
Okay, look, I'm just going to read this one thing, and then I'm going to make a cup of tea. And Rakia can tell me that I'm always left, but I'm not worshipping this person. I'm using this information to see the deeper truth in it. Okay. Some people want to see God with their eyes as they see a cow, and love Him as they love their cow, for the milk and cheese and profit it brings them. This is how it is with people who love God for the sake of outward wealth and inward comfort. They do not rightly love God when they love Him for their own advantage. Indeed, I tell you the truth, any object you have in your mind, however good, will be a barrier between you and the innermost truth.
I don't know about the last statement. I don't know if I agree with the last statement, but everything up and until the last statement, I'd actually have to agree with. That was very well put. Whatever you read. Anyways, cheers, Andy. You and me will talk again. I actually enjoy talking to you. You're like an actual true skeptic. With everything at least from what I see. But I actually have to go. I'm starting work, so I'll catch you another day. Cheers.
Like it's you and me again. Oh no, Andy muted. Ears. He muted his ears. That's what I meant to say. Yep.
What's up, Naps?
Wizard. Just naturally talented is something I have no idea about. Pretty good. Expel the camera. Working on it.
What you talking about, Snacks?
Made speed booster out of a freaking piece of junk. Changes my lenses. Makes them like from a 35 to a 24. Ah, amazing. It's a piece of plastic from a VR headset thing. And I don't mean like expensive ones. I mean like the cheap bullshit ones that would be probably thrown away right now. You know, like you put your cell phone in. Remember like those? I took the optical element, stuck it in the camera, and then just like put lenses in front of it, and it makes them wider angle. I just hot glued it into the camera. It's completely barbaric. It works perfect. It's amazing.
Surgery.
All while listening to Andy somehow.
Hey, I made a sun filter with a pickle jar lid, so works great.
That's good. That's good. What a speed boost! I think speed boosters are like nearly, like almost like $200 or something. So it's pretty nice to just drop in a piece of plastic and it works about the same. Yeah.
Yeah, the filter I have, when I paid $20 for it, it's a square sheet, and you can make 4 filters. So I still have 3 filters left. I'm still on the first one. So
Made some polarizing filters ripping apart a LCD TV.
LCD TV.
Yeah, well, just like a regular TV, like flat panel jobby. Somebody might throw away. There's a layer of polarizing plastic on there, or linear polarized.
Yeah. Well, I have one of those from the old TVs, the projections. Is this
It's like
the same
that's
thing, or
like a Fresnel. That's maybe like a Fresnel lens.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is just like a sheet of that polarizing film that like CPLs are made from, or different types of polarizers.
Oh, okay. So you can take them out, and like if you put them at a 90, they'll blacken out. They'll work like that.
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Okay.
You could also do the same with light as well if you were gonna rip apart a television. If you could find a way to take it off, I think like the best way is like with a heat gun, and it just like peels off, and then you can stick that in front of a light, and it'll it'll polarize the light, and then you can shoot something with a CPL or some kind of polarizer, and you can just take away all the specular highlights. It's fun. All this shit's so expensive. All this camera bullshit's very expensive stuff. I'm like really excited when I feel like I got over on the man, you know? Not literally, of course. I'm not like that, but yeah. Pretty sweet. It's amazing too, like what kind of crazy shit occurs. That's why I just know that optics is so funny. Um, that I basically feel like any kind of optical proof of curvature is proof that there's illusions more than any kind of shape of anything. Because compression is even though that might be something that Zanuck might be like, that doesn't exist. What are you talking about? But it does, because you're foreshortening the image plane. Be like, foreshortening the image plane. What does that mean? Well, it does mean something to people who would understand how cameras work. It smushes it all the fuck together. So you're left with imperfection because every lens is never gonna be perfectly focused on infinity. It's never happened. And yet we're arguing about that's just my claim. Let's just say that's my claim because I can't really like fucking physically prove it right this second, but that's the resolve problem that we're having with the camera lenses that make shit look like it's when it's coupled with refraction that's happening from atmospheric conditions, that it's a bunch of things that add up to create the effects that we see. It's not just the error index. It's not just the camera. It's not just the sensor. It's everything together. And since nothing's
Yeah, it's
lossless,
much more difficult than I thought it was. That's for sure, bro. Absolutely, you gotta know certain stuff.
I wouldn't know it necessarily just like reading it somewhere. Or watching a video on it because really, I don't think anybody particularly is trying to like design lenses or understand how the optical groups work. But once you start understanding how like the shapes work together to build the image, like lens train or whatever. So every different optical element in series is what creates the resolution of the look. If you flip one element around, everything gets fucked up, it gets hazy, light transmission is different from one end to the other. You got lens coatings. There's a lot going on in a lens. And even in a non-lens, like a pinhole camera, there's still the same idea.
Yeah, when I got the ND filter, for example, that thing is freaked out. Like if you know how to use it, right? You can, for example, if you want to take a picture of a fishes in the water and there's glare, right? You can adjust the ND filter to see right through it. It's like freaked out. And a whole bunch of other things that I'm sure I don't know about. Yeah, photography is tough, man. You got to know your stuff.
Yeah, that helps to take good pictures like that. I sometimes like bumping my head along the way until I smarten up. It's just so basically I'm just observing like, what happens when you mismatch stuff. Like that's yeah, I'm just playing with Lego blocks basically. Nobody gets to because lenses are fully formed things, because you're gonna spend a couple $100 on a lens. You're not gonna take it apart and fuck around with it. Intentionally break it, maybe. Nobody's trying to do that. But if you do, you start to see like how these things are made and how light is actually working to get to the camera. Which is like refraction. There's refraction because anytime because the lens has curvature in some way, on some dimension, it's got curvature that imparts that to the light, and that's what sets up this curve. Have you tried out your Fresnel lens? Like if you're trying to burn an ant with that or whatever. Have you ever like taken it? Well,
I'm
it's probably
afraid to take it out, dude. I'm afraid, bro. I want to build a frame for it.
yeah.
The thing is powerful, man. It could go up to 800 degrees or something. It's insane, bro.
Remember, I was playing around in New Mexico with a small one, like an 8x10, like a A4 sheet of paper. That was a Fresnel, just like a little magnifying thing. And I was like so jazzed because the sun's so strong there. I could like I was doing wood burning. I was like writing words and stuff with the Fresnel lens.
Oh yeah, easily.
I'm like,
Easily.
I'm having a ball. I'm totally. I hit the bong a few times. I'm just playing around in the sun, you know. And then like an hour later, I was like, I'm horribly sunburnt right now because how much radiation was going on there. Like, wow, I've never been more. Like, I looked like I was a different race. Is how dark I looked. It was crazy sauce.
There's a guy that makes knives. He melts lead and stuff, like all from that lens. It's crazy powerful. I'm talking about the big one now, right?
I watched there's a channel called Green Power Science, which it's been around for a while. He does a lot of Fresnel experiments and but also he does these really awesome things with like parabolic dishes. Basically, he creates them from just mylar sheets, like those space blankets. That's what I call them anyway. And yeah, basically just like glues them to a circle and then like hits them with a heat gun and then they suck in and then they create this kind of like convex or concave mirror, and that's real strong too.
Difficult to get your hands on like a rear projection TV now for one of those. That's where that was the choice.
Yeah, I had a couple of those.
I threw a lot out there without realizing that I could have taken that.
Yeah, I collected a few and just left them somewhere.
I've got like a couple of postcard ones, but I'm in England. I need like a size of a house or something, you know. Huh.
You
What's
used to
happening?
be able to find them in the trash, right? People would just throw out the TV.
Mm.
The old ones, you just go grab one and just unscrew
Yeah.
the thing off. But now they're like, I guess they're rare.
Right.
Look what it does to granite. I just posted a thing on it. It's freaking insane, man. You want to talk free power? There's some free power right there. When the sun is out, of course.
Like, I wonder how hard it would be to actually create a Fresnel from like natural materials. Or if like the ancient peoples could have made them somehow.
Well, think about it. You're camping, right? You have a Fresnel stove. Instead of starting a fire, you just direct it on one side of the stove, and you're off and running. Can cook anything.
Well, didn't they used to use like reflectors like that on the coasts and take out ships? So something like that, some kind of concave mirror thing.
Right, the Greeks taking out the Persian boats or whatever.
Yeah. Bet that was a great defense.
Mm.
Well, there's an ancient story about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, the soldiers with their shields shined up. They would focus them on a ship's sail and set it ablaze.
Oh, right. Yeah. Similar kind of stories.
Enough like if you have enough concave mirror, you can just like bounce all those light transmissions towards one object, and then it will get really hot. I was out in just driving with a Flat Earth dude a long time ago, and we drove by this place in Vegas. It was the most crazy thing I ever seen. It's a whole amazing, huge amount of mirrors, a mirror array around these 3 towers, and it was just shooting up light to them. but it was brighter than the sun, and it was Vegas or whatever. The sun was already like no clouds in the sky, and this light was probably twice as bright as the sun. But I don't know. It's hard to tell. It was real bright.
Something to do with that geoengineering.
I've seen that thing, bro.
Yeah.
The solar radiation management, making all these new buildings like reflective or whatever. It's part of the SRM geoengineering, changing like open areas of like, yeah, it's crazy modifications.
Ever see the movie GoldenEye? I think it was. They had one of those contraptions with the sun. Well, they have that in reality now. Not a laser beam, but the thing you were talking about, the mirrors there. That is one hell of a freaked out thing, man.
And they always seem to have them in like a Indiana Jones temple kind of thing, don't they? Like, so you got to unlock it and like shine it through this hole. And
is it first we see them in the movies and then they make them real, or it seems that way, right? Somebody comes up with an idea. Star Trek, the tricorder, right? Next thing you know, well, you have one in your hands now, even better than Star Trek. So, yeah.
Combine that solar reflector idea and the salt battery thing, or just keeping something really hot, that'll work out.
Should we unleash the dodo? What do you guys think?
Let's flip a coin. What do you think? You call him.
Did he say please? He didn't say please.
We got to do this the two-faced way. Somebody call heads or tails.
I'm going to unmute him. I feel responsible for last time. I'm going to unmute him.
Man. I was going to give him an honest flip. Come on.
Hey, thanks, man. On your head, let it be. How you doing, everyone?
It's on me, Pete.
It's grand. Let's not bear grudges. I think we all have to learn to live in the now a little bit more and realize where we are and when we are SE. There are very serious considerations on the table, and every man, a woman, and child, of course, has their part to play and their opinion, especially to offer up, which might be valuable at some time or other. So, yeah, cheers.
Cheers, Pete. No hard feelings.
Yeah, except the bowlers, of course. You know exactly what they're going to say today or tonight or tomorrow, which is exactly the same thing that they said 5 years ago, right? I think the problem is it's not a problem. It is a problem, but it's not a problem in the sense that our sort of loads of Discord forums laid out, SE, and maybe every one of them has their own sort of speciality, and they like to deal in certain areas, and that's the sort of the club that you enter into. So going beyond certain bounds mightn't always be appreciated by the sort of the layout of the Discord itself or the direction that the owner wants the Discord to take, and I can appreciate that.
Yeah, you got to admit everybody gets a fair chance to speak, right?
If I was my way, there'd be no ballers here. because everything, see, there's never any. Can you think of? Can I ask you a question? Any of the intelligent sort of returning bowler opposition, can you think of any concession that any of them has ever made on any point? Ever?
No, it's not about it's not
You've
about
not been to
concession.
space. Yeah, it's like, yeah, because we refuse to go into space to see if it's a ball. That's why.
I'm willing to go if anybody has a ticket. I'm game.
I'm not here just to waste my time, SC. Do you know what I'm saying? I'm not really. Okay, not better to do. I have nothing better to do, but I'm not saying that in that way. I still enter these conversations, knowing that the future is emergent. So I might get a great clue from something that I might have ruled out. You know what I'm saying? Or somebody I might have not deemed to be worthy of talking to. That's why I still talk to the ballers, because I can see their limitations and through their limitations, but that's not to say that they don't have some very intelligent sort of opposition to offer up. You know what I'm saying? But that's just me. Don't expect Kosho to change his mind tomorrow, in other words, SC, you know what I'm saying? Or I don't spend hours trying to come up with a greater argument to defeat the bowler from today. You know what I'm saying? Beyond that, sort of. That.
Well, if your expectations is to change up some baller's mind, I mean that's a futile endeavor in my eye. That's not what I try to do. I know there's no way you're going to change, a baller's mind.
Yeah. Well, then it comes back to why you do what you do. Then, and you don't have to answer to anyone, of course. But if you're willing to offer up a reason d'etre, as you said, behind the continual engagement with the ball earthers. That's what I said. I wouldn't have any of them here, really. We've sort of gone beyond that. But as they are here, what is the benefit then to continually interacting with them? Just generally for you.
Well, everybody has his own thing, right? Everybody has his own reasons for being here. Me, I've always been interested in this stuff, and I've always been researching stuff from years ago, like 20, 30 years ago. So for me, this is just an interactive research. It's like somebody who's into football who found a football server. Instead of listening to the radio, well, this is like an interactive thing of something that all these topics that I've been always interested in. Obviously, the flat earth is new, but I've been into all this stuff, cosmology, history, politics, military for years. So for me, it's just an extension, interactive, people to talk with, bounce ideas off.
But there is an opposition in play. The only motivation for the returning bowlers has to be that they're operatives, or they're. I'm not going to get into who's who and what's what. But the point I'm talking about then, what is your own benefit from continually dealing with people you know are maybe potentially put in place to just deliver the same return every new day? You know what I'm saying? What's your continued motivation then for dealing with them?
Well, you heard the saying, if you get lemons, you make lemonade. So when the
I guess
lemons come, you use... Yeah, simple. When the lemons come, you use them to show people of their ridiculous beliefs and cosmology and whatever. They have a use.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine Kosho for an hour? Kosho is one of the top oppositional capable opponents here. But can you imagine him for an hour just being challenged with the straw man, or not the straw man, to steel man, the flat earther in general's position? He'd be great, wouldn't he, SE? He'd be great at it because he knows inside out, upside down, all the different arguments. But he'll never do it, though. He'll never do it because it would sort of give his game away. Do you know what I'm saying? He just can't do it. Because, well, exactly, it would give the game away. He has to be playing a role then because he's not interested in going along with what seems to be obvious to the rest of us, which is, well, I know you're reluctant to get into that. What is the Earth? Which is the bigger question. But at the very least, we can say, I think, is that we're on a stationary, extended, enclosed surface. That's the very least we can say as flat earthers. Whatever it is beyond that, well, let's see where we can go. But that is the basic foundational starting point of any flat earther, I should think. It has to be. Would you disagree with that, just by the way?
Which part, Pete? That you said a lot there. Which part?
That the basis of the flat earther is that they're on a stationary surface which is extended by our knowledge of water and is enclosed by our appreciation of pressure and need for containment. Would you say that that's a basic sort of picture or a, you know, yeah.
I'd say that's a fair statement for a flat earther. Let me ask you, Pete. Why are you here for? If you think it's all an act, everyone's an actor and all that stuff, well, why is Pete Shea here?
There's actors everywhere, but every single layer of the, what do you call it, the conspiracy route pathways is filled with different stalls, and you'll get people talking about UFOs. You can talk 9/11. You'll be talking about uh, politics or whatever. It doesn't matter. Why am I here? First of all, it's good to talk. It's great to talk. Second of all, this is such a weighty conversation. It could change the world. It could change the world. I see. That's what I was saying to you the last time. Whatever about trying to come up with some sort of link or a peace between Palestine, Israel, and creating Jerusalem as international and hoping for, or involving Cyprus, hoping 40 or 50 years' time some greater peace can be achieved. Flat Earth, a station of flat Earth surface dwelling would change the whole world. Fuck the politicians, it would change the people's mind immediately. You know what I'm saying? So why am I here? Because it's such a weighty thing, because we have been given the facility, because there's very few minds that you can speak to openly and appreciate openly as the minds that we have here and elsewhere, and because I think there's a greater benefit to all of this. The listener, as you last thing, Jesse, I know I can sort of drag points on, but the last thing, as you said yourself, you don't know, for a conversation here now might change the mind of some listener you know nothing about, who just tunes in and hears us discussing something, and suddenly that sets off a chain reaction into their own awakening into maybe a truer nature of existence. Yeah.
Fair enough. Yeah, I think that's the best you can hope for. Yeah, if you're into that thing. Yeah, fair. Good stuff, Pete. I'm with you.
I will say this as well, though. I'm also on my own sort of hunt. I think there's nothing new under our stars, or nothing new under the sun. So, in other words, as we're putting pieces together and coming together with some sort of coherent furthering in our own brains or on our own quest, we have to pay attention to the clues. That's another influence that I am here for, because I know there's a greater game of clues, and you never know where you're going to find your next clue. That's what I would say. That's what I would say. Essie, am I over the top when I say this? But I find it so difficult to imagine that in real life that we could talk to anyone like this. It's so difficult to imagine when I think about familiar situations, or if even friends or close family. You're just gonna set the apple cart at every turn, even though you only want to talk about basic stuff. You know what I mean? Basic stuff. So I find it difficult to think that there's anyone, very many anyway, who can actually talk freely and openly in their familiar setting about any of these topics. Would you agree?
Absolutely. That's why a lot of people they say, "Oh, I've had it. I give up, and I'm out of here." And I tell every single one of them, "Dude, don't say that. You're going to regret it, because for the simple reason what you just said, there is no other places like these. Not to blow smoke up our rear ends, right? But there's very few people that have the knowledge of the various subjects that we do. Most people have no clue about any of this stuff. So yeah, we are a rare breed indeed, if you want to look at it that way. All of us here.
It's something. Do you know what the ball earther would say? Look, I'll be the snide ball earther for a minute. Look at you with your hubris. you came to consider something. You watched a few videos on YouTube, and suddenly now you think you're something special. You think you're the cream of the crop. You think your collective intellect outweighs all of the great giants of science. That's what the baller would say. I'm absolutely agreeing with you, by the way, SE. This is groundbreaking, but that's what the opposition would say. How quaint, I think they would say. How curious that the little mind of man, the little mind of the flat earther thinks he has it all worked out. I'm not saying that in
Why'd you
that sense,
think the
but
ballers are
no,
here?
yeah.
Pete, why'd you think I did include all of us, including them? Why'd you think they're here? They can't get a conversation like this anywhere else. Who are they gonna go talk to? The guy at lunch break? Who? The cubicle next to them, who's playing like Mario Brothers? Most people have no clue about this stuff, and not because we're special. It's just that they don't care. Most people don't care to look into this stuff. They're preoccupied with other stuff. You got to be a nerd. Got to be a little bit of a nerd to be into this stuff. I mean, let's face it, right?
Yeah, well, hey, SE, consider this. We have regular, I don't want to name any names, we all know the usuals, but they have every area covered. And each man has his sort of special, um, significant part to play. I'm talking about the bowlers. You've been over in Gempan as a course, but that's the epicenter. But there's no fools over there. That's what I'm saying to you. There's no fools over there. But collectively, they all represent something. And I guess that's what we've got to sort of come to terms with. If there was, let's just say there was 100 people over in Gempan, not to pick out anyone, but they're all very capable. How many of those would you say are agents? Would all of them have to be agents if one of them had to be? You know what I'm saying? Or could it be a small percentage with the larger percentage just being zealots or something like that? What do you reckon, Essie? What call would we make if it was a poker game?
All you need is a few good placed people like what you're claiming, and they can infiltrate a group and make them think what they're thinking, and easily done. Like you don't need all of them. It's a job for them. You know, all you need is one or two of them. Like that make believe thing they did in Britain where they put people up in space. There were 7 of them. I think 2 of them knew what was going on. The rest of them had no clue, but they were there for reinforcement. So yeah, you don't need a lot.
Yeah, and Tim Osmond talks about this IPS, but it was yes, I remember the program and what they did. I don't look back on these things, but anyway, what they did was they had a vetting process beforehand. So you know all the people who are prone to, let's say, hypnotism on a stage. The hypnotist would always go around before and then pick his suggestible, likely candidate. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, there was a whole vetting process, and then even the people, I think there was as much as five who were actors, SE, and 5 then who were genuine, but they kept the genuine away from. So they had to go through all manner of procedures to keep the individual from grasping. Actually, I think there was, yeah. By the end of it, I think there was only like one true guy and 5 actors. So the pressure is on. Then imagine being in a group full of liars, and you have your suspicions, but everyone else seems to be genuine at the start. But I think your suspicions will grow. Well, yeah, I think it was more involved than that. They did the vetting process, and they already picked suggestible people for the roles itself. Essie, you know what I'm saying? They wouldn't pick you or me, I should think.
No, they did just that. They had it made them compete. They had like 27, 30 of them, and they made them compete. Now I'm sure during that competition they picked out the weaklings, they picked out the alphas. They definitely don't want alphas around, right? So yeah, they had a vetting process because they had 30 contestants to begin with, and they chose 7, but really 5 because 2 of them were plants. So yeah, they had a vetting process for sure.
Very good. I think it was more than 2 that were plans. That's the point I was just trying to make, but it doesn't even matter. I wonder what the outcome was actually. I remember looking into it at the time because I was living here in Ireland. But I wonder what the outcome was. What was the lie exposed? Because we were all watching it. But I have to refresh on that SE. I wonder what the outcome was. Was it exposed, or did the guy come out at the end of the mission and fully believing that he had been to fucking Mars or the moon or Uranus or whatever, and then it was all a joke, and he was awarded £250,000 or something for winning the contest? That's interesting. I wonder what the outcome was. Oh, I
I'll
do.
tell you what
I'll have to
I
look
can
it up.
tell you. The outcome was they had him in the capsule. What they thought they were in the capsule, right? They were actually in a military base, an old U.S. military base from World War II, I think it was in Britain.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They
Well,
flew him
at
to
the end,
Russia.
yeah, they convinced him that they flew them to Russia. They went and they got, like, they made Russian stores. They went to Russia. They got Russian chocolate bars, Russian milk. They got Russian speaking. They made like a little town. And yeah, they fooled them. And at the end, they thought they were in the capsule in space. But what they did was they brought an audience in front of them. And what they did was they opened the door, and they realized that they were still on Earth. And like, yeah, that's how
Yes.
it. I was freaked out.
That's fucking. That's psychologically traumatic, isn't it? Yeah, can you imagine it? In a sense, Essie, I can see that as a sort of metaphor for our own emergence into the realization. See, flat Earth came, and of course you'll agree with me, for the vast majority, after, say, moon landing consideration or fake reconsideration. You know what I'm saying? So there was a process. So in a sense, that program itself, we are the dupe. We were the dupe. We were duped into it, and then we realized that okay, I've been duped. And yeah, I won't be duped again.
Now, keep in mind,
Yeah.
this is with the resources of the BBC. Imagine what
Right.
the government can do with, let's say,
Right.
oh,
That was
60
Channel
million
4.
a day. Yeah.
Yeah, that was Channel 4. Yeah. So you just imagine? Well, I see. Here's the problem, though. Now, surely we did be able to do better than Tim Peake. Remember Tim Peake? He was doing the cat's tumble, in zero gravity, and he fell down. What about all the? They'd be able to do better than all of the fucking shitty video that they give us out with all of the seeming obvious glitches. You know what I'm saying? So at 60 million a day, what's going on? It's for me, it's almost like they're trying to wake us up. And that's the point of this program in Channel 4 back in the 90s. It was Channel 4 being the British channel in England. So maybe they're trying to wake us up. Or here we go, SE, as a conspiratorial consideration, they're trying to separate the ones who have some sort of common fucking sense and they see through, and interests as well, and see through the nonsense. And when you try and tell your family and friends, then you get isolated. So in a sense, it could be a devious plan to separate you, the one who could possibly make a difference in your locality and your family, from the greater collective, and therefore render you insipid, render you useless in a sense, and give you a forum to talk about it to their heart's content on the internet while they get on with things. Oh, what about that? Full of conspiracy.
That's exactly what it is. That's exactly what it is. Compartmentalize everybody. Just make them insignificant. Don't show them any views. They already testified in front of Congress saying, "Don't worry, we'll take care of that." So yeah, they just shadow ban whoever they don't want. I mean, it's very simple. They can do it with buttons now. They don't have
Tell
to
you what,
move.
it's good to hear your voice again, Pete. Another old school member. Back in the day. You're gonna have to look who I am now, aren't you? Turquoise Dragon, pal.
60 million a day, 60 million a day. They could easily afford people like J. Ace, Bacon, Kosho, great minds to come in, pay them whatever, at whatever, 50 quid an hour. Doesn't matter. That's only a
Hey
tiny
Pete,
part of
did
their
you
budget.
hear Turquoise? Did you hear somebody
Yeah,
trying to address you?
no, I'm not now. I did hear someone saying
Maybe
something. I
you
thought he
maybe you have
Yeah,
him muted.
with you.
it's just been
Go
a
ahead,
little
bud.
while
Sorry
since
about that.
yeah, mate. It's just been a little while
Sorry
since
about
I've been in this community again. It's good to hear your voice again, man.
Who's that, please? I didn't hear you there. Sorry about that, my friend.
Turquoise Dragon. Back in the day, mate. back in
Oh,
the
I
day.
fucking remember. I remember that. Weren't
Right?
you over in what do you call it, Fakeologist recently as well?
Which, sorry?
Yeah, Fakeologist Discord. Maybe it wasn't you now. Maybe it wasn't.
No. I've just got this in the Flat
Okay.
Earth version 2 or whatever.
Where you been, man?
24/7.
Where you been at?
Yeah,
What you been doing?
I fell off the face of the earth, to be honest.
The
Yeah,
face, isn't that interesting? The face of the earth, like the face of a clock.
right. Literally.
Face.
Yeah,
The
just
24-hour clock is important.
became more of a hermit after COVID, and I mean that was a great chance to
Well,
talk to all you guys back then. But then life got in the way.
yeah, this is the actually turquoise. Good to speak to you again, bud. And maybe our previous conversation will come more to my mind. But that's just what I was going to ask, Essie. I mean, all of our endeavors, if they're are they bound for destruction? You know, and until that destruction comes, have I just wasted the last 10 years of my life in terms of isolating myself from family and friends? That's a difficult one, isn't it? That's a difficult one because everything does seem to be at critical point, critical mass. The doomsday clock is tick tocking down. You know what
It
I'm trying to
becomes to the
say?
point. It becomes to the point where you're like, "I told you so," and it's actually playing out like we told them so. Like with
Well, should we
anything.
give a fuck anymore, my friend? Should we give a fuck anymore? How do
Yeah.
you give a fuck? How do you give a
Uh,
fuck? When you thought you wanted
uh,
to give a fuck and you tried to tell the people you cared about about these important things, no one listened.
right. Right. True.
But maybe
And
again,
like,
that's the way it is. And yeah, we are just emerging ourselves. Turquoise dragon. The dragon comes from the dragon's egg.
right. So symbology everywhere.
By the
What
way,
we're
turquoise.
witnessing now,
Yeah, go ahead. Essie.
I was just gonna say, since you guys are getting like philosophical, what we're witnessing now is the end of a society. What happens at the end of an affluent society? The sexual deviation, the freedoms, the wars, the all this stuff, right? This is what we're witnessing now, unfortunately. Like the rat experiment. This is where we're at right now.
It's the end of times, SC, but that's what I'm saying. How do we cope with it then? That's what I was just asking the question for me as an individual, or for all of us here. What is flat Earth been about? Has it made me more miserable, even though the end is still predetermined? Shit, should I plan to run to the hills? You know what I'm saying? Should I pray to the God or the angels to let me be saved from what the times where they said the woman with bearing child would rather have been born? These are horrible times which seem to be playing out right about now.
Well, that's above my pay grade. I'm just a sheep telling the other sheep, look what the shepherds are doing.
The farmer come in then and painted you black. This is the idea of the black sheep, isn't it funny? He just spray painted you black so you look different and all the rest, and then you get the bad name. The black is
I
not
like
so
that.
bad after
Not the
all.
black swan, the black sheep. Yeah. We're the black sheep. Yeah.
Yeah, we've heard that oftentimes. He's the black sheep of the family. Good. But that's the thing. That's the thing. What I'm saying to you about the farmer coming in with the spray can, the farmer realized that you were a troublemaker. So the best way to get you ostracized from the rest of the white sheep who like order and a general is sort of calm. Yeah, paint you black. Everyone sort of be curious, like a dog looking into a mirror at the first for the first time. What's this guy? He doesn't look like the rest of those guys. Says stay away from him. In a sense, keep you isolated. Then they're so keen. Enemy. Tong Su. The enemy. Know the enemy. The enemy is so keen. You know, honestly, you have to be at the top of your game. You really have to be at the top of your game, and there's more power available to you. I think as the individual in this game anyway, SE, as we're what are we competing against? We're soldiers in a different sense. You know what I'm saying? We're soldiers. Sure, you'd pick up a weapon or pick up something to protect innocence and truth, but we are here battling wits over the internet. I guess you know what I'm saying. So soldiers of a different kind, but soldiers nonetheless.
The war of information. Yeah.
Yeah.
Informational war. Either keeping it back or like misinformation and deception through that way.
And they gave us this forum. Of course, nothing is this funny. Like to get to talk lots of things to talk about, but how the mobile phone was more predominant in Ireland here in Europe when it was a slow starter in America. Well, it took off after 9/11 with the camera, but now when we look back, there's all of this technology is given to us in different layers and different levels according to a temporal sort of schedule laid out. So, what do we make of these different forums? I actually mentioned there's this cunning plan to separate ultimately the people who are capable of making a difference, who care, who love, who honor, yeah, and just put them all into a group on the internet, render them completely harmless or uninfluential.
Pretty much. Part of the divide and conquer, you know. We're trying to stop us unifying against.
Yeah. And then you have controversies associated with the groups put in place. I'm not going to dwell on anything, but one of the very early controversies when all was going well, all was going gloriously actually, was the Antonio Subrat's Patricia Steer controversy. So yeah, constant divide and conquer all the way along. Every level is catered for, and ultimately what it does is ends up. I'm not going to say killing your hope, definitely separating yeah, separating, that'll do, until you end up alone. But maybe that's the way it has to be. That's the whole point. We're either saved or we're doomed. Everything is either pre-established or it's emergent. We've already left the emergent aspect behind in terms of the ball earth, a heliocentric galactic big bang paradigm. Oh yeah, therefore everything has to be sort of predetermined in a sense. But that's where I say don't lose any hope. And as Tim Osmond says, IPS, some will be going for their, but as we watch the media presentations, some will be going for their Glocks or their AK-47s or whatever. Others will be going for their popcorn. You know what I'm saying? Taking a step aside and understanding that it's sort of a greater movie being played out. And yeah, sure, you are a small part in the greater theme, but ultimately, yeah, you are the audience member. You are the one, and it's been made for you in that sense. Anyway, that was a bit much. Sorry about that. I know it's impossible almost. I'm not allowing the possibility to reply so easily to me. But can I just for Turquoise Dragon? Okay. I was thinking about. Hang on, let me get the right key. I was thinking turquoise. Okay. I was thinking about turquoise. I was thinking about gold. I was thinking about diamonds and the world's biggest necklace as we roll through the canyons and the devilish gold. I was thinking about ice. She thought I was so reckless. She said, one day we'll meet up again. And things would be different the next time we wed. If I only can hang on and just be a friend. Still can't remember all the best things she said. Okay, that's Isis by Bob Dylan. But yeah, I was thinking about
Very nice, mate.
turquoise. I was thinking about gold. Why did Bob Dylan put turquoise before gold? You would imagine gold is the most valuable. So very interesting. Just a reminder of
Yeah.
the word
I mean,
turquoise.
it's a little misconception. You got the Mayans, they like the turquoise, right? And all the Aztecs and this and that, they preferred the minerals. And then you've got the Egyptians. Everyone thinks it's like gold related, but really it was, I think silver was the most prized element to them.
Turquoise is a.
I think turquoise. I think, okay, I'll give you my answer now as I'm thinking off the top of my head. Again, I just sang that because you reminded me just with your name and we haven't spoken in years, I
Right.
think. Anyway, well, turquoise, crystal, associated with crystal. So crystal is more valuable than the gold itself. Well, the gold is how would you say it? What's the difference between gold? That's a good question now. Difference between gold and crystal. Gold comes in veins, veins of gold. So yeah, okay. I'm thinking. I'm always thinking in terms of the material from the tree of life. So we're living on the cut surface of the tree of life, right? So all the materials and all of the interactions between the energies and the materials create everything that we sort of experience and appreciate. But we are, of course, promised heaven is a city of gold. I don't like that so much, man. I don't like that so much. I prefer the sort of the more rustic, rural setting where you have trees and true nature. So yeah, I think the crystal is more predominant than the gold because the tree itself was crystal and the gold itself is part of the innards of the tree. Oh yeah, sorry about that. But I'll think a bit more about that. But sorry for saying a lot there. I sang that song loads and loads of times, and that song, "Isis" by Bob Dylan, is so encoded. It's so encoded. There's clues everywhere for us. So I was just reminded of that lyric particularly. I was thinking about turquoise. I was thinking about gold. I guess I would have to go back to the start about he married Isis. I married Isis on the 5th day of May, which is the 5/5, right? Anyway, it goes through the different yeah, well, story, right? But yeah, I was thinking about turquoise, I was thinking about gold, I was thinking about diamonds and the world's biggest necklace. So all the things that we would materially view to be so valuable. You know what I mean? So this is a venture into the material world from something beyond, and this is what we're sort of reminded with in the song. As carbon and all of the different elements are fallen aspects of a prior form, this is where we get back to the crystalline. And that's why I think turquoise is put before gold. Anyway, that's just a reflection. I beg your pardon as well, friends. Anyone listening, turquoise, please have the floor, my friend. If you haven't been here and you've been looking for a renewed, interesting conversation platform, I'm definitely sure you're in the right place.
Well,
Depending.
the main reason for coming back is just I just got a bit isolated and I cut my circle down, my social circle, and then it kind of got cut off. And then I realized you got nobody, and you have to go back 10 years just to speak to people, or whatever it's been. It's not been that long, but it's been a little while.
Yeah, I'm with you, bud.
Yeah, it's just good to see
But
people, hear people.
maybe only when you realize you have nobody, you come to realize that we are everybody. That's what I think Mount Meru is telling us. So via the words, they provide a sort of a pathway. So me are you. So now we have a different setting, not just for my reality or your reality, for all of our reality of the same kind. Even all life have a different sort of appreciation. And maybe that's what it took to be completely alone in order to come back together. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. As I said, I hold that we're either saved or we're completely doomed. I think flat Earth frees us as opposed to enslaves us. So I'm ultimately hopeful. Hopeful. Sure. Yeah. All is well.
It does
Oh,
divide us,
hey, all's well that ends well.
right? Yeah.
Yeah.
It kind of just shuffled us
All
all into
wounds will be
a group
healed.
of like-minded
Yeah.
people. Yeah. So it was like kind of countered. It went against them really. If they wanted to divide us, it made us come together too.
Yeah, but listen, when we think about it on these sort of more general levels, life has to be about something. You know, if everything was just perfect, happy, go lucky, tiptoe through the tulips, why would there be no need for life? We'd already be in heaven or wherever we came from. You know what I'm saying? So I look at it like life is a video game of life, and yeah, you're working your way back. That's what I think. What else? Fuck about aliens. I didn't leave one power behind to be helpless and flailing around within a new realm. I don't think so. I don't think that's how it all works. I think we have great power within each other, within ourselves, and within each other. You know what I'm saying? But we just, well, we set a challenge. We set a limiting sort of proposition we entered into. That's the only way. And let me just say that I now live forever as opposed to living for never when I was completely immersed within the ball earth, the sort of scientific established mindset. You know what I'm saying? And that makes all the difference in the world. Of course, it has to. So it changes the context then of this whole emergence. And that's what I would say about, listen, it's one thing to recognize, that's what I said to you, SE so many times, it's one thing to recognize the lie, but now to recognize that there are powers in play who have a greater grasp on your greater truth, your children's greater truth, your loved ones, your family, friends, humanity's greater truth. Well, that is unacceptable. Because who gave them that power? How did they garner it? You know what I'm saying? So therefore, there's a different road, and the very least I can do is come to focus on maybe what is being told to me about the true nature of reality via the opposition that is put forth. That's you might say I'm looking for consolation, but no, there's much more to it. I followed definitely lots of clues and made lots of progress. And that's, by the way, last thing to say. That's, by the way, outside of real experiences I have, which defy explanation, and only me myself I'm aware of and can detail. Not that I'm only aware of. I've spoken to people about this, but I can only detail in my own way. So yeah, that's where I'm at. And by the way, Turquoise, of course, when we look back now, we were born with no one. We were born into a strange and foreign land, fed a foreign food, a taught a foreign language. So we were born with no one, and for the most part of our lives, we sort of, no one else, I guess. It's just us. It's just us. And US, that's a good one. US, us, United States. I think there's clues in everything that's laid down. Absolutely everything via the word that is presented to you and the greater collective is encoded, and there's a reason behind everything. That's, yeah, as I said, you might say it's seeking for consolation, and it could indeed be another layer of the deception to take the minds who were focused on this potential and follow it further and just lead them into the ditch again. It could be just a further layer. Except, yeah, my real experiences as well, which are outside what I think. Anyway, sorry about that. Please just speak up if you're if you're down to Turquoise Dragon. And once again, welcome back. Was it over in Jamie Brown's, by the way, that we spoke?
May have been. Well, I've gone as far back as like Google Hangouts and the free chan. So before even like the light of 24/7 is like years back.
Yeah, forgive me, man. Forgive me. So much has happened in the years. Our memory is a very interesting thing. What would we without memory? But
Yeah.
yeah. Remember Jamie Brown's as well?
Yeah. Yeah. It's just these small triggers. Like we've got the memories there, but it's just you need the triggers or the links, and then it all comes back.
Yeah. The reminder. Remember I talking about words, so every word being encoded. The reminder.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
You must have, I'm sure you turned up on my own what do you call it? My own
Your own
channel.
little yeah. I was everywhere.
Shit. That's almost like a
Mm,
memory now as well, man. I ended up at
Right.
about 150 shows. I came to the conclusion
Oh
at the
wow.
end of it. Oh man, I kept not shows, whatever. But especially at the start, I wouldn't say, and yeah, okay. So I took it a little bit more seriously at the start, and I had sort of certain things to present during the show. More towards the end, it's more sort of arbitrary, but at the same time, it's sort of more accumulating. You know what I'm saying? I talk about things that I came in realizing, or how I came into realizing, and then sort of I just get to the sort of bottom line. But yeah, I don't recommend my shows to anyone really. But at the same time, some great stuff is discussed there. Fucking hell, man! When I think about it, when
Right.
I think about
What
it.
brings me
Anyway,
back is
it doesn't matter.
what
Yeah,
was it like Poncho Pete and all that hustle. And then
yeah.
who else was it? It was hmm, all these people you keep naming like Timmy Osmond and Kosho and stuff. They're still around.
Yeah, quite a few aren't around, but yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Fucking hell, man. Something has changed in all of this. I mean, you think about it. 2020, with the beginning of the pandemic or whatever, that sort of changed everything. It sort of changed everything in a sense. So time has taken on a new sort of sense. You ever look at the clock and say that's ticking too fast? The second now is not
Right.
the second I remember. Do you ever do that, Turquoise?
A little bit. A little bit. Like yeah, my schedule's like non-existent anymore, but I'm trying to get back into it.
I think it comes back to, well, I have lots to say about this. I say that the injection in whatever, you can't even use free words, but anyway, was maybe necessary for most people because we're entering a new time. I think the vast majority of conspiracy people didn't take any unwanted or unneeded accelerants, if you want, because they already accelerated their being. This is how the mind comes into. So a reminder of the memory. Yeah, your mind has already increased your frequency, your inner frequency, or exaggerated your aura, if you want. I think what's important here is understanding that we're under a deleterious influence in our daily life, in our waking life. Ether itself is oppressive. It's not, we see, we're in a divided state. But anyway, to get back to, how everything might connect. Yeah, the ones who did then fall for the nonsense or whatever, and were lining up to get injections, whatever. Okay, I have to be careful with my words, but yes, that is to facilitate the greater energetic increase that is going on externally. So if you didn't get this right, and you're also of a sort of inverted commas lazy mind, then you'll just be wiped out by the new energies. So that's my more positive take on what's happened, and everything that has happened has always been laid out according to a script. Everything now, the Earth is much smaller than what we ever imagined, is interconnected, and not just in present times, but well, at old times, historically especially. Anyway, that was a bit of a beeline.
Yeah. Well, me myself,
Point I was
I
trying
had
to
to
make in order to allow you to respond to Turquoise was, I think time has changed itself. So the essence of or the nature of our reality and awareness has changed itself. And so yeah, 6, 7 years ago in Jamie Brown's, fucking long time ago, man, long time
yeah.
ago.
I've just come back round in a cycle, but it's not a cycle. It's like revisiting, but like a loop. I don't know. I split it on a different
Well,
level
give
now.
credit
So.
to the first 24/7 channel, but it's all right. He's got me
Yeah.
muted.
Rest in peace.
Snacks. Excellent. Yeah. Excellent to have Snacks in the conversation. Hello, Snacks. And do you remember Turquoise Dragon?
No shit, Pete.
Yeah, we was talking the other day. And then just got back onto
Hey,
this.
Snacks. Let's bring
It was great.
a trifecta here. The great minds in cooperation. Hey, Snacks, please talk about the video. So someone posted, "Do you see Snacks video?" And then it was referenced the 9/11 Back to the Future connection. Excellent. That's not my question though. Some great, absolutely excellent considerations when you're bringing it forward and talking about the woke and all of that. I want to ask you a difficult question now. How far have you come since then? That's 8 years ago.
I've got to look at my YouTube channel. It's like it's only just reached 1,000 subs, and like, oh, I look back at some of the videos and it just brings me back. Jeez, yeah.
Woke. But that's what I'm talking about. Flat Earth, though. I know it's Snacks. I know that's a difficult question, but honestly, I do. And I know when you do something, back then, I was just talking with Turquoise Dragon, it's sort of barely remember it. As you've moved on, and there was so much more you've considered then, which all sort of align and sort of reverberate around the greater central theme, which is exposed. Anyway, I
I
should
don't
take it
understand
easy.
that.
I'm not putting you on the spot.
I don't know, Pete. Whatever you said.
Yeah, it was about 7
Yeah.
years ago, right? Jeez.
You know, I've been reflecting on UFOs, and I'm not trying to say I believe in them or fucking whatever, but I'm just the whole thing of it really seems to be this inversion of what used to be angelic ideals, right? Light things in the sky. They'd say like, "Oh, those are angels," from the way back. Now they're like demonic, reptile fucking things and some kind of techno sorcery. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's weird how every damn thing got inverted with that. But then it's like everything that you would think good about an angel like inverts in your brain too, and then you're like having nightmares and thinking you're abducted by aliens. I just think that's a whole weird thing that like I grew up after that, right? I watched the X-Files. That opened my brain, you know, just cracked it open, and I was like, oh yeah. And that was the first time that you could like be questioning the government about some shit because you'd be like, oh yeah, they're hiding the aliens thing. So that's the first time. That's when I learned to like distrust the authority. I've just been reflecting on this. I don't know if you guys have anything to say on that.
Well, let me briefly get in then. That's why they gave us the X Files, isn't it? It's funny now that X is everywhere. Elon Musk is X. I should talk to you about potential decoding, which is significant. But yeah, very good, Snacks. Very good. I think everything is inverted. And to what level? I don't know, man. I don't know. To what level? Maybe all the way to the end.
I think, yeah, man, the ufology stuff is just as big as flat Earth. Some people tend to gravitate towards ufology, and others gravitate towards the realm. And you know, I think it's all relevant. I think that we should be interested in all of it because the ufology is piece of the puzzle, the flat Earth and the dome is piece of the puzzle. You know what I mean? I'm trying to figure it out.
I saw UFO loads of times. I could, yeah, I have my own thoughts, but yeah, I'm with you, Snacks. I wouldn't like to get biblical in it because then we trust the historical sort of tale. I'm not so sure about that as well, but that there is a differing influence in play, I have no doubt. If I go out tonight and I just ask for a sign, I'll see actually, do you know where I notice most of the lights are going towards the north? In whatever direction they're going towards the north. So that's peculiar. But I'm not sure if there's good or bad in anything. We just got to sort of figure it out. And the last thing I will say, maybe that core essence of truth is within us all, and we got to put the pieces together and come to greater terms with our own being and relationship to the Creator. Okay.
Well, I guess my point is like the deception, propaganda, straight up gaslighting, maybe causing people to like think that they were abducted when you know what I mean, under hypnosis. all these things. It's so interesting to think. Well, because the UFOs keep you stuck to a ball, right? And then they also keep you like kind of hoping that the government has some kind of deal figured out, or that they'll protect you. You know, so it's just like it just gets you further and further onto the teat of the NASA government, whatever shit that's going on. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, it's like a
Yeah,
component
but
to their spiritual inversion of the ball versus the flatness, and they've got demon angels.
so
I mean,
yeah, I get what you're saying. So
whatever
yeah,
whatever
let me just
UFOs are, hold on, whatever aliens are, clearly they're not from here. I don't think they are, and they're somehow able to maneuver through the firmament, or whatever spaces. They're able to go over there, man. I believe
Their
so.
craft, so
yeah, but
Yeah,
then
they
see
got
1 second. Let
crafts.
me respond. Yeah, let me respond here. Snacks, that's a problem then, isn't it? You're talking from your own particular point of view, which is well advanced into all of these deep rabbit holes. Who are you going to be able to talk about to it? You know what I'm saying? If you're looking for sort of a collective impression of aliens, of course it is associated with the spinning ball Earth and the greater spatial surround. But here's the thing: what do we make of Neil Armstrong, for instance, the first man to go into this spatial surround and land on the nearest solid matter, being go north, Mr. Alien, backwards. Go north, Mr. Alien. In other words, it's not quite perfect, but go north, Mr. Alien. We are the aliens here, and this is not our true home. So, what do you make of that? Is it all coincidental? I don't think so. I think there's a code involved in all of this, and you ever sort of go deeper into well, the rabbit hole. That's all.
Parsons. You trace it back to Jack Parsons. The phenomenology of the gray alien begins there before they ever moon landed, before Elton John ever rocket manned.
Yeah. That reminds me of David Icke. And did you know David Icke has a book, David Icke, Alice in Wonderland, whatever it is. I looked into that years ago. But yes, so the lie is given to us within the context of the greater acceptance. So, but the lie is built on the truth. So yes, we know there's all manner of strange life forms in existence. How strange! I think we're not quite prepared for it yet. That's what the lie of life is about. Because now
Somebody
our
that's
brains
prepared.
are after, yeah, our brains are after opening snacks. So all these possibilities, everything above then becomes below, everything right becomes left, wrong.
Morning on every Saturday morning, I'm waking up to because it's just color bars, and then it's like the United States of America anthem with brainwashing, obey your government, God, and all that stuff. I'm watching that intently. I'm not my child eyes are not witnessing the debayering that's going on and encoding it into my brain, but that was what I was built on. So then,
Yeah,
right, then
but
I get my cartoons, and then in the '90s, X-Files happens, and like I don't know, all this stuff goes on. I'm just saying, like there's a component to this atheistic, science-based space narrative. You know what I mean? As a counter religion, basically, it's not
yes.
atheism. It's not without
But the only way you become a theist, well, 1 second, the only way you become theist again is by being atheist. And I just cut this short, but it's especially to snacks. Yes, this is the pathway we were also led down, and we just followed it, right? So we came away from the lie, and here's perfect. The ball Earth is built on the heliocentric system, putting the sun at the center as opposed to the earth. Maybe the truth is somewhere in between, which is what I think it is, but you can't deny that. The heliocentric system, come on, snacks. Who was the originator of it? Aristarchus of Samos, S-M-O-S, or Am-S-O-S. Come on. You know what I'm saying? It can't all be just coincidental because we learned to not trust the historic tale, but it has to be then encoded. You know what I'm saying? So we take the lie, we twist it around, and well, we get closer to the truth. The aliens probably come from underneath. You know, the
Yo,
stump of the tree
snacks.
of life, as
You ever
far as
heard
I'm
of
concerned.
Babylon
Go ahead. Go
workings?
ahead. Go ahead.
You ever heard of Babylon workings? The
that stuff.
project
Yeah.
that
Mhm.
Jack Parsons was on.
That's what I'm saying. Like that's where they conjured the image of the gray alien first. I thought is the genesis of it, if you will. Him and Elrond.
No, that was Aleister Crowley in the Great Pyramid of Giza when he stayed in it overnight in the King's Chamber. He stayed it, which is I guess it's an occult practice
Nah.
going back ages where that's one of the ways that you get initiated is that you sleep in the Great Pyramid of Giza overnight, dude. But not so
Can
I'm
I
not
say
talking
this
about
to
that.
you?
But Jack Parsons, well, hold on, Jack Parsons idolized Aleister Crowley. Like he loved Aleister Crowley so much. But
Right.
in Babylon Workings, bro, you should look into that. It's pretty insane. This is all before NASA.
Right.
This actually like
Right.
this was what led up to NASA.
Right. Well, one second.
Go ahead.
Lion.
Muted herself.
That's not cool.
As an influential text. Of course it is. Of course it is, but maybe it is the works of Shakespeare, the artistry of Leonardo da Vinci, or whatever, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, that you mentioned Parsons and Snacks was mentioning inverted, yeah, Aleister Crowley made it compulsory. First rule of being in Aleister Crowley's club, All-Star Crowley club was you have to know Alice in Wonderland, Alice Through Looking Glass, upside down, back to front, inside out. Go ahead. Sorry about that. Do you know it? Do you know it inside out, upside down, back to front, Leon?
I can't really talk too much, bro. I'm at work, but I'm listening.
Well, Snacks, what do you reckon of that? As actually, this is perfect now. Perfect, because one of the decodings I came up with recently. Now, well, you know, considering these things all along, but it's Noel, Noel, which is Christmas. Noel backwards is Leon, Eleon, or Lion, right? And also, it's an anagram of Elon. Christmas Noel is shortened to Christmas, Xmas. Well, of course, X is associated with to the extreme Elon Musk. Elon Musk. So I think Christmas now should be changed to X Musk. X Musk. Sorry. Yeah, that's a good one though. There we have the Noel as well. Snacks, Noel. How many angels' names don't begin or end with El? I should say, don't end with El. It's curious. And L, of course. Hey, actually, Lion, can you tell us who L is? What is L?
So my real name's Ariel or Ariel, right? And before I changed my name, it was Lion of Yah. But my actual name is a Hebrew name, and it means Lion of El. You just asked me, well, who's El? El
What is
is
that?
more of a
Yeah.
generic. El is more of a generic name. It's like saying God. God is a title, so El is a title. There's many L's. There's many Elohims. But when I say Lion of El, I'm talking about the El of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. The L is really a generic term, the title.
Have you heard of Lionel Richie? Have you heard of Lionel Richie?
Yeah, of course. So, come on.
Yes. I wrote a parody,
His
right,
daughter's more
of
famous than
9/11.
him, probably. But yeah, go ahead.
You know, yeah. One second. Yeah, one second. You know that so you know the song. Stuck on You. I wrote a parody of that, but it was Stuck on Judy Wood. And I was making a sort of a joke about the different layers of conspiracy beyond the mainstream loose change sort of version of 9/11, right? But funny enough, it was, maybe it's inspired or whatever, but it was called Ode to the Twins. And it's like ode, play on words as well. Ode, as in it's a sort of a melody or a poem or something, put the music, but also ode as in OWED, because the two twins and all the energy it took to build them were there, and make them are there 1 minute, and 10 seconds later, apparently, the two buildings were not there. So it's like from the point of view of the Twin Towers, looking for an explanation as to what the fuck just happened. And yeah, that's why it was sort of subtitled "Stuck on Judy Wood." Very good. That's from Lionel Rich Sky. That was just a by the way. If we were having a pint in a pub, just say Ariel is your name? Ariel?
Yeah, that's my name in English, Ariel.
That's
It's funny because
that's
the
going
little
down. Go on. Go ahead. Yeah. Go ahead, Lion.
It was named after Ariel Sharon.
My headset died.
So L is a title. LL is Superman, isn't it? Isn't LL Superman? I think we should get to the bottom of L. Didn't God actually? Let me ask you a question because your volume is coming through in shards. But let me ask you a question. Didn't God uh, uh, desert abandon the Jews at the last book of the Old Testament? Is that true or not? So pissed off. Okay. Yeah, anyway, listen, I'll take a little step back. I know I'm just happy to talk about some of these things, but I know there's other people trying to get in, and I don't mean to be sort of oppressive in any way. Lots of questions to ask, of course, so I'll take a little step back.
Rally in Washington today for anti-war protests. Tens of thousands expected to march for Israel today. Or I guess.
Seems that our people over here are for Palestine.
So the PSYOP is in full swing?
Yep.
Fully in gear? Looks like they got a lot of people on this one.
I feel like we got about a week left of this, and then the crypto is going to hit the fucking bull run.
Yeah, I was about to bring that up actually. Just what a difference the announcement of inflation makes in the news. So that's what I've been up to, trading and stuff, and keeping an eye on just what a little announcement is from the powers that be, and it just oof. Should have seen today on the stock market. Ooh. Well, Bitcoin's tanking for now until the ETF comes out, and then we'll see how that goes.
What do you know about the New York Mint digital dollar that just came out?
Nothing actually. Right. I know that there was a fake post about BlackRock taking up an ETF for Ethereum, but that ended up being fake, and it just crashed the prices of everything. So I don't know if that was intentional or not. I think what they're doing is just bringing the price down until the ETF comes out, and then it's a buy for sure. Because it's like 35. When it's getting like $30K, probably be a good point.
No, but I specifically heard New York digital dollar, New York Federal Reserve. Now, is it just me, or does each state has its own Federal Reserve, or it's the first time I heard this? New York Federal Reserve?
Yeah, it's new by me.
No, I'm a novice in this. I'm asking because you said
Yeah, I don't
you
know.
work. Yeah.
Yeah, that I don't know about that. Like, not heard anything about that.
Okay.
It's basically the banks are kind of attaching onto Ripple or XRP. Potentially, that's what I'm thinking. But it's all determining. Crypto's going to boom soon because what's happening is they're allowing ETF trades on, or like non-holding trades onto crypto, onto Bitcoin specifically.
Let me ask you, what happens if they digitize all money, right? Which they probably already have, right? But I mean, officially only be able to trade in, let's say, these New York coins or these American coins. What happens then? What happens to this Ethereums and all these other things?
Hey, look at this. The Federal Reserve Bank of New York is which Snacks just posted. It's on 33 Liberty Street.
Get out, bro.
Little 33 in there. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Holy shit.
Just that name, 33 Liberty Street, you know? That's the Federal Reserve Bank of New York. That's funny.
Wow. Look at that.
Well, but to respond to what you said, that's the question. Yeah, I mean, with all of these cryptocurrencies, and if the government structures are going to roll out one of their own central bank digital currency, yeah, what is that? That's what you're saying. What'll happen to all the other ones? Well, yeah, that's what's going to be interesting.
You would have to be forced probably to change them, if they even accept them, to the digital currency, right? Like now, you got to change to the dollar, right?
I think there's a lot of ways it could play out. The thing is, my understanding about blockchains and cryptocurrencies is that now some people may have different ideas. Some people think it's all created by the CIA and it's all just a huge thing, you know. Meaning that it's all just part of their thing. But I don't think that's the case. I think they've definitely hijacked it and co-opted it in a lot of ways, and they're obviously going to use the technology for their own, you know, to the means to their own ends or whatever agendas they have. But when it comes to, like, okay, so whatever controlling factions are involved in the governments and all that, like, here's a question: can they control all of the blockchains and all of the cryptocurrencies? I would say they cannot. There's certain blockchains that they literally cannot control. They could shut the whole internet down, but they can't actually control these things. And so because of how they work in terms of the networks and so on. So if there's networks that they actually can't control, then, I mean, yeah, they could try to outlaw it. You know, other ones, if they launch their own, they could try to make it like illegal to even hold the other ones. But that's why I see it as like a very real thing going on, like in terms of the tension between these different blockchains and the different control mechanisms. So, like, could it be a case where they do roll out some digital thing, but some, you know, maybe 2 or 3 of these other cryptocurrencies end up becoming to the top of the list, and then you could use that, or you could use the government one. You know, like there might be ways that they could accept, that certain businesses might accept, well, you know, another cryptocurrency that's not actually connected to the government. So that's one way it could play out, that these other ones could actually still remain and then still even be in somewhat competition with whatever the government rolls out, if they don't just try to make it completely illegal. But I imagine a lot of them will probably fall, but you know, a lot of because there's thousands of cryptocurrencies, so I'm sure a lot of those will not really make it. But it'd be interesting to see how it all plays out and comes together in terms of all that.
Yeah, like I'm thinking, imagine if they deem cryptocurrencies forgeries. Like if you print $1 now, it's a forgery, right? They can put you in jail. I'm just saying, like I have no clue about how this stuff works, you know. But when I heard a digital New York dollar, like I go, what? First of all, I didn't even know that a state has its own banking. Well, what do you call it? Federal Reserve. I didn't know that. It's the first time I heard that.
No, it's just the one. It's just this one in New York. This is just the headquarters of it. It's the headquarters of the Federal Reserve.
So it's only just one, and it's just called the New York.
Yeah, it's like the Federal Reserve building in New York. Yeah, I don't. I mean, I don't think every state has one. Is that what you were thinking?
Yeah. Like I have no clue about this stuff. I'm asking because I go New York. Like why New York?
Well, that's where all the gold. They have like tons of gold underneath New York. Like they have these gold vaults, like in the Federal Reserve building. They have this massive gold vault. It says right here.
Oh yeah.
It has 497,000 bars of gold, weighing 6,190 tons.
And gold's $2K an ounce.
Isn't there one at Fort Knox as well? The main one?
Oh,
where they have a lot of gold. Yeah. Oh, there's one of 12 says spiral. Really?
That's all the gold to space.
12 Federal Reserve banks in the United States. Yeah, I didn't think every state had one, but so what other states? Is it only certain states then that have them? He said there's 12.
Yeah, I'll read them all. Yeah, New York, New Jersey, Connecticut, Puerto Rico, U.S. Virgin Islands.
Puerto Rico? You joking? Obviously.
No.
There's a Federal Reserve Bank in Puerto Rico.
Oh, I'm sorry. Wait. The 12 Federal Reserve banks in the United States.
This list I'm seeing says Boston, New York, Philadelphia, Cleveland, Richmond, Atlanta, Chicago, St. Louis, Minneapolis, Kansas City, Dallas, and San Francisco.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Wow. So 12 Federal Reserve banks. That's news to me. I thought there was one.
Well, there is the one Federal Reserve, but I think these are all parts of the central banking system connected to the main Federal Reserve. You know, the headquarters, and then these.
See, it's almost like it's old news. It's like a year old. This one specifically mentions it. It's a year-old post.
Crazy, huh? All this time, nobody knew this. 12. It's like they have the 12 headquarters all over the city, like control. I'm sure they're spread out, East Coast to the West Coast. I'm just guessing now. I have no clue.
It seems like there's districts. This is responsible. The Federal Reserve Bank of New York is responsible for the second district of the Federal Reserve System, which encompasses the state of New York, the 12 northern counties of New Jersey, Fairfield County in Connecticut, Puerto Rico, and the U.S. Virgin Islands. So that's its coverage area, I guess.
So it's like different mobsters, right? Each one has their section. You have the East Coast, Holmes. You got the West Coast. We take the South.
Yeah,
keep these guys out.
That's what they call them, the CBDCs, central bank digital currencies.
Central bank digital currency. Okay, wow. That's it. Get used to that name. That's the one. I guarantee you. That's the one that's going to win.
Well, like they're making a lot of moves, especially like when everything's not everything took a hit today. I'll tell you that. After the inflation reports.
Let me ask you, do you know anything about the BRICS and the Petro one and those guys, what they want to do? They want to make their own currency. You haven't heard about the BRICS and the Petro one?
No.
Yeah,
No,
of
no.
course they have. What do you reckon about this, SE, that Britain retained their pound when all of the rest of the European countries went for the euro? Do you think that, yeah, of course, BRICS is an alliance between Brazil, Russia, South Africa. Oh, yeah. But what do you think, SE? It's all pre sort of determined. What are you going to do with your money? That's the question I would ask, actually, because I think Canada is in line for a fall just as much as if America is as well. So what then becomes a true value? What do you concern yourself with?
Not very
Question.
much. Family, food, shelter. That's all you can hope for. And of course, you can
It's
try to
true, but
change what's going around,
yeah.
political stuff that our governments are involved in. Yeah.
They're all corrupt, though. It's the same thing with this breakaway. If you think, I was actually thinking about this today, Essie. What is wealth? What is value? Isn't it ultimately something that is processed from the soil itself, from the earth itself, and then manufactured into something sort of useful and beneficial? Here's the thing of how it connects to Ball Earth. If you declare yourself the highest authority on the land, which you actually are, SE, you are granted by a high decree. Well, if they ask you, well, show me what area you are, and you say, show me a globe, and then you point out Canada on the globe, they can scoff away then. But the minute you become a flat earther and have a greater sort of recognition, then by you showing them Canada on a some sort of flat Earth representation, not Gleason's especially, that changes the game around. So all that surface then you become authority over. So all of these corporations which rely on products from the surface. Or beneath the surface become subservient in a sense to you. They're taking your property, they're taking your wealth away in that sense. You know what I'm saying?
Well, yeah, they take every business you see out there. Never mind the average citizen that pays the taxes. Every time we buy and sell something, right? But every business you see out there, I don't know how it is in the States, but here they have like 30%, let's say. Every dollar, every business that you see out there, everything, they get 30% of it.
Yeah.
Do you understand?
Yeah.
Income. Like that's not expenses. They're not involved in any of your expenses in the business. They could care less. You can die tomorrow, right? You're giving them 30% of everything of profits. Of profits now. You got to understand that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, without zero risk in any part of your business. So that's what we're up against.
Well, that's why you see you're a corporation. I'm just speaking generally here, right? But you're a corporation like Microsoft is a corporation. So if you employed the greater lawyer knowledge to your own affairs, then you wouldn't have to pay any tax. And I think, in a sense, there's these loophole. In a sense, loopholes is a terrible word because it's all a con or corruption to begin with. But yeah, you coming to know yourself and your relationship between these other corporations, the government of Canada corporation, government of the United States corporation. Now, all of these burdens you can alleviate according to your own sort of awareness. That's what I think they allow you to do. Honestly, SE, they allow you to
Well, the
do
big
that.
guys, Pete, the big guys that have a lot of money, they stay in constant debt, so they don't pay any taxes. I mean, it's not a big
You know
secret,
it.
right?
You
Yeah,
know it.
they just
The
keep
best
buying stuff.
accountants and the best lawyers. You know it, bud.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't want to be part of that world. Honestly, I don't, SE. I don't. I think that lots of people are going to lose lots of shit in short order. I think Turco. I know Turco was talking about this, and yeah, very. So some today was. I think November 22nd is going to be a very significant date as well. By the way, if everything is sort of pre-scripted, then everything becomes significant. And I'm glad you don't gamble too much, SE. Be sure of the basics, and yeah, then you have nothing much to lose or gain beyond your current level. Can you imagine, SE? Can you imagine 1920? We've all heard about the stock market collapse of 1929 in America, 2008 as well. Can you imagine the number of people who unalive themselves? Honestly, the pressures, mental strain. You know what I'm saying? But you can be sure of one thing: none of the elites or the what do you call it, above upper class, middle class and above suffered much. They only benefited the ever increasing, enlarging club, those who are in.
You mentioned
Let
the
them have it, I
19.
say, yes. Yeah, let them have it. Go ahead.
I thought you were done. Oh, yeah, you mentioned the 1929 to 1933, what they call the Great Depression, and then the 2008 period, which they were calling, the next Great Depression or whatever. Like it was all in the news, and in terms of like using that terminology and everything. I was just going to make a quick comment to say that during 1929 to 1933, there was an exact alignment of three of the luminaries: Saturn, Uranus, and Pluto. And they were in what's called a T-square, which means two of them are 180 degrees from each other, and then one of them is 90 degrees to those other two. So it makes like a triangle, or it makes like the shape of a T, but also could be seen as like a triangle. But that's why it's called a T-square. So two of them are opposite. One of them is 90 to those other two. So it makes that shape. But and those are very slow-moving celestial bodies, of course. Pluto and Uranus and Saturn, and those three completely fit with the complete and total breakdown of the financial system in terms of their archetypal meanings, those three together. But I was just going to say that in that T-square alignment, it happened from 1929 to 1933. The next time it happened was 2008 to 2010, 2011, right in that range.
Yeah.
Pretty incredibly timed like that.
What about now then? Is there anything ominous, foreboding in this present time, 2023?
Well, we already went through the Saturn Pluto, which was the pandemic. So that already happened, and that was the Saturn Pluto from 2020 to 2022,
Yeah, but
2023.
that didn't affect anyone. The only way that affected people was I'm not saying this dismissively, was that they got paid to stay at home. They were bored. For the most part, nothing happened. We're not to talk too deeply about it. Then they choose to get injections or whatever against the risk, and that's fair enough. But yeah.
No,
So,
but what
yeah,
I'm saying,
when we
okay,
talk
so
about gambling,
well,
when we talk about gambling, one second, Gio, let me just finish the point here. Because when we talk about gambling, when you talk about the two things there, people lost their livelihoods. There was people jumping out of buildings. That's why I mentioned how many people lost their lives because, well, when you're invested in something so severe that has collapsed, well, then yeah, your whole mind collapses, your whole life collapses. So, is there anything on that line set for this time? Sorry. Sorry, Gio. I beg your pardon. I just wanted to clarify the question. That's all.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's a whole topic. I mean, I did mention, I was just kind of mention it briefly, that the Great Depression and the 2008 connection of those two very particular alignments that, like I said, that the next time that T-square happened it was a T-square as well. It's pretty amazing that it even synced it up like that. That this realm is being synced like that to have such a resonance and like rhythm through time. But no, I mean, if you're asking about like the sort of the celestial weather, as it were, when it comes to these, I mean, it's obviously a main focus of mine. So I mean, we don't have to take the whole conversation into it unless we perhaps want to, or whatever it may be. But But you asked briefly. I mean, the Saturn. I was just saying the Saturn Pluto we already went through, which was through the whole pandemic, the whole themes of just lockdown and restriction and death and fear, contraction. Saturn is the principle of contraction, and then Pluto tends to intensify everything that it comes in contact with. So you have this intensification of contraction, and in the case of the massive contraction of the whole pandemic thing was clearly evident, of course, in the massive lockdowns and all of the restrictions and staying 6 feet apart, just incredible isolation and yeah, sort of a contracted form of like isolated separation that occurred during that whole time, in addition to many other components of what was all going on. The control, the heightened control. Saturn has to do with like the structures of things, and Saturn and Pluto together have to do with like a heightened control. When we look at Saturn-Pluto eras, these transits usually last a few years. When we look at the certain years that Saturn-Plutos are aligned, it tends to be those themes are all very relevant. And of course, for the whole pandemic thing, Saturn-Pluto was very, very expressed. And I have no doubt that they planned that event they knew the Saturn-Pluto would be aligned, and that was a time where they could exert more control and so on. But anyway, so yeah, I mean, that's what we're coming out of. And then currently we're in this Jupiter-Uranus alignment, which is about a 14-month transit, and we're about a quarter of the way into it, about a third or the quarter of the way. So all these themes of sort of like revolution and the sort of well, there's a lot of different components with Uranus and Jupiter. I was just starting to think of some of the ones today in terms of the marches and there's the desire for freedom. There's a lot of different components, and I mean, like Jupiter is a principle of expansion and growth and new horizons, etc. Like Jupiter is a principle of expansion. Then Uranus is the principle of like change and transformation. So it could be connected to like certain technological advancements or breakthroughs. It could be connected to sort of like forms of kind of like freedom fighters, kind of an energy, because Uranus is about freedom. Like Uranus is the principle of like freedom, liberation, rebellion, change, like accelerated change. So when you have Jupiter come into that, you get this kind of expansive and sort of, in some ways, it can be excessive kind of combination. I mean, that's just one way that Jupiter Uranus could come through. That seems to be some of the things happening today. It can also be like a time of very expansive breakthroughs as well.
Well, I've loads of questions to ask you with that, Gio, but the main one I would ask you is, well, is there a standard set? What is there so is there an observation period? Well, actually, my first question was this T you talk about. I think the T is very important for people in the southern hemisphere beyond the equator. In reality, would they notice the T upside down, and what letter would they attribute, or letters maybe would they attribute to this connection of the same thing? But yes, my point fundamental, or my question first of all was, what is the standard set, Geo? Is it the acceptance of vast ages where they have seen these associated human behaviors, characteristics evolving or evolution into certain inclines or declines? You know what I'm saying? Well, how far does it go back in order to sort of trust a pattern laid down? Yeah, shit.
I just wasn't quite able to follow that. Could you say it
I'm
again?
sorry, man. I
there was
pushed
two
things too
parts of
much.
it, I
I'm sorry
think.
about that. Let me ask you a basic question. How far? So if Uranus and what do you call it, Saturn and Pluto were in alignment for these two separate occasions, and we had this associated sort of decline, ultimate separation, I guess, from prior establishment. How far, in terms of the greater reckoning or theorizing, had to go back to, to observe the different alignments within the different earthbound sort of developments. You know what I'm saying? Like, for instance, the last time it happened was 2000 years. There was an alignment. Last was it 2022 or something? 21st of the 12th, 2022, which so it was the first alignment in 2000 years. So in other words, the yeah, the association of time and significance with the skylights and earthbound progress is laid down.
So, are you asking whether it's predetermined or what? I'm
Asking
still not.
who's given us this information and these associations, Geo, and what did they base it on? If they base their determinations on the historical tale that's laid down, and also the ball Earth sort of expanded beyond, so Pluto being a planet, certain, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, how are the details and the characteristics passed on? Surely it has to be through repetition and experience, because if it's not, then it has to be inspiration. You know what I'm
So
saying?
he's basically asking
Yeah.
about the greater tale that's laid down.
Why would these alignments be significant unless there was prior reference? And as you mentioned, Gio, there is 2008 and also the 1920s where you come in, the 1929 to 1933. What was before that? That's what I'm saying. Does it go all the way back to 2000 years ago? Maybe Jesus died when Pluto was up Uranus's arse or something. I don't know.
Well, okay, so each of the wandering stars, like Mercury, Venus, Saturn, etc., they, if I were to summarize it briefly, it's like they have their own. It's like they're like a force in nature, in a sense. Now, I don't mean it's a force like it's beaming something from the sky. What I mean is that what's represented in human life and on Earth by those actual celestial bodies, the wandering stars, they seem to embody like an entire like archetypal realm of existence, and they seem to have a sort of their own focuses, or almost in a sense dominance over that realm of consciousness, in a sense. So like I was mentioning, like the principle of Uranus, which is liberation, freedom, rebellion, sudden unexpected change, like a lightning bolt. So all those themes I'm sharing there. So it seems to be that humans over millennia have been able to observe these these wandering stars, and then able to actually see the correlations of how those archetypal themes, as it were, are like activated and heightened during the times when those different archetypal luminaries come into alignment. So, like for example, with the Saturn Pluto of the 2020, it's like when those came into alignment, those themes were going to be present. And so, I think the powers that be, as it were, they use those themes for their own psyops and their own agendas. Because they know what themes are very common and what is kind of in the collective
Right.
sort of zeitgeist of humanity, like in the unconscious and in the conscious minds. So it's not that they're able to predetermine it. It's still a very real, like one could even see it through free will. Like it's not necessarily determined, but it's like these principles come into alignment, and it seems like the wandering stars seem to be like embedded with those principles, and then it seems to be like the entire sky clock is synced up to like in this massive system of synchronicity, where each individual and on the collective level are in some sort of interplay with these core sort of forces, or these beings or entities or archetypal structures.
Well, let me respond to that to you and say, see, this is now where we're in a different camp. is because we're considering the nature of these wandering stars in a different light, if you want. And yeah, because there is this, well, which comes first? Yeah, the chicken or the egg. So the true nature of our enclosed reality, with all the starlights and the wandering stars moving around in unison in a predictable pattern, knowing the boundaries, that information being in possession of the elite, if you want, and yeah, which came first, the influence of these alignments or the intention to take advantage of these visual alignments from our perspective on Earth? This is the greater question, I think, and yeah, that's what I'm trying to get at.
Well,
As we come to
yeah, I
flat
think
Earth, we
the
have to.
powers that be
Just
have
to finish, we have
basically
to question
the powers
history
that
as
be
well.
have.
Yeah, sorry, I finished there. Yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
Well, let's keep it going back and forth because if you add 4 more ideas, it's going to be impossible to keep a flow going of a conversation. But to respond to that
Sorry, I
one
was
thing,
just finished. You.
well, it's just just go one thing at a time. I'll just be brief and just say that I think that the controllers or the entities that are assuming power today, as it were, in the positions of those kind of whatever term we want to use, the controllers, whatever it may be, they have
Yeah.
basically just hijacked and stolen a lot of this knowledge and wisdom from people of the past. Knowledge and wisdom from shamans and very skilled, you know, spiritually skilled beings who knew how these alignments work and so on. And then the powers that be have just stolen all of that essentially, and then they've just commandeered it to their own benefit. So they just use them. I mean, the actual principles themselves, sort of like, okay, if it's 12 noon and the clock reads 12 noon and the sun's at a particular position, then that's the same for everyone in that area. Like it'd be 12 noon for your neighbor, 12 noon for the guy down the street. So in the same way, like these alignments are present for everybody. Like right now, we're all going through this Jupiter-Uranus transit. That's like one of the main transits of today. Like the last main theme was the Saturn-Pluto conjunction from 2020 to 2023 and everything I mentioned about that. And then now we're in this Jupiter-Uranus. It's one of the main sort of alignments of today. So it's like everybody, those alignments are not like controlled by the controllers or anything. The alignments are actually in the sky, but it seems to be that the creative intelligence within this entire realm seems to be syncing it all up, to where it's all synchronized. It seems in terms of these different dynamics, and the fact that they control the media, they can make a certain event that can captivate people in a way that they want people to be captivated instead of in a way that perhaps our own free will. Like, for example, for that Saturn Pluto, there's other ways to have expressed that. We didn't have to express it the way that they wanted it to be, the whole lockdown and isolation and so on. But that's obviously they pushed that. It's like they knew the weather and then they pushed these agendas to connect with that weather to activate people and to captivate people into whatever sort of manipulation they're doing.
Yeah, but Gio, then it comes back to the creator of this realm and their intentions. In a sense, as you dismiss the necessity for what has happened, maybe it was an absolute for millions of people locked up. Look at the millions of flat earthers that came about because of the lockdown. They relied on their computer. They relied on, look at TikTok, the emergence of TikTok, and the brief, brilliant idea, of course. Everything is a brilliant idea, but just to cut my point short, but the brief delivery, punch, the brief punch that's delivered to this person now who's wondering about their life as they're locked down and they don't know what the fuck is going on. So in a sense, it could be absolutely necessary as we move into these greater alignments now, and all of us come to realize our own, well, truer nature. Let's put it like that. What do you reckon, Gio? We God, Gio. Are we all?
Yeah, I was
of
thinking
an
about how
ultimate-
the Saturn. Yeah, the word lockdown is so connected to Saturn Pluto. Even those words, like Saturn would be the locking, like something like Saturn's about contraction and boundaries and etc. So like the lock would be Saturn, and then Pluto is connected to the underworld. Like Pluto tends to intensify everything it comes in contact with, but it's also connected to like the seedy underworld. It's connected to like nature in certain ways, but it is connected to the underworld in terms of like secret societies and secrecy and subversion It's connected to power as well. It's the themes of power and control. But anyway, so like lockdown, I was just thinking how like the Saturn is the lock, and then Pluto be connected to the underworld. It's like literally locked down in that sense. Anyways,
Oh,
yeah, but
Geo. Yeah,
yeah,
one
but
second,
no, during
Geo.
that time, yeah, like you were saying, a lot of people probably did have a lot of actual shifts in their
Well,
awareness of things. But
here's the
that's always
thing.
the intended reaction. If they're gonna lock the whole world down, then yeah, there's always going to be some form of a reaction to that.
The individual, one second, let me respond. The individual, in a sense, Geo, has no power at all, or every power. You know what I'm saying? How many people did you meet today? How many people do you influence over the worldwide social scale? But when you mentioned the cube, Saturn's cube, very interesting. We were talking about the Channel 4 program where they fooled people into thinking that they were being launched to fucking Mars or something. But here's the thing: the television, the monolith before us, the big screen. They have a program on ITV which is called actually the Cube. And here's maybe the decoding of it. I always found it fucking stupid. I always found it stupid because if you look it up, the Cube, it's called the Cube. Philip Schofield, who was involved in controversy recently, but he presented it. But it was presenting a big cube. You had to go into it and perform medial, sorry, not medial, basic tasks. You know, very, very basic, fundamental operation. If you don't know about it, just type it in. Honestly, you don't understand better what I'm talking about. But that was predominant in terms of the greater televisual offering. Maybe around the time you're talking about, maybe 2018, 2020, 2022, that sort of span. But the cube itself being the prison, and you had to perform basic fundamental tasks. And only when you got good at that, then could you sort of emerge from it. So very good. Very good. That's just a by the way. Another by the way, Geo, the Saturday is the Sabbath.
Hold on, let me make a comment
Sunday
before you
then
launch
is the
the whole
sun. Oh, that's just
rant.
to finish
Kind of
up.
like
By the way,
Pete,
Sunday is the
you're
sun. The
just
sun is
losing us,
round,
man.
of course. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay,
Go
just
ahead.
at least just let someone else get in, please.
No, it's fine. You
yeah, I
just
just
didn't
want to say I
answer,
got
so I
questions.
took. Yeah, he didn't answer, so I took opportunity, a brief sentence afterwards, Jeremy's. That's all.
Yeah, I just want to say I got crushed in 2008 and 2011 in various ways. Like I had a good career going, that all went to hell. And if you were gonna plan, if you're these people and you know about these patterns that happen in the sky, then you're gonna do your thing. You're gonna do your thing. Like say you wanted to crash the stock market so you could buy up a whole bunch of companies and expand your control and power. That would be the time to do it, right?
Exactly. Yeah, they definitely know that. Yeah. Well, it's like if you knew there was going to be a huge storm, like if you knew a massive, this is just another like example of that maybe, but if you knew like a massive storm was coming and you wanted to rob a bunch of people's houses, okay, maybe that's not the best analogy because everyone would be locked in their house. You're not going to rob them easily. I was just thinking of some example where it's like if you knew something that was coming with the weather, or how about another example? Let's say there's going to be wildfires and you're willing to risk it. And so everyone's leaving their house, everyone's evacuating, and then someone goes in and is robbing houses. I was just trying to make the analogy. Like if you kind of know the potential of what the weather might be, they can then plan like a criminal act of sorts, or they could plan something like 9/11. I mean, 2001 was another Saturn Pluto period. So that was the same Saturn Pluto, same two as from 2020. So we were 2001 was a Saturn Pluto. It was kind of like the end of the 90s and the kind of contraction and everything that happened in those with Bush Jr. and all of that. And then 9/11 itself was a major Saturn Pluto event and struck a whole bunch of fear in people. And then they had their solution or whatever. They want to go to war and all that stuff. And then the increase of control in our lives, the higher security and all of that. So yeah, I have no doubt that they planned 9/11 as well for, knowing what they wanted to activate in people.
Yo, why is the Sabbath Saturday for the Jewish people and it's Sunday for us? What I was trying to do, I know I took a lot and Jeremy just came in. When I do add, I'm going to add a sentence. I was thinking about the cube in relation to the sphere, or the square in relation to the circle, or ultimately the square reduces down to four equal lines expanded, which gives us the relationship between the line and the circle, or the diameter and the circumference, which is pi, 3.14159.1. I think there's a message being transmitted, Geo. We're dealing with people in the greater know. We come out of the cave blind. But we know there's nothing new under the sun. You can just, what can you do? Just follow the clues. Have faith. There's a greater power within yourself, and pick up the pieces laid down, the breadcrumbs, the Hansel and Gretel trail. What else? What else? It becomes hopeless if you don't take what I just said on board. It's hopeless because you know nothing now within the greater new reality, which has always been in play. Yeah. Even if it's true, Geo, it won't fucking do. I don't know. I have millions of lifetimes. I do know I live forever because I thought I lived for never. I accepted it into my heart when I was a ball earther. I have an engineering degree at university in Limerick. Doesn't matter now, but maybe it matters everything. There's war and rumors of war all around. There's collapse. There
All right, so
is
Pete, we were on. So we were on.
devastation. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. I was just speaking because no one was speaking. Go ahead.
All right. I don't know. Can we get on a topic or what? We were on a couple topics and Pete's derailed it again. I mean, what were you even saying? I mean, we were on a topic and you just said 4 new topics. So what do we do with that?
Well, pick up, Gio, pick up where you want.
What do you want to do?
What
How about say one thing and then we'll go with that. Let's try that.
All right. All right.
One
thing I
thing
will
on
say-
topic, and then stay on topic if you can, please, because
Yes,
you
I will
tend to.
say
What you'll
stay
do
on
is
topic.
here's what you'll do. Someone will say something, and then you'll respond kind of in line with that, and then you'll literally say 10 new things, and then no one will respond because you've said 10 new things, and there's no real convo happening anymore because you just kind of said 10 new things. It might be 4 new things, might be 3 new things. So then no one responds, then you do it again, and then you keep going, and then you think no one's responding. But the thing is, it's like there's like an engagement. There's a loss of engagement that's happening. And then you end up, and then no one's responding, and then you're kind of just talking to yourself at that point, and maybe that's what you want. I don't know, but I'm just letting you know the issue.
No, it's fine. And you don't need. When I ask you a question, there's always a pause from your side. It's like you're typing into Chat GPT what PJ has to ask you, and then waiting for an answer or something. But I'm not saying that's the case. But let me put it down to one topic then, especially in line with what you've been talking about. Powers that be know the relationship between the earth and the sky, the greater powers that are in place. So when you have ultimate alignments, it's all according to a greater known sort of layout. When they coincide, all of these interferences with the planetary alignments, they are crafting it, and they're making you put a power in these bodies where ultimately it's much more close to home. The power is at the core of your earth, your heart, our own being. So
Okay,
okay,
boom. Stage end or scene end. Okay. I think I caught that. The reason, by the way, that I wasn't responding quickly is because I have no idea how to respond to when you link multiple things together, and I literally am so like not on the page of being able to. So that's why like I that's why I was taking time because of all of that. Now that is on topic to what we were on. Okay, what I would say to that is that my understanding, if we're talking about these wandering stars, as it were, essentially Mercury. I'm talking about, like, let's say Mercury, Venus, Mars, Saturn, etc., Jupiter. They are like fundamental forms that seem to represent the core, like, themes and energies within consciousness. So the powers that be, as it were, they are not controlling those, nor are they delineating what they are. They are aware of them because of what they've, I think, stolen from ancient humanity and from the knowledge and wisdom channels. So they certainly have, who knows how much rape and pillaging they've done to take a lot of that knowledge from different areas, and it's, you know, probably in the basements of the Vatican or wherever they're hiding a lot of different stuff. So they're using the alignments, like I said, to try to captivate or to sway people or to run psyops or whatever it may be. But they're not running them, nor are they dictating what they are. And I would also say that even, like, quote unquote astrologers, use that term, astrologers are not dictating what they are either. From all of my observations of it through many, many years, and watching it like a time clock, looking at it within my own lives, within many, many other people's lives, within historical contexts and historical periods and so on, from what I can say, and of course I, am supportive of anyone else who feels inspired to look into it themselves, of course, as well. And if I'm able to assist with that, I can share things. But at the same time, I would suggest that this is something that, for me, I had to see it myself. Like, I wouldn't have wanted just to read a book and believe what someone else said. So for me, I had to see the actual time clock working itself, and then to actually see how it's functioning in that sense. But what it seems to be, for my overall assessment of it, is, like I said, that it's like the actual energies within consciousness that we express, like, let's say the principle of freedom, that is very connected to the principle of Uranus. Like, it seems to be that those themes of freedom, accelerated either desire for freedom, etc., seem to be activated when Uranus comes into significant alignments with other activating luminaries. So, for example, like during the 1960s, from 1960 to 1972, there was a Uranus-Pluto conjunction. It was the only Uranus-Pluto conjunction in the entire 20th century. And like I said, Uranus is that principle of freedom. It also can be connected to, like, rebellion, revolution. The 1960s were one of the most rebellious eras, actually the most. There was, like, more riots across the world in 1965, right in the middle of the 60s, than any other time in the 20th century. So, and that was the only time that Uranus and Pluto were conjunct is what it's called, which means they're right on top of each other. It's like the new moon position where they're right on top of each other. And Uranus is that principle of rebellion, revolution, fighting back against the man, all of that, the Vietnam War, all of that. And then the Saturn is, the Uranus and Pluto. So Uranus, the liberation, then Pluto intensifies and impels everything that it touches. So it was even more of an intense. Then you get, like, the summer of love in the 1969. That's when Jupiter came into it. So Jupiter came in and brought this kind of expansive positivity, because from 1968 to 79, from 68 to 69, mostly in 69 is when Jupiter came into it. So you already had that Uranus-Pluto conjunction that was cooking, and then Jupiter comes in, and then you get the summer of love and Woodstock and this etc. So what I'm saying is that overall, though, is that these seem to be connected. The actual positions of these tiny little celestial bodies, as it were, because they're tiny little things, obviously, especially when you talk about, like, Saturn, and you can't even see Pluto or Uranus without a telescope. So I mean, it's like you really have to zoom into these things. But yeah, it seems like a time clock. They seem to be synced with these, like, archetypal themes and modalities and emotions, feelings, thoughts, even weather patterns. So it seems to be that the whole system is in, like, an infinite synchronistic correlative design.
That's what. Listen, Gio, brilliant. That's the problem with when I talk to you. You say so much that 3 or 4 different questions sort of come to my mind, and then when I try to respond, I'm not sort of on point because you've said so much, and I sort of end up frustrating the room as well. So I do appreciate that, and I am sorry for that. But Gio, perfect. This is where now we come to this greater sort of awakening. You already talked, and this is the greatest one, especially now in these current times with QAnon and all of this, and JFK. You talk about the fakery in response to that. So the powers that be, I'm saying, I agree with you. But the problem is, I have so many things to say. The problem is, the truth is made available to the babes in arms. So, how many people have seen Uranus? If there are these different energies in play, it seems to me that then it's sort of in the encapsulation of a few. And how are we going to know then who the few correct ones, as opposed to the few incorrect ones are? But let me bring my question back to this.
Well, hold on.
Okay,
Let's stick with that. So
okay.
hold on.
If there,
What are you?
let me
No.
just bring
What are you?
my
Hold on.
question. Let me bring
Let's
my.
stick with that.
Yeah,
No,
go
let's
ahead.
stick with that before you jump. Okay. So what are you referring to? Say that. What do you mean? You're saying that just explain. Just stick with that one thing and let's stick with that because you brought up a point. I'm trying to understand what you're
Okay.
saying.
Okay, let me stick. Okay, let me stick to that. So when you talk about the planetary alignment, and then you had all of this, the hippie movement, the oppositional movement, and the energies that were flowing. If there were fake fucking energies, which it seems that there were, Jim Morrison never died. Jim Morrison never died. He went on to become Rush Limbaugh, and that's why I mentioned JFK to you. JFK never died as well, Gio. We agree on that, whether we agree on Jim Morrison or not. But yeah, if everything is in accordance to a greater sort of schematic laid down, and all of these characters are bit players just acting out their parts because there is this greater energy in play, where does that leave us in terms of our now to 2023, if you want to call it? Let's 50 years later, let's put it like that. 60 years coming up to JFK's anniversary. That'll be a big date, November 22nd, 2023. Mark my words, that'll be a big date. But let me just say, Gio, according to your own recollection position, what the fuck does it matter if there was fucking hippies around back then? Times are shit now. There's trouble around every corner.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Okay. I think I may have been able to parse out something you said there that I could respond to. Okay. So what I would say to that, if we're talking about these alignments, they're not just happening for some people. My understanding of them, as I've studied them and seen how it works, my understanding of how it works, it actually is it is present for everyone. So if we're talking about like that would be called what's often called like a world transit, which means everyone in the world is getting that. So what that means is that like let's say if we had like in the idea of an azimuthal equidistant type of a map layout, if you have the stars above. Here, I'm going to post. This is an image. This actually could be done even a lot better, actually. But this was actually. I don't know if you know who Go Find the Others was. This guy, Go Find the Others. He was awesome. I haven't heard from him in years. His name on Discord was Go Find the Others. He was awesome. I didn't really connect with him that much, but I did a few times. Anyways, he made this real quick. He just made it like on his phone, I think. But it does kind of show the general idea because if you have like that's basically like a chart. Here, I'm gonna.
I like it. I see it, Gio. I like that. Let me save that.
Yeah, I'm gonna stick it here just to the chat for a second, just so it can just while I'm talking about it, so it stays there. But yeah, so Go Find the Others made that just real quick. It could even be made with better graphics and everything, but so that shows a chart essentially that shows the alignments, the geometrical alignments, and then it's just overlaid over an AE type map. So what I was trying to say is that if you have like right now we have Jupiter Uranus, that means that for everyone, Jupiter Uranus are in what's called a conjunction, is the alignment they're in right now. So it's like everyone. So if you were to be in Africa or South America or whatever, and you're able to see Jupiter and Uranus, they will be in a conjunction for everyone at that time, and they literally would be in the same position. So like if they're in a conjunction and Jupiter is right above, let's say Africa, then Uranus is going to be right over Africa as well. Like they're both going to be, so it's like a clockwork. So yeah, but I think the main thing I was going to say to what you said is that because I was mentioning the hippies or whatever, but yeah, it's not because I mentioned the summer of love. I was just saying that's one expression of the Jupiter, Uranus, Pluto. It is the summer of love, and why it was the summer of love, and it was this expansive, celebratory kind of ending of the 60s and so on, and it was this and connected to the rebellion as well. Of course, Woodstock was that massive, whatever, 500,000 people, and it was huge. So that's connected to Jupiter. Tends to bring bigness to things. It tends to expand and bring. So something like the biggest concert ever kind of thing of Woodstock totally makes sense with those three. So that's just one example. But I was just giving one example. It doesn't mean that it's only affecting those hippies during that time or whatever. But the thing is that what seems to be so interesting about these these archetypal complexes is that, meaning when you have two or more that are aligned, is because they're archetypal, they can actually be expressed in a myriad of different ways that still fit the archetypes. So sort of like there's
Right.
the example of an archetype is like mother. Like we all have a mother. I have my mother. You have your mother. We all have our mother. We all have different mothers, but there's certain themes about all of our mothers that would be similar. Like perhaps they were nourishing, loving, different things that mothers are, protective, these kinds of things, caring, all these things. So there's that's an example of how the archetype of,
Mother Mary,
a mother,
Mother Mary.
like capital M mother, of that ultimate mother on that higher level, and then how that seems to then be expressed in all of these individual mothers. So in the same way, Jupiter Uranus, somebody could be born with a Jupiter Uranus alignment, or let's say, and two people could be born with it, and they can be expressing it in different ways. However, they're still archetypally aligned. So they're archetypally similar, but specifically and in their actual details, they have a unique expression.
Right. Now, I've got loads of things to say to you. You're a most interesting man. That what I asked you immediately was, outside of any greater a question, well, we weren't born then. I wasn't born back in those times. And actually, to judge in my own opinion, I think everything has been accelerated. So all these different archetypes now are sort of made manifest within the life of now. We are the life now. The children are growing up at an accelerated rate because the archetypes of the so-called past are being sort of compressed, and all the archetypes, of course, are we break it up archetypes. You said about mother, well, it's Mother Mary, right? So the father archetype is where would we be without the father? So yeah, what is the father archetype? And that's, well, Zeus, I guess, in a sense, or a Jesus, which is the son connected to the father, connected to the mother. But yeah, what do we make of this in our own reckoning right now? Which is, this is my point, Geo, my friend. We are now flat earthers and beyond. All of those skylights have to be moving, and they have to have a singular source, and all of those energies have to have an influence on us in a greater sort of awareness way. Oh, if only we should wake up and appreciate that Pluto is no longer what is it, 3 billion miles away with the face of Pluto the dog from Walt Disney on it, but it's a much more immediate influence. And all of the different characters, just to finish, definitely finishing, all of the different characters now in play, even in terms of the greatest, the JFKs or the Neil deGrasse Tysons, they're all bit players in terms of our greater connection to the stars and the wandering stars. Go ahead.
What?
Pete, were you talking to me that whole time?
Oh, Geo knows I was talking to him, and if Geo goes into detail about how he knows JFK's death was faked, he's going to piss off so many people. He won't piss me off at all, not at all. But he'll piss so many other people off.
I've never had anyone pissed off at me for saying that. I've never had that. People have their different viewpoints on it. Actually, a lot more people nowadays have come to the conclusion that whole thing was actually just a psyop, a psychological drama that was portrayed as being real. And yeah, that's the problem. Talking about archetypes, it's the death of a king. It's the death of the king archetype,
right?
As well, because
look at how many.
Well, go ahead.
My bad, Joe.
No, go ahead, Jeremy. Go ahead.
No, that was Pete.
I was just gonna say, look at how many people. I might be cutting in and out. I don't know. Look how many people now think like Biggie and Tupac faked their death. You know what I mean? So like, yeah, it may be getting more accepted that the whole faking of the deaths thing.
I'm not against Geo in this. I am really not against it. I think there's a greater power in play, and that is the association between all the skylights and the greater influence. We know the influence the sun has, moon has on our lives, but about the stars or the wandering stars, we've been told all our lives, Jeremy, that they're so far away, they're beyond our sort of ability to appreciate the collective or collated expressions. If they all line up, we're getting a blast, if you want, of closer energies which all emanate or stem from a singular, well, northbound source. It has to be a northbound source, doesn't it? So all of these bit players, the JFKs of this world, the George Bushes, they're all actors, but they are acting according to a greater script laid down in accordance to the motion of the skylights, which are now so influential within our enclosed flat Earth and beyond. A sort of consideration. Nice one. By the way, Geo, this is to you, Geo. This is my own finding. I've come up with lots of my own findings, even though I know there's nothing new under Aristarchus. But Geo, JFK is 11, 6. Hang on, JFK. Sorry, J is 11. K is no. Hang on. Sorry, I have it now. Sorry. J is 11, F is 6, and K is 10. As you invert it, turn it around, it is 9, 11, 0, 1. And JFK was Irish. So I would look at that date and say that's September 11, 2001. You might say it's nothing at all, but Dave, New Perspective will say to you that there's a good possibility that JFK was Jimmy Carter, at least one rendition of Jimmy Carter, which makes sense in a sense. If JFK was killed and he resurrected as JC, Jimmy Carter. That's the, by the way.
I want to say one other thing. I mean, it is a huge focus of mine. So obviously, I'm always passionate to talk about it. But but we also don't have to focus on it unless people want to. But I was just gonna say one other thing about. I just wanted to say about so if these wandering stars are synced up with our lives, and if anyone is able to look at those actual alignments, like look at the actual sky, and then see how those actual patterns are actually happening in their lives and have even happened in their past as well, does that then give a increased level of meaning? Because what that would then imply is that there is an intelligence that absolutely cares for us, because if it's moving these different energies through our lives, it also seems to be that these different things we go through, like that seem to be correlated with certain alignments, that often can be either challenging or challenging in some way, but then also bringing some form of a positive transformation. So it seems like these alignments, like when people seem to go through personal transits, there's like it can be a crisis or a challenge that gets initiated by that alignment. Like I had a Pluto moon transit when I was in my late teens, early 20s. And that's when I was starting to learn about a lot of this. And it was so helpful to know, because it was all the themes that were happening were connected to those two. Like the moon is connected to the family as well, and to the home base in different ways. And anyway, so yeah, it was very there's just a lot of
Significant.
It's just one example.
Yeah. What's your quest in this life then, Gio? You admit that there is many multiple of life. I'm not taking away from you, my friend. I love you. But what's your quest in this life then? Obviously, you've changed many people's lives by just the very nature of your forum here, where you allow these greater Einstein is a piece of piss. You know what I'm saying? We can rule out all these characters as being literal heroes, and we can see beyond, because they haven't considered a stationary flat earth surface. They've tried to come up with any reason for the greater sort of beyond, and the recognition of the greater encompassment of the earth and the heavens. But the basis of the earth has to be moving. Yours has to be, but you know what I'm saying? What's your purpose in this life then, Gio? Honestly, but I want to know. Want to know. You don't have to tell me, of course.
Well, that's
Shit.
a big question. I guess I'm kind of multitasking, so I don't know if I'm like fully prepared. That's a big question to ask someone, just in general.
That's
What is their entire life purpose? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
That's a big one. I mean,
Yeah, well, Gio, if we think about the energies in play right now within the stellar alignments or the wandering stellar alignments, well, I mean, okay, we go through motions, we go through emotions, um, towards what? Towards what? Towards what end? What did they experience? Last thing to say. What did they experience?
well, what
as
I
the
was
people at
what I was
Woodstock?
actually linking that to is that when someone goes through a transformative process and there's a positive growth and healing as some kind of increase of their understanding, perhaps that comes out of it, like through what I'm saying is that if that alignment was correlated in that person's life and they went through that, it then has the potential to show them that there is meaning and there is purpose and there is intention, and that we are not only special, but we're so significant that the intelligence within this realm has been able to sync up these huge cyclical patterns of these wandering luminaries, as it were, meaning they move differently than the stars, to sync those with intricate detail to one's life, the actual patterns, the challenges, emotions, thought patterns that one is going through. It then shows that there's meaning and like there's care and there's love from that higher intelligence that is actually seeking that in like a that it's like it cares and has intention for
Your ability.
I'll say this. Okay, linking to that, this is going just kind of connected to. I'll just say this last part of it, which is that okay, so it is often the case that if someone is not aware of this at all, they might just go through like a crisis in their lives where something happens and maybe the rug feels like it's being pulled out from under them. Maybe it's a crisis, could be various different things. And then it's sort of like turbulent in a sense. Now, they then are going to manage that and do the best they can in various ways. Now, if somebody is aware of these patterns and aware of the way the sky is functioning like this, the thing is there's a process that people do, like a spiritual growth process, where they'll watch their transits. They'll look at what transits they have at any time in their life. They'll look at their past. They'll look at what's coming in the future. And then like when the alignments come in, if they know the themes of what could happen or what is possible, then once the actual alignment starts happening, there's the process where they could navigate that and actually either even have like healing or growth or transformation within that. And it seems like these alignments give that opportunity for some growth to occur or some positive transformation in some way, even though that could come through, there could be crisis or there could be challenging emotions that are underlying it. So it can have its barriers and challenges.
Oh.
So in that sense, that's like the deeper level of like that seems to be like the meaning and intelligence, is that it's almost like this whole realm is giving us like all these chances to work through these parts of ourselves, basically these different activations and alignments of our psyche. And it seems like there's the potential to harmonize those alignments and thus harmonizing these things within ourselves, because ultimately the alignments are just reflecting our inner selves. And so by harmonizing those, perhaps that's what some
Love it.
at that sort
I
of
love it. Let me respond. Yeah.
peak level of
that was
advancement of one's own being and transformation.
You know when I was just thinking about this to myself, right? But you know when a horse smiles, he'll show his teeth. Every word you said there, I was smiling at because I have a appreciation of it. Because you talked about alignment, who knows about the timing and the alignment? I have a question to ask you, but just before I do, absolutely agree with you. But the deeper question I would ask, or the next question I would ask, then, how does it fit into our multiple, possible, infinite lifetimes, maybe before and after, and all sides? But don't go there yet. But here's my question, Gio. Before you became a flat earther, every single map, This is in relation to what you posted last, right?
Did you say past lives?
Because I did a little bit of
Did you say
realignment.
past lives?
Every single map that you ever saw, where was Australia placed? That's my question.
What? That's right where it is.
Oh,
What? Why?
yeah. 1
Why
second.
why
Every
you know
single
about that?
map of the Earth you saw before you became a flat earther, even after you became a flat earther, where was Australia placed or located?
Well, I guess that's a whole different topic change. I think we were talking about the
It's not.
alignments of the celestial bodies, and I think you did say something about past lives, which is another one of my passions. So I do want to just say one thing on it, which is to say that linked in with everything I was saying, and there's a perspective that each time we incarnate into a lifetime, the birth chart of that lifetime and the alignments that were happening at that birth moment will be like the core themes, personality characteristics, thought patterns, sometimes like certain skills or like special talents people have, but also challenges, certain woundings or challenges. And so that incarnating at that moment, it's like an imprint of those particular alignments and how those alignments would then link with one's soul and one's history and karma and all of those layers as well. And it plays into the idea that because in any one lifetime, you have that one birth chart, which is unique to that lifetime. And then those are going to be the themes for that whole lifetime. But in terms of the idea of if one's soul would incarnate into in another time, in another lifetime, you would have a completely different chart. And then what's I even get really deep into studying as well is looking like the themes that are actually carried between lifetimes that one is actually still working on now. And for many have come to the conclusion that when they really get to the root of their own issues or their own challenges, either like anxiety or depression or whatever symptoms they might have or whatever sort of, any kind of psychological maladjustment or emotional maladjustment in some way. And when they get to the deep roots of it, it's fascinating how many have been able to, for themselves, to see that there seem to be the like themes that were connected to their soul's expression in other lifetimes, and that there's always like the potential to transform that whole lineage in any one lifetime as well. Like you can like heal things from the past and the future essentially simultaneously all through.
Okay, thank you, Gio. That's where we have to have trust. That's where we have to have trust in the creator, Gio, or a greater, a higher defining power. I mean, that just has to be true, right? But let me answer my own question then. Well, actually, let me ask you another question, Gio. They say that millionaires go to astrologers, but billionaires go to the other way around. Millionaires go to astronomers, and billionaires go to astrologers. What percentage of astrologers that you are obviously au fait with and you're in connection with have based their thinking now and their declarations as a man or a woman to you in the now on the new idea that we are living on a stationary first extended flat via our nature, our knowledge of water, and enclosed via our knowledge of a pressure system where all of the skylights now revolve in unison and have ultimately an intellectually a central northbound emanating source.
Jesus
what percentage
Christ.
That's my question. What percentage of astrologers now are flat earthers? Sorry.
Yeah. It seems probably the globe is still fairly predominant in a lot of the different traditions. I mean, first of all, like all of the original traditions come from a planar Earth type of system, of course, like the ancient Chinese, the ancient Vedas, the Vedic astrological lineages. So, in terms of today's world, I mean, if you're talking about the term flat Earth or the idea of the Earth being stationary and then the geocentric and having planar geometry overall, and then the sky above, etc. Well, I mean, to be honest, I don't think that this information has really made it really, fully in as much. However, I was at an event which was that flat camp, that was like a camping event for a flat Earth type event, and I met a guy there who is a Vedic astrologer. He was like my age, he's a Vedic, and he had his whole journey and his whole through his life, and so he was a Vedic astrologer. But then he also realized the Earth is a flat stationary plane, and so and him and I it was an all-nighter bonfire, partying all night, having a great time, and just looking up at the stars under the bonfire. Him and I were talking, and he was telling me that he has a Vedic astrologer teacher that taught him, like an elder basically who helped him in his studies and so on. And he was saying that that teacher, as it were, thinks the Earth is a globe, even though it's in the Vedic system, but is actually heliocentric and globe. And he was just saying how he's he knows it's not a globe or whatever. And so he was just saying that like even his own teacher, being Vedic, which is just so bizarre. It's so bizarre because it is bizarre because all of the Vedic cosmology and all of the Vedas and the Vedics is all planar and stationary Earth. It's never a globe, and they're in the actual. So it's like to be a Vedic astrologer that's globe. Like I guess they've adapted the globe quote unquote breakthrough is what they're convinced of. That was some scientific breakthrough or whatever. So yeah, they're basically just convinced of that.
They see beyond it. That's what I was talking about, Geo. If I took some of the things that
I would
you
think
took,
very
I'm not
few
saying that-
actually know this, Pete, in terms of the overall astronomy.
Listen.
In the entire fields of astronomy and astrology, it's still not known by a very
You are the leader
very
now.
high percent.
Now you become the leader, Geo, my friend, because you have considered. I'm not saying this in any. Okay, these people I met actually a Vedic master. Maybe Jack was the guy who told your friend. Jack was fascinated by what I had to say, but it was in a real sense. You see, I do live on a stationary Earth surface, but the problem is with the word Earth. I think Earth is actually a sphere, Geo, as you've mentioned a few times, because Earth is the greater encompassment
Well, it's
of our
surrounded. I think it's
separation.
surrounded by a sphere. Yeah.
Right,
It's
well,
surrounded by.
exactly. So therefore, the truth, because God deals in greater language. What is language? Land gauge, right? So we gauge the land we're at, and the language then sort of comes to us. Remember, I said earlier on,
Yeah, it makes
we're
me
born
think of
into
when people say Earth is a sphere. It depends on how they're defining Earth. I guess they're trying to say it's like the rocks and then that thing's a ball or whatever. But
exactly.
if one were to see this whole realm as the Earth, like in terms of like the domain that we dwell, like the dwelling of man,
Right.
that meaning of Earth, and you were to say the Earth's a sphere, that could be seen as a stationary plane which is surrounded by a sphere, and the whole thing is a sphere. So when people say
It
Earth
could
is a
be.
sphere, we may want to consider that actually could have other meanings.
Right. It could be, and of course, EXO or Mr. Maestro, MG Pillbox 42. It doesn't matter what's the name. Name is actually an anagram of Amen. You just move a letter from the front to the back. Funny enough, okay, whatever. But here's the thing. That's what he talks about. Flat Earth is a psyop. It's a limiting sort of position. We haven't said what Earth is, and Nathan Oakley says that the Earth is the soil. MG Pillbox says, well, I'm not sure what he says. I think he says we can't know it, but ultimately Earth is more. Dave Rakia says something different. The sky is separate. The skylights are separate from the Earth. What is the truth? Let's all investigate. I think everything is now ultimately connected, Geo. Everything is ultimately connected. So as the Earth moves, it gives us the moving skylines. But in some sense, we might have been cut off from that greater previous sort of connection. And here's the thing: nature and unnature. I think we are in a decayed or a fallen form from a prior state, which is the true state of us. So therefore, all of this has to become a setting for us. And maybe that's what I was saying, Gio. We don't want to endure fucking thousands of lifetimes to try come to the greater truth. Let it all be accelerated now. And let's all of us recognize our greater connection. That's what I say. By the way, Gio, yes, very few of those gurus who are so definitive about all the energies in play will talk about flat Earth, because you see, the thing is, when the minute you come to flat Earth, you have to understand this, that there's an order in play. It's you have decided that you go along with the greater deliverance, testimony, affidavits of everyone who's lived, and that you're on a stationary surface. A globe, it could be a globe, it could be a globe that's not, but then everything is extrapolated upon that basic consideration within our greater minds, which is that I know static, I know stationary, but here's the trickery, that when you look at the stars now, they told us that we're on a globe, but the stars now are far, far, far away. So ultimately, they're stationary. And you notice, Geo, the great switcheroo, they made the sky flat and they curved the Earth. But well, we did. We made this, yeah, to work out the puzzle. But yes, as now we see everything within an enclosed system, the immediate declaration to our brain is that, well, there's a singular source that's moving within an enclosed surface. So now we just got to work out the relationship between well, the energy and the beyond, which is no longer infinite empty space. It has to be something. What's the thing that occurs immediately to us when we go along this path? Well, it's waters, isn't it? It's waters. It's saline waters more specifically. So there's some sort of a boundary. Then we get to considering what the fucking Earth might be beneath us. Well, that's all I'm saying. That it's laid out. And if you think or if I think that coming up with something new, you're crazy, man. You're crazy. Then you have no faith in God or the Creator. That's the only way it can be. By the way, that's where Aleister Crowley, Parsons comes back to Aleister Crowley, comes back to Alice in Wonderland, and would you believe it? Who's the author of Alice in Wonderland, Alice Through Looking Glass? It's Charles Dodgson. He was nicknamed Dodo Geo because he was said to have a stammer. So every time this 24-year-old Oxford professor introduced himself, it was Charles Dodgson. Yes. That's just another by the way. That was just my response to you, Gio, and you're honestly very, very good, very, very good. I really appreciate that. My smile was showing here, and what you said, I'm absolutely in alignment with. I just think that outside of the multitude of lifetimes, the horror to our brains, right? That I think we can sort of work it out within any maybe individual lifetime, and maybe now is the time. Horror no more, maybe. Anyway, sorry, go ahead. I know I speak a lot, but hopefully I've said some things worthwhile listening to. By the way, sorry, please forgive me for this. Geo, yes, the answer to my own question, every map we've ever seen of the Earth before we became flat earthers, Australia was at the bottom. Posted an image that Australia was at the top. I just reorientated it around, realigned it, and, well, say what you see, say what you see, and just to help you along, and to make this great completion in terms of the last sentence I had to say. Well, you see a dodo bird, and Charles Dodo Dodgson, the author of Alice in Wonderland, Alice Through Looking Glass, and Alistair's Crowley, Alice the Allstar Crowley, reference what you had to know. Alice in Wonderland, Alice Through Looking Glass, upside down, inside out, at the front. In the clues, I leave it there.
Okay, Pete, maybe it's time for the dodo to take a break.
I just went on mute when you said that, so great minds think alike.
Perfect. It's funny because everybody left now. Yeah.
Come on, SC. Don't try to make me feel bad, bud. I was having a great conversation with Gio. It doesn't matter if everyone leaves, they'll be back tomorrow. Come on, man. We're trying to get places as opposed to getting nowhere on a every new daily basis, Gio or SE. That's all I'm saying. And I will take a break, but people will be back. Yeah.
Yes, they will
Thank you for
be.
making
Yes,
me
they will.
feel bad.
I'm not trying to make you feel bad. I just feel responsible because I was the one that unmuted you. So
I know what to say to that, man. You wouldn't say that to me before my face. That's all I can say because you have no power over me, really. I had a great conversation with Gio. There's possibly no one else here in this forum who could have had the same conversation, not to mind a development of it. So you can diminish me all you like. Are you looking for viewing figures? You want to get Jace or Kojo back in? Go ahead, man. But don't leave on a sour note. Take it easy. I'll see you.
that would have continued on. But I say next time we flip for it, it's the only fair thing to do.
I'm sorry, man. It's my bad. That's on me.
Like, he's not happy till he just utterly just makes everybody click off this channel. And I just think he's an agent, basically, that works for Gem Panda. That's what it seems like.
Yeah, that's the last time I'm unmuting you, Pete. If you come in here mute, don't come begging to me, bro. Because I repeat, I'm never gonna unmute you again, ever.
Nothing
You
new under
blew
the
it,
sun,
man.
SD. Nothing new under the sun. All right.
Yep.
Always hear the repeat. That might seem insensitive.
Hey, it is what it is, man. I mean, it is what it is. You're not gonna make a donkey meow, right? So,
I mean,
people are the way they are.
it's like even in a regular conversation where somebody is like Geo and patient like a saint. I think Geo is actually applying for sainthood somehow, but it's like even at that, it's unsatisfactory, and then he must interrupt and run over and just dash topics like to where it's like, oh, did you just make me like contemplate something, and then you didn't even give a fuck what I had to say because you're just gonna automatically have another question right now because you have such a low attention span. You didn't give a shit to fucking ask the question in the first place. You're just here to fucking yammer. Is that what it is? It seems like that, but maybe I'm fucked in the head and I don't know what's going on. There could be.
I'm dying of laughter here, bro. No, it's not you. Trust me, it's not you, bro.
Like somebody couldn't do that by accident every time. Could you? Could you imagine that, SE? Could you imagine that? You come in here and you strike up a conversation and then you just keep going and until the point where you're just like you're just knocked to the future's head and he's doing your voice and what is that? Like can we end that? Like just find a new way to communicate, bro. Like you know. That's
Nah,
not gonna
it's
happen.
not gonna happen, bro.
That's not gonna happen.
It's
It's
not
all
gonna
good.
happen. I'm dying of laughter because I'm thinking of friends of mine, that are like that, right? It's just not gonna happen, bro. It's yeah.
I think it's a good strategy for gem pandas, or if you want to like destroy anybody's interest in like just destroy continuity of thought, destroy all these things, and then basically make it unlistenable for anybody but yourself. I think he's doing a good job at that, but I this is the wrong place for it. There is a place for it, and I think it's just somewhere else possibly. I don't know. Like he's a
I
warrior.
don't know if you can fake that, bro. I think that's just the way he is. I mean, if he's an actor, I tip my hat. He's like the best actor I've ever seen.
Yeah.
I think he's just
Right.
like that. He can't help himself. It's like a stallion, right? You can't tell a stallion to I don't know, walk backwards, right? It's gonna want to run free. Like you can't
He's
make
the
it do
stallion.
stuff.
He's
Yeah.
the stallion. I believe it. Just, like I don't need a Tylenol right now, but I feel like I could use one anyway.
Yeah.
That's poison. And is there hope that the room just recovers naturally, or do you have to take the paddles to it and clear? You know what I mean? Is that the case? I don't know.
Well, they might have to go through decompression. You know, might have to stay in a silent room for half an hour, not listen to or watch anything. Who knows?
Deprivation tank. That'd be terrible. Imagine listening to you listen to Pete for 3 hours, just go straight, continuous, uninterrupted Pete for 3 hours, and then you go into a sensory deprivation tank, and you just be like overwhelmed by all the subconscious eggs that he's laid in your fucking brain. You know what I mean? Like a you know what I'm saying? Or maybe it's just me.
Like I said, I've had friends like that, right? Bob, when he starts drinking, oh my God, you're gonna have to break him out from a fight. This guy's like that, right? This guy doesn't stop talking. It's just the way people are. You're not gonna change them. It's either you accept them or you go the other way. It's
Yeah.
like what is it? The tarantula and the mouse, is it? Or no, what is it? The frog? Is it the frog and the scorpion? There's a story.
I'm into it. Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, there's a story. I think I know I'm gonna mess it up. Can't remember it good, but there's a story about a frog and a scorpion. So there's a flood or something, and the frog helps the scorpion cross the water, but the scorpion promises not to sting it, right? Because they're both gonna die. Like I said, I'm gonna butcher it, but it's gonna get the gist. But halfway through the thing, the scorpion stings it, and it goes, "It's in my nature. Can't help myself." I think that's how it goes. Yeah. So
Heard a variation on that, but it's two Muslims in the desert, and or something like that, and they're both starving for water, and then they find like an oasis, and then the one guy stabs the other guy, and he's like, "Why did you do this? We just found the water." He's like, "But it's the Middle East," or something like that. Something to that effect. Scorpion's there too. No, probably not related.
yeah. I hope if somebody remembers it, says it properly, but it's something like that. Like when it's in your nature, you can't help yourself type deal. Like a lion's gonna be a lion. You're never gonna. It's never not gonna want to eat meat, right? And attack the prey and stuff. Yeah.
Wouldn't have so much animosity towards him if he wasn't already sure that I was like hoi polloi from the fucking Clues forum or something like that. That would probably be nice. He's never said that I wasn't.
So that makes me think that he always thought that I was and am now, even now. Maybe. Alright, I got it out of my system. I'm sorry. Sorry for that indulgency.
It's okay. You got the dodo shuffle. It's understandable.
All right. Shake it off. Shake. I'm gonna walk this off. I'm gonna walk this Pete Shea off right now.
You can sleep it off, or you can have some strong coffee. You'll be okay. You'll be fine.
Tanks.
What's up?
Yeah.
chilling, enjoying the day after the Enchantment Under the Sea dance, which it was yesterday in Back to the Future, and in reality here.
Oh, is that right? All right.
Yeah, Johnny
The
was
one where
good.
the one where people disappear.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know what you guys do with like your very deep thoughts, but I was having some deep thoughts about finding a great meme creator, like who makes some really good flat Earth memes, right? And incorporating Zoolander into the memes, right? So we get like a photo, like you've seen the photos where they have the same cloud patterns of the Earth as a globe, right? And then somehow you get Zoolander on there saying, just one look, like well, only one look, right? So there's one idea. That was another idea that that the Earth can only turn left, right? Like it has like it's born with a disability where it can only turn left. I had another idea with Zoolander. These are my deep thoughts, though. Oh, right. So then we got observations that debunk the globe horizon, right? So now we need a model that's at least 3 times that size. So
What Zoolander would say.
yeah, it's got to be at least 3 times this size. He would say. Yeah.
What is this, a world for ants?
Yeah. Yeah. So right, that's even better. Fucking A, man. Look at that. Is this a world for ants? Yeah, we're just an ant on a basketball. There's another meme. This is what I mean. We got these. We're on the same wavelength
Lennon and
here.
McCartney. Or
like making beautiful music together right now. Is that what you're saying? Yeah.
That's good. No, I like that. I mean, Zoolander was a good movie.
I didn't even know there was a Zoolander 2.
There's Zoolander. I didn't. You just told me that. I didn't know that.
It autoplay. I watched the other one the other day because somebody's like, "What the fuck is this?" Movie like that. People talk about. I was like, "Oh, let's watch it." So we watch it, and then they're like, "This is the dumbest movie I've ever seen in my life." And I'm like, "That's understandable." I said that the first time I saw it too, and I didn't watch it again for like another 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 years. I give it a second chance. I was like, "That's the worst thing that I've ever witnessed." But after that, watching it recently, it autoplayed the second one, where the opening scene is apparently Justin Bieber getting murdered, and then it tells a story about how and then he dies before taking a selfie. He dies, posts it to his Instagram, and then it tells a story about like what happened in their lives, right? So apparently this is just the opening like 5 minutes. So I'm not going to really ruin the whole movie for you, but within the opening 5 minutes, it tells the story about how Derek did fulfill his dreams of building a center, for children who can't read good and other stuff. And but the issue was that one day after building it, it collapsed because he designed and engineered the building in the same way the model was and built it out of glue and popsicle sticks. So it failed immediately. But it also killed Matilda, who was the blonde haired girl who was the mother of his child, who is now 8 years old. But Protective Child Services came to take away the child because he couldn't figure out how mommy made the spaghetti soft. Right, and he's just flipping out and like throwing spaghetti sauce at his kid because he can't figure out how mommy made the spaghetti soft. How'd she do it, son? He won't tell him. He's shaking him. Tell me, how'd she do it? Right, he won't. And then in that accident as well, Hans, something happened to his face when the building fell, and he's wearing a golden mask on one side of his face. So I don't know what's under there, but if you watch the movie, I guess we'll find out. So it's got a lot of build up.
Hot right now, or he used to be, I guess.
No, I mean, no, it's old too. I mean, that's old. It was like it came out like 2013. I just never fucking watched it. I just realized it was they had a second one.
Real life wife too, I think. Yeah. But anyway, basically, what it's like the Globers are Zoolander. Is that what you're saying? They have the mind of a Derek Zoolander.
Yeah, of course. like the globe can't turn left. Globe only has one look. Until I guess I don't know, like Hubble telescope. I guess would come out with like the new look of blue steel, the look we've all been waiting for. I don't know.
Mix in a little bit of Tigray. Yeah, it's all good.
Yeah. The equator's so hot right now. You could have memes that say shit like that. It's just got a lot of potential. Like, I just never realized how dumb. I mean, I've realized how dumb the globe is. I realized how dumb Zoolander is. I just didn't realize they were the same thing. They sell us the future where we're all going to be wearing trash bags. You know what I mean? Like that's the future of fashion and of the world where people are going to be paying extra to wear, like the not the homo, but the homeless erotica that they sell at the end. Yeah. Yeah, I just figure everybody else gets their movies like, oh, look how Shine is all about the globe. That movie. Oh, look how that's all about. It's got a bunch of like fake moon landing stuff built in there. Oh, look how Back to the Future is talking about. It's got the symbolism in it. But I want one. I'm gonna take Zoolander as my own baby. So.
Back on the ball now.
Now you get one where the Glovers, die in a freak gasoline fighting accident or something. I don't know. Yeah, to your point about the under the sea dam. I mean, I think it's cooler when they make a movie not like in a future that's not going to be achievable in your lifetime. It's more fun to imagine that that's achievable in your lifetime. Yeah.
So I was thinking about it. It's ironic, yeah, that they that's the song that they put on the gold record that they sent out into on the Voyager.
What is?
Johnny Be Good.
Is it?
Well, I was just contemplating like the likelihood that somebody with Marty's like taste in music would have been able to cover and sing Johnny Be Good. Like, why would he know that? That's not even his.
Wait, who?
Like, well, the Michael J. Fox character, Marty.
Oh, Marty McFly.
Why would he know how to play Johnny Be Good and sing it? He was into like Van Halen and shit, So.
Huh? Yeah, I don't know.
Hard to believe. But it's funny that it coincides with that the Voyager.
Yeah, so I'm saying you got your movie. Like I've seen that. You've seen the Back to the Future like breakdown movie before on YouTube.
I think that's why I have this name, probably.
Is it?
I think I did. It's kind of a little fuzzy. It's kind of a while ago.
I got the push to talk on, so my fingers covering it. Let me see. I can't move my thumb, and I couldn't talk. I can't do this. I can't have a contradiction in reality where I'm, doing two things. I'm reading the lyrics. Go Johnny, go. I'm not seeing any depth to that. Let me try the next line. Go Johnny, go go. Not getting not nope. All right, next line. Go Johnny, go go. Go Johnny, go go. Johnny, be good. All right, let me try it backwards. Go, Johnny Gunn. Still nothing. I keep reading.
You know, like, I mean, just the verse lyrics. Like, he knew all that stuff. Like, why would he know that? It doesn't make sense. Like like you might know the chorus. You know.
A good song, and it's got a cool like guitar part. If you want to just like learn a guitar.
I guess so. I love it, and that probably would have been around the time that they would have sent it up on the on the V'ger. And then they used another movie with that, the Star Trek, the motion picture, right? So technically, V'ger should have been singing Johnny Be Good, you know? Like, I was programmed with this knowledge, you know what I mean? They missed an opportunity there. Star Trek the movie? No. Didn't do it.
I don't think I've seen the movie. I've seen like all the episodes on the TV show.
All right, well, let me spoil the movie for you. Bunch of shit goes down. They're like, what's going on here? They're like, there's some kind of crazy intelligent thing that's doing this thing. And then Spock flies through the crazy tunnel of light and stuff. Eventually, they discover that, yeah, it's the Voyager probe. It had been abducted by aliens and pumped up full of more technology. Now it's like an intelligent being. It evolved out in space. And, yeah, that's kind of the plot.
I've seen that though, either in another Star Trek episode with like the Borg maybe, or maybe it was like SG-1. It was SG-1 where that happened. Seen that scenario though, but obviously this
Yeah.
one would have been first.
That's hilarious. And then it was called, they named the whole series Voyager. That's terrific. We're still getting shit from that satellite too, so I think it's pretty funny. They reprogrammed it. They're hacking Voyager to make it like work better. It's the most believable thing I've ever heard.
Yeah, I mean, Hitchens razor, but or even Occam's razor. The most likely scenario is that somebody just left that toy radio plugged in the closet, or like when they threw their mop in there, it turned back on, and some idiot is like, "Holy shit, we're getting signals from, 4,000 light years away right now. Like, what's going on?" It's somehow it defied the odds. It's working in outer space still.
Batteries. I guess they made the batteries better then. For it. No, you'll never hear a Glober challenge the ability of robots to repair themselves out in space.
No, I remember going over this with Hammer when he was still around on here with DP and Hammer, and we were going over this whole like what you're talking about, how they found the thing, and the Glober stuck up for it big time, like about how it was definitely possible, makes perfect sense, not a problem. Yeah,
So possible, you don't even know. Well, like probably some aliens had to fix it though, right? They're like, oh, this poor little satellite's got a flat tire out in space, so let's fix it. And, and then they fix it, and then we're none the wiser, right? We're just like, oh yeah, we've got signal, we've got signal. All your space will belong to us. Boom. Just
Snacks,
like that.
if outer space, quote unquote, was real, and you could get in a rocket and just fire off in one direction, and you would just keep your conserved momentum forever, and you would just go forever, and you would get like sucked into different gravitational solar systems and stuff, the way they claim. Would you take that venture? Meaning that you would never return to Earth, but you would still be you, and you would be going off to
Out in space, I've heard.
anywhere. Would you do it? Would you go out to deep space?
I need a stack of pornos like you can't imagine. It's the rest of my life, right?
You would need some provisions.
We need to cover things I'm not even into yet, you know? That's so
You'd have to
long. I
bring
mean,
future inventions with you.
man,
Maybe you would get future inventions.
if they had cryostasis, maybe I'd go for that. I like cryostasis as a sci-fi concept, even though I'm not sure if it actually works out, you know. But that won't keep people from collecting heads.
Would you spiritually leave this realm for like an out of body experience and then come back in that sense? Like not physically going into NASA's outer space, but I'm just saying like in terms of leaving this entire realm and then coming back.
Am I allowed back? Maybe.
Did you just go and come back?
If I can go and come back, yeah, astrally or consciously.
Like would you if you could freely pop out of the firmament and explore in many realms beyond, but then pop back in and it's like no time has passed, would you want to have that ability?
Easily, yeah. I don't know if that'd be special. I'd tell you guys all kinds of shit. You would. Or that would be the tough part, right? Like I've seen everything. No one believes me.
Like what if you just went into like a meditation, like in your physical body, like you're just like, you know, for about 10 minutes, you just sit down, close your eyes, and boom, you know, for clock time, for anyone else that would be around you, it would be 10 minutes, let's say. But would you like to have the ability to, in that 10 minutes, once you kind of close your eyes and you're just, you know, you're just settled on, you know, you don't have to deal with the physical world and, you know, in any way, you could just be able to be kind of eyes closed. That then you could instantly travel, as it were, be like in terms of beyond time and even into other times. And you could like you could be able to do that. And even though it only took 10 minutes, it actually could be like eternity even, or even like thousands of years of experience that can be contained.
Yeah, they could get freaky. I might not come back right. You know, I might think I'm like a glass of orange juice.
You might come back
But then
more upright.
it might be. Well, I would just like. I mean, yeah. If you had to if you could contemplate everything, see everything, know everything like that, and then come back here and be like, man, this is bullshit, right? You'd have to think that. Take
It's
me
not
back.
how that's not how Picard felt at all. Jean-Luc loved Earth.
Right. He could have
Yeah,
been
I
the
mean,
Borg.
this earth is beautiful. It's incredible. This creation.
It's beautiful, but I mean, it's got to be like some maybe even better places out there. You'd be like, wow, this is even way cooler. And they've got free tacos. It could be, you know, situations of that order of magnitude better. Or like to visit a society that like had its shit together. I mean, wouldn't it? Yeah, it would just make you mad if you were here. Like, I'm not staying there for this stuff. But I mean, I'm not even. I don't know. Like, I don't know if we're from here or if we're from somewhere else and we just got dropped off here. Um, I don't know if like life could be similar in other. Well, I kind of believe in an infinite plane situation. So to me, there's an Earth next door.
Yeah,
Every
so
direction
imagine
you might go.
so imagine how big space has to be if that's the case.
Yeah.
You know, we don't have to call it space. We can call it just the sky.
Well, I don't think the galaxies represent more terra firma. I think they're like, you know, some kind of eddies of some sort up there. Not yeah. I don't think there's land up. I think there's out.
No, but I'm just saying, just imagine how big that means. This, you know, how big the sky is now. It's
I
just
think
it's
it
enormous.
looks really big to us, but I don't think it's anything more than just over our heads and over this little thing.
I kind of agree. Like but I disagree at the same time. Meaning, when I look up, it doesn't look that big. Like initially when I just look up at the sky, I'm like, "Oh, it's tiny, it's small." I look at the clouds that kind of meet the ground within what I can see. I'm like, yeah, that's small. The sky is small. But at night it becomes bigger, right? At day it looks a little bit smaller sometimes. At night it gets bigger, and just like my perception of it. And then if I try to like imagine, like, well, how high up is that? Right? It's higher than I've ever gone. It's pretty enormous. Yeah.
I kind of just feel like we have a sort of our sky is sort of just a local, and everything, even the distant things. I think we're just seeing here the whole time. But I don't know. I kind of believe that every Earth-like environment like this, every flat Earth is just next to another flat Earth area where you're going to see a sun and a moon. That's not ours, but a different setup. But it'll just be like basically the same things go on. There's all the same shit, and maybe a lot of the same life forms or variations on a theme.
I've
Or
never.
like you
Yeah.
would you expect that like a killer whale could migrate from like one to the other if it was just like they can just go swim, and all the Navy can do is just kill them with sonar. You know what I mean? So they could get on, they go through uh other things. So if that sets up like the seeds of life to occur, then I don't know, it's possible that I don't know, generally local, like a couple Earths away is still probably similar life forms in my sci-fi brain.
No, I've never experienced like a physical barrier that was impossible to you know to traverse. If that exists somewhere, prove it. But I've never encountered it.
Just kind of think like whatever the crossing the polar region to the north would be the equal amount of distance you might have to cover in the south, and then you'd be in like another north of another realm.
I don't know about that. Same distance. You're saying it's only another 30 degrees of travel. Maybe, I don't know. I have no idea.
Yeah, well, I can't test any of it, so I gotta idealize it. It works out in my head. Yeah, just like a tessellation, like a bunch of it were in just the same shape is happening because magnetism will be like a consistent factor that will create polar regions, and then it's just as a result of that you get the vortex in the middle of the north thing, and then boom, cosmos, stars, sun, moon happens. That's kind of my theory on it. So.
Yeah. Well, do you think there's a space like a divider, like a empty void of space between skies, like, or is it one sky?
I think it's just an optical thing where we can't see much further than what's in our sky, but it looks infinite,
Yeah, no. But I'm saying okay, so I'm just saying okay, you're going from one continent that you're saying all these continents in here we'll call Earth, and all these continents over here we'll call Mars or whatever. I'm asking when we go from Earth continents to further continents, you think the sky literally divides and stops, like, or it's the same sky? I mean, but with new things in the sky, new assembly positioning. Has to, I mean, I'm saying that's what I meant when I initially said the sky. If that's true, then the sky has to be huge. But then you kind of sound like you were kind of saying, no, it'd be a different sky.
Like a system similar to what we have. You'd have things that look like planets, and people who claim are planets, a sun and a moon, stars, the whole get up. You got all that stuff. Just next door, they have their own setup. It's a little bit different than ours. It follows its own clock. All the clocks are synced up. Everything just goes on.
Yeah. So all right. Yeah. I'm just saying you're saying different things in the sky.
People claim that there's some kind of barrier or that you can't go through, but if that was true, then why would they even try to stop you? That rhymed a lot. I'm gonna stop for a minute.
Did it rhyme? I'll say it again. I didn't hear it. I think it was just the same word. I don't think it rhymed. I think he said the same word twice.
No.
No. You can't rhyme change with change. I mean, that's not really a rhyme. It's just the same word.
Why would they need to stop you from going somewhere that you can't go? You've heard people. I've heard people say like, "Oh yeah, it's literally like the woodcut plate where a guy has to put his, because some monk has got to put his hand through the dome, and whatever, he starts disappearing like Marty McFly." Does that happen? You know, the rules of physics break down. Some people say that maybe there's some kind of magnetism thing, but I don't know if it were that extreme. Why would they prevent people from going there? Why would they need to? Just be like, you're gonna fucking die. Don't try that.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't agree. I just don't agree with. I mean, listen, I understand the argument of gas pressure needing a container, right? But I mean, I don't know. We have the same 14.7 measured now as it was before. I mean, and we're making more gas all the time.
Because we have an unprovable vacuum of space.
Well, I'm just saying, they say, well, you can have a perpetual system if the sun was outside of it, but if it's inside of it, then it's, then it's going to, at some point, not, it's going to, deteriorate. Entropy will take hold and it will deteriorate. So eventually that would have to change.
I don't know. It's just something that we can't like find out. But it would be the way I'd, if I were God, I'd build a world like that. Just flat and infinite and like, yeah, like there'd be so many Earths you'd never get to the end of them. Be like Rick and Morty or some shit. In fact, I actually kind of think that's why they take that narrative of the multiverse. In fact, I think that's why all fucking sci-fi has switched over to multiversal plot lines and stuff like that. Because basically, there's just like a lot of iterations of what we call Earth is all over the joint. Some of them are dead. Some of them are, coming back. Some of them are just in full swing. That would make sense.
Totally. Yeah. I'm vibing with what you're saying. So wait, do you mean that you're saying that, okay, are you saying that those all would exist like in this plane on kind of like an infinite or extended plane, or are these all like simultaneously existing realms or dimensions?
Well, I mean, they kind of would be their own realms, like we're kind of in our realm, but I think it's all continuous flat space.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
like
all of these different ones are lined up on a, like, even on that scale, they're all on a planar, but they're disconnected from this one, or they're connected to this one.
Like they're all planes, all worlds will be connected because they're all on the same plane. They're kind of sharing the same energy. They go through, just like an energetic system where it's all just working like a bunch of just like you know how like have you ever seen the doc Primer Fields? I'm sure you probably have, where they've got the cone magnets and then you just like throw BBs in there, and then the BBs just like automatically form like hexagonal relationships to each other, or just they all will space each other out evenly because of the fields, which are like conical toroidal fields. I guess that what I think would occur to the positioning of north poles, and it basically there's no south pole. It's just an out. It's the end of it, and all the north energy is just coming from top down to hit the north pole, and then it's like just traveling out at that point. So like north is the magnetism of north is just like striking down where the pole is from above, and then it's creating this field effect that we perceive the compass to be pointing to north. That's kind of how I see it. And then at the extended boundary of that, there's going to be another, that south is going to turn into another south, which is surrounded by another north, just like a bunch of blood cells or something like that, or whatever. Just contained, somewhat contained environments. They have their own weather systems, and they pretty much don't interact. I mean, yeah, just not thinking.
All right, so you're talking about like on this extended planar surface, you're talking about like if you were like that there's other circular regions, and then if you were to go out, you almost like multiple different kind of mini domes within a larger, bigger dome.
Yeah, that kind of idea. Sure, like a infinite bubble wrap of places. Yeah, just equally spaced out.
Yeah. Okay, so now if that were the case, then the position of this one would obviously then be very significant. Whereas in an idea that this one is actually has its limits, and that there is other ones beyond, but that they're like in the sense of in like consciousness, meaning beyond in like another level of reality, meaning like essentially so for example, okay, so yeah, you're describing it where it would be like okay, so wait, are you saying all of creation is one massive physical plane then, with all of these different suns and things going around different areas? Is that what you're saying? Like that the whole thing is that? Because I was just gonna say, I was just gonna
Like,
briefly say
I kind of like
that the opposite of that. Well, just real quick, just at the opposite of that, just to finish, just super quick. The opposite of that would be if you had like if this realm was actually limited, but then you could actually exit this realm like through your soul or through your spirit or through consciousness directly, whatever terminology one would use, meaning that like I was going to say kind of like where we came from, essentially, if you view it that way as well. But I'm saying like, yeah, to that level, like, because what I'm saying is that there could still be like if this realm is actually contained in a way, there is still a way that there could be tons of other realms, meaning they could be existing like, you know, coexisting or codependent or even independent from the each other, to where they're not necessarily physically connected, but they're connected through essentially like I guess at that level that would be like a God consciousness that is able to actually perceive all of them simultaneously. So like in that idea, like you could like die, let's say, go somewhere else, and then maybe you end up incarnating in a whole nother realm that's even like this one, or even similar, or it could be somewhat similar or partially similar in different ways.
It's interesting.
That idea.
Yeah.
That where we go when we die is actually more of like a train station of sorts, to where we then decide where we're going to venture next. Can come back to this realm if you want to do another
Right.
Earth life,
Or it
or
could be that we find different places to be. We are where we're put or where we're needed to be in that situation, possibly. Not really not my. I haven't really given much thought to that. I just think about the simplest way that it could exist, and the globe is just about as simple as yeah. I mean, the helio model, yeah.
yeah, it has a lot of problems, a lot of just unrepairable flaws.
Like we're on some kind of flat plate, like that's the size of what we think the Milky Way is, or something. You know, like that size. Like what we're told that size is like where we act, like the "you are here" thing. I just kind of take that and make it flat because it is, and think like, oh well, that could work, you know. But stars aren't fucking pinwheel bullshit in the sky, or that's not a sun, and that's not another system, and there's not planets up there. That's some dog shit science. Somebody wants me to believe. Yeah. Whether or not that's rational, Geo, I'm not sure. That's just my shooting from the hip, pretty much.
Well, do you think ultimately we're all one?
Yeah, ultimately, I think everything that's here is part of what is like all parts of some everything together from you and goldfish, frogs, and rain clouds and thunderstorms and everything. We're all that thing that is the creator that created us. That is, you know what I mean? It's just that whole the biome of it all. I got a call. 1 sec.
The creator's calling you. just rang you up, giving you the update for the day. That's even if you view the creator as something separate from yourself, or whether you see it as all unified.
Makes sense to just like subvert or have like an opposite opinion of whatever is like trying to be shoved down into your mind. Because it seems like the whole science and helio model is basically rooted in, like in a type of inversion. So.
Oh yeah, it's all inverted.
Like I can't do planets. That doesn't work. Like either if there are actual planets, then I don't know. Maybe I'm on a ball or something like that. But I don't have any proof that they're planets. I have proof that people see things that appear to be spheres or half spheres or geolocked spheres or whatever.
It looked like kind of circular orbs of light to me.
Yeah, I mean
they do have their little facets and features, twinkles, and
I think it's a question of like out of focus areas that kind of create this
pulsulations,
like a bokeh from a camera lens or something like that. If I just have like a little if I take a picture of a Christmas tree or something and I pull the focus out, then all the lights don't look like lights, they look like little balls, you know. So anytime you have like a light source, it will project something that when you accept it with a curved lens, that it will transform into that out of focus area, which yeah.
Yeah, that's interesting. Huh.
Like
yeah.
all these gas giants are kind of like horizontally banded, you know, just like if they were layers of clouds or something, which is what they're saying they're made out of. And then we've got the rocky ones, the Venus and Mercury, but one of them just looks like a bright light and the other one's like a black rock. I don't know. What are sunspots? I don't know that those. There's a lot of questions I have, you know, like eclipses. The darkening of things really would suggest like, oh, it's being blocked from light. But then why wouldn't see? Mercury should be bright, you know. It shouldn't be like a little black speck that goes across it, because it would be wrapped in the light. You know, it's so much light that it would just, yeah. So that doesn't make sense to me. Meaning that like any kind of things that turn black might just have to do with like a polarization of light. Yeah, basically canceling the phase of, you know, what we see as like luminous.
Yeah, I think that's what it is. Yeah, it is a polarization. I think of the what they call the lunar nodes. I think of those lunar nodes as like the birthing points of the sun and the moon into the firmament. It's like where the creation process, like the intelligence at that level, actually like imprinted the sun and the moon into this realm. And every time there's a full moon or a new moon that aligns with those lunar nodes, we get the eclipses. And yeah, I think it is also connected to like an electromagnetic polarization effect that essentially it's like absorbing the light ultimately. Like the thing that comes across, that dark thing that comes across the sun, it's like perfectly and completely absorbing it. I don't really think it's blocking it. I think it's like absorbing it, but it also obviously brings an inflection to it as well. And the fact that it can do so like so perfectly, but then also leave the corona, which shows like the toroidal field. I think, and also the fact that eclipses are connected to like death and rebirth as well, like birth and death. And they often are times where there's like like the seeds are being planted for like the next cycle. So they're connected to those kind of themes as well. But if
Like
those lunar nodes are where these points came in, then it's like every time they cycle back to them, they go through like a death and rebirth, and they're born again. And you get the new moon, and then the eclipses, and the before and after of the sun and the moon during their respective eclipses.
I thought, well, it seems like you can track like the crucifixion of Jesus to like an eclipse, and it seems like that there might be reason to think that he was born on an eclipse too. For me, in my simple mind, with my simple research, so and that would happen every 33 years. Don't it all make sense, dog? I don't know. Just like it's they've encoded their reality to themselves, but they will not share it with us because we're not them, whoever has figured it out. So they create like a play toy version of it that we're supposed to believe, that they tout as this is what you should believe in and follow because this is an exemplary way to think about things and consider the cosmos. But they don't do it themselves, you know? That's for us, silly people, to do. Right? I don't know. It's it's layers of propaganda on top of. I think maybe it's not even fully understood, even by the people that kind of understand the cycles. You know, like they have their own questions, but they don't want to let you know that. So they claim a universe in which they are masters of everything, from the smallest to the biggest. They've got it all figured out. From the beginning of time to the end, they've got it all figured out for you. Does that sound reasonable? I don't think so. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's a little unfair because, like, science does say, like, we don't know this and that. Yeah, whatever. The greater part of the declaration is that they have it figured out, mostly. And, yeah.
So if we're all unified, does that mean that the creator is also creating the evil, pain, and suffering? Because there is no other that would be outside of the ultimate.
That.
I mean, they put villains in movies. People like watching the movies. Whether that is seen as programming or not, but
Yeah, well, it's like I think a lot of that, light and dark, good versus evil, like that starts out of like the Vedic stuff, and then it seems to get turned into the Zoroastrian thing, or unless that might even be the same thing,
Isn't it kind of a part of every tradition in some way? Because even like
I think most of these religions are sort of connected, from all that. That wouldn't be a popular thing to say, so I probably won't say it. But yeah, I do think that.
Well, see, when they had shamans that were actually like caretakers of the people, anyone who started having some kind of like aberrant psychological or emotional type process going on would be like taken to the shaman, and then the shaman would support them and help them and give them the plants and medicines they need to heal that, and then they're all good, meaning they don't have any like evil in their society because they kind of nip it in the bud, as it were, with the medicines, with nature. Whereas today's world, that has obviously been subverted and lost, and well, it's been, yeah, what's happened now is that there's been a huge subversion and usurping and a whole to where the world is now, to where it's like the opposite of that.
This whole 20th century is
Meaning that instead, meaning that instead of like helping people like purge their demons, instead in today's kind of setup, it's like the demons are running amok in a sense, and they're the ones controlling the governments and the politics and running, doing wars and deceptions and lies and all the whole sort of complex military, industrial, media, big pharma, agricultural, oil, banking. The whole kind of conglomerate now functions through actually just like those demons are just running amok in a sense, and then they're just running haywire, and then people are all deceived by them, or at least a lot of people are deceived by them. So it's kind of the great crisis of our times that we need to process through eventually here to move forward.
It's a little like Tower Babelish too, I guess. Not the Babylon, but the division of everybody makes it such that it's a goal to disorient people from the truth in order to conquer them, because that's the most important thing I think we know about doing. It's not like everything's done for righteous reasons, or they're only righteous for some people. And if you already did know that there's such a intrinsic connection between all peoples and all faiths, you would try to keep those divisions there, so that if everybody believed in the same thing, we would have never had the Industrial Revolution. If everybody was like in one mono religion, then you couldn't get people to like, I don't know, like it would be difficult to make people have greed. It would be difficult to motivate people through money, but that's the tool that's used to propel like technology or society or whatever. Or that makes sense to me. Strategically, yeah, I think they're doing it the way that they can do it. It might not be pretty, but it's the only way that they really know how.
Yeah, they're running rampant. Yeah, I mean, they're out of control, basically. I mean, maybe not everyone's fully aware of what this kind of these entities I'm referring to are actually doing, but of course, I mean, people have all seen different aspects of it. But yeah, I mean, it's an intense, like, this is going to sound pretty intense, but so I'll just say this, like the idea that the creator, as it were, or that at that level of creative intelligence, it has created, like for many of these last decades and things, has created this. Obviously, this Earth is here, and there's all kinds of other histories that seem to have been here, like with pyramids and these different things. There's obviously so many things on the Earth that it doesn't seem like we're the first ones at all that are even here. But even with this, during this current time, like World War I and World War II, and just a lot of the stuff that's gone on, and even the current wars and all the stuff, that it's like if it was like the ultimate creative intelligence of the whole thing, it would be creating this beautiful realm and all of the beautiful things, while also simultaneously creating like what in a sense could be even described as like a parasitic infection within the human race. That there's like a group of entities, there's some organized criminal group that's very large, and at this point has basically control over the whole system that we're all plugged into.
Yeah. Well, I think some of that is to just inspire fear, to knock people back and prevent them from, well, even asking the right questions. Because they, like you said, they're out of control, but I would say that they are the control. They are the control system to, you know, basically it's their job to manipulate and distract people for the greater goals of whatever they really believe, which which they might not even, I don't know, like all these like different categories of power could be working off of different motivations. So like maybe one of them, they just brew up some people and like get them in some kind of crazy sex cult and whatever, and then that's Alan Greenspan, and he just runs the Fed, and that's that control structure. There's maybe other ones where it's like maybe way heavier stuff or has to do with other occultic things, but it seems like that's how this world's managed, and then those people go and
Well,
create the governments. But
yeah, but they're like assuming power over us because I guess they were willing to do more genocide than anyone else. At the end of the day, it's like the
a
darkest.
lot of, how many times is like millions of people just gone? I don't know if you count the Paris catacombs as like something. There's 6 million people under there allegedly. 6 million from World War II, 7 million from Lenin or Stalin. I mean Stalin. It's like
Yeah.
millions of people. Yeah, that's a lot.
Yeah, so this creator seems to be really into death because it seems to have made life and then made death.
Like
Or it seems to be very into both of them.
I go with the Vedic thing too. It's like I think the creation story is that basically there's like the light, the force of light, and the force of darkness, and the darkness is always trying to basically attack and steal the light so that it can feed itself. But these two forces seem to be mutually like codependent upon the other. And that might just be how this thing runs, without like higher thought happening. It's just like some more automatic process or something.
Yeah. I mean, I just see it as an entire like I would say like everything is creation and the creator.
Yeah, it's part of itself. I think that's
Yeah.
one thing it kind of has to be. It can't exist outside of itself.
Right. But have you ever thought about like where did it come from? Or why is it there? Like let's say like okay, we obviously are limited. You and I are not all knowing. So, and I think everyone would agree, none of us are all knowing. So if there is a mind state or a consciousness state, however one would want to describe it, a godlike type state where you have all knowledge and you have all information just on moment, just call it something, whatever we want, the creator, God, whatever terminology, etc. Now that thing is named, meaning what is that? Is it separate from you? Is it part of you? Are you it? Is it you? Whatever it may be, people may have a whole wide different ideas. But if we just put it from there, whatever that thing is, let's just say we'll just call it the creator in that sense, meaning at that like peak of omnipotent, omnipresent, eternal, beyond time, perhaps made of infinite light, frequency, even love is how I see that as well. Are some of those core frequencies. But okay, whatever that thing is, not whether it's those, I mean, those are some ideas on it, but however one views that, though, in their own inflection and their own thoughts. The thing is, where did that thing come from? And why does it exist? And did anything come from outside of it? But I suppose it would have all those answers. That's the thing, I guess. That state would have all those answers. But you have to be in that state to have those answers. Otherwise, it just seems so. It's just it's a mystery in a sense.
That would be one of the questions I would ask the creator, like, yo, where is you? How'd you get here?
But it must know that. That's the thing. That's what
That's
I'm
what
saying. It already knows
Yeah,
that. So the answer is already there. We just don't know it right now.
That's why I would ask. Like,
yeah,
that'd be a good question to ask them. Like, yo, where'd you come from? I mean,
but yeah. But if it's eternal, then it would have just always been. Because doesn't coming from something imply like a time? Like you have to come from either a location or a time. But if it's eternal and it's always existed, then there wouldn't even be that wouldn't even be possible to come from something because it's eternal.
my question wouldn't even make sense to him. He'd be like, what are you talking about, man?
No, he'd be like, oh, bro, I've only been here for a couple weeks, man. He's like, I'm new to town. I don't know. I just made this whole Earth real quick. I don't know. How did I do? Oh, did I mess it up a little? All right, got it. Needs some fixing up. All right, let's tweak it a little bit. Let's improve some things. But no, but for real though, yeah. Well, that's why I originally was saying, yeah, I was bringing that all up. I was saying like, where did it come from? And then like,
Yeah, where's it come from? Then where's life come from? But even like, where did it come? Like, something set the rules for how everything works here. It's like, in order to come up with this whole system, it's like an ordering of like those laws, right? You know, like just what has to maintain, like, you know, its motion, what maintains like temperature, what maintains like conductivity, or like all, you know. I think that's how all these layers kind of work together. And so I guess I think that there are a multitude of different energies that are all under one supreme energy, that it mediates through those lower energies, and then all the way down to little ants and us and stuff in Zoolander. How I look at it, but I don't know. It's I mean, like you said, like nobody's omnipotent. I feel like as soon as you just relax, you know, and like don't try to think, you know, it's you that's gonna know it, but there's a knowing that can find you and like inform you about that. If you just relax, it'll happen. I sort of believe in that, even if it's not true. Like that, there's no struggle to like that. You can't struggle enough to ever force the issue to learn this stuff. If you are listening, it might come to you, and maybe you might understand something. But
well, I think every part that's been separated, as it were, from the center or from that all-knowing state, everything that has been separated from it, where we have limited knowing, are all in a natural journey and process back to the complete state of knowing once again. So I think all of us will get back to that ultimate state eventually. Like water that always ends up coming back to the ocean. Like it can evaporate, it can go on a journey, it can go up to a cloud or whatever, and then it comes back. It comes back down.
Yeah,
returns.
I feel like it might be easier for like that kind of some kind of energy to permeate something that's very tiny, like a raindrop or mist or gas or something like that. It's kind of difficult for us because we're like a whole complex amount of things. To get that signal, it might be that like water's that carrier of information. It's moving, it's collecting stuff. It helps us to understand what's going on. Well, I guess when it was so in my like,
I was just gonna say I'll be
Go ahead.
listening, but I will be listening, but I do need to step away from my mic for a minute. But I'll be back in a minute. But I'm just saying I might be away for a minute, but I'm totally listening. I want to hear what you and yeah, go ahead. I want if anyone else wants to jump in too, keep the flow going. But I'll be back. I'm just saying I'm stepping away for a minute, so I won't be able to respond right away. But I'll be listening. But yeah, bro, cheers.
Hey, thanks. It was fun talking to you. But do that again.
Yeah. No, I'll be back in like literally like maybe 4 minutes, but I'm just saying I might not respond because I'm gonna go get a piece of fruit, so I'll be back.
All right, sweet. Sweet. I guess sweet is good fruit. This is papaya. Screw that stuff.
Oh, dude, wait a minute. That's crazy you said papaya because actually I have 2 types of papaya that I got from the store. And I know papaya can be GMO actually, and I'm always kind of trying to figure out whether they are or not. And so I had one of them the other day and it was quite legit. And then, but there's this second type, and I'm sitting here thinking, okay, is that one GMO? I was just scratching my chin, but that's so funny because I'm possibly planting a papaya. The fact that you just said papaya when I didn't even say papaya is unbelievable. Because even before that, when you were talking a minute ago, in my mind, I was like, all right, I'm planning a papaya attack right now. I'm gonna go try to procure a papaya from the kitchen. But yeah, man, that's so funny. How did you just say papaya? You just like read. That's crazy. You just like read.
You relax. You relax. The information goes in your head. I don't know. I was trying to make a funny joke, and then it just relaxed for a second, and I said papaya. I was not thinking any other thing.
Dude, you just pulled that through the ether.
I
No
do
joke.
that.
That is the. I mean, I might get. I'm gonna see what I'm gonna get, but I'm saying papaya is definitely. I was already thinking. You know, it's like about probably 5-6 minutes ago. I was sitting there. I was like, oh, you know what'd be really good right now is some papaya. And then I started thinking about it. Then I started planning while I was still listening, but it was just in the back of my head. Wow, that was unbelievable. And then I said, I'm gonna step away for a minute, and I'm gonna get a piece of fruit. And then you're like, oh yeah, go get a papaya, dude. You literally just pulled that through the ether. That was amazing. That's like a psychic.
Actually, psychic for what people are going to eat, actually, or what people are eating. I've unbelievable amount of times I guessed that.
You're like a food. You're like a medium. You're like a fucking food attraction medium. I'm like Snacks. What am I really craving right now, or what fruit do I want right now? And Snacks is like goes through them all, and he's like rambutan, and I'm like, you are correct, sir. Oh, that's funny. You just know exactly what fruit someone wants.
Welcome to just being lucky, but I'd rather be lucky than good because that seems more complicated. Anyway, yeah, that's good.
I'm gonna go get some. I'm gonna go. I'll be back in a second. But I was just gonna before I leave, I was gonna say this. I watched this movie last night. I don't really watch movies very frequently these days, but on occasion I'll pop one on. And I watched it's called The Change Up. It's with like Jason Bateman and Ryan Reynolds. Basically, like they're like very different dudes. Like the Jason Bateman guy is like a lawyer, and he's got like a family and kids and this whole life going, and nice car and a nice house and all that stuff. And then they like grew up as friends or whatever was the story. And then the Ryan Reynolds character is kind of like off the cuff, kind of a little bit wild, like kind of wild personality, and he does like acting or whatever. And anyways, so then the way the whole like movie plays out though is that they like go out drinking or whatever, and they're kind of drunk and they're just talking. And then the one guy is like, dude, I wish I had what you have, man. And he said all the stuff that he wants of that guy's life. And then the other guy was like, no, man, I wish I had what you have. I want your life. And then they're like, they see like a fountain. And for some reason, they're like, let's go pee in the fountain. I don't know why. So then they started peeing in the fountain. And then while they're both peeing in the fountain, like all of the lights go out in the entire city. It's like a blackout. And then the lights come back on. And from that point forward, they switched bodies. So the one guy is the other guy in the other guy's body.
Bro, when I was watching that, I'm like, oh, this is going to be one of those movies where they trade bodies. Like, I knew before it even happened. There have been movies like that before. Remember the one back in the day?
Yeah.
There've been a few like that, and I was like, oh, this is going to be one of those. Called it.
You were breaking up. I don't know if you wanted to say that again. I think we missed the last part.
Oh no, I knew that was going to be that kind of scenario in the movie right when that scene started.
Did you? From what I said, or did you see it?
No, as I was watching, yeah, I saw it. As I was watching,
Okay.
This is going to be one of those movies where they trade bodies. Like, I knew it.
Yeah. I thought it was actually pretty decent. Yeah. It was all right. It was pretty good, actually. I mean,
it wasn't bad. Ryan Reynolds is good. I like that Bateman guy.
Yeah, I know. Everybody likes him, dude. What is it with that guy, Jason Bateman? Everybody likes him. It seems.
I know.
Okay, maybe not totally. Maybe there's someone doesn't. But I mean, like, dude, I was thinking about him, and it's like I even like him in movies. I even saw the Ozark. I watched those or whatever. And so he's like, he is okay. Like,
he's good in that Hancock movie. He's been in tons of stuff. Yeah.
But it's like, okay, I was thinking about him, and it's like he has a really, really good, clear lens of a transparency of being able to act and make it seem like it's real. So I do give him that for sure. Like, he has a good transparent. But I mean, I don't know if anyone could describe him as like an incredible actor or something. You know, like, would you describe him as that? You know what I mean? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's like he's good, but he's like the same guy in every movie. You know, he's totally always the same guy.
I got him up there. He's up there in my list. You know, it was a good one when he was spelling bee guy. Remember that one? You ever
Dude,
see that?
I did see that movie. I did see that one. That one was ridiculous. The spelling bee one. Wow. That movie was crazy, dude. What were they even thinking? Like, with that whole plot. I remember I watched that because I'm like, oh, he's in it. I'll watch it or whatever. One time I'm watching. I'm like, dude, is this a grown man wanting to fucking compete in like children's spelling bees? Like, is this the plot of this movie? It's ridiculous.
That was good shit. He was in Smoking Aces. He had a small part in Smoking. Was it Aces? Oh, I can't remember the name of that movie. All the hitmen and shit. Was it Smoking Aces? I don't know. Yeah, he's not like an A. I wouldn't list celebrity either, though. But I wouldn't have him as the A either. He's like in between. If you had to make up a letter in between, he would.
Yeah, he is good though. He is really good in a lot of ways. And there's times where I'm thinking like in that Ozark series, like, yeah, there's some times where he's very like, that character was pretty.
Ozark was good, yeah.
Yeah, there were times when some of his acting was really on point. But I'm just saying, I don't really think of him. Okay, when I saw Silver Linings Playbook with Jennifer Lawrence, that, like, when I like her acting job in that, like, that is like stellar actress work there in that one. Like, that one, I would say. That's what I'm saying about Jason Bateman. Like, I don't really think of him as having like in terms of being like a peak, you know, being like an, you know, in that he's not like an incredible actor or something, but he does a really good job that always like gets the job done, and then he does have little like peak moments. But But I just think about like why it's like people like him so much, and he's in so many things, and he's like the same guy in every movie. Basically, he's like kind of got the same, like he's always huffing and puffing that there's some problem or whatever, or he's kind of shooting these just kind of like bland jokes that don't really land, kind of like dad jokes or whatever. He's just like that same guy kind of in like every. It's just one of those actors that doesn't really vary the role. It seems in a way. It's like he does one thing and he just does it well, and he makes it. It does seem pretty realistic when he does it. I gotta say, in that sense. So he is. That's what I'm saying. He has like a transparency in his ability to make it seem like the thing that's fake is actually real. But yeah, that Change Up movie, the kind of cool thing about it is the idea of just like being in someone else's body and like living their life. And it reminds me of like we were talking about earlier, because like in terms of the creator, like it would be able to do that. This basically like could even be said that's what it's doing in our lives. Like it's it creating our lives is the creator creating this massive set of experiences simultaneously. And if it then could then experience all of our lives in every detail as well at that level. But then that would mean that even if we are that ultimately at that highest level, then that would mean that we then have experiential access to each other's lives ultimately on the ultimate level. So perhaps that means that we will see what it's like to experience some of these other lives that we didn't have a chance to experience because we only experienced our life. All right, I'm going papaya hunting.
Oh, I was on mute that whole time. Damn.
Vice versa, Jeremy. Fred Savage, Judd Nelson.
What's up?
Vice versa is the name of the movie you were
Say-
thinking about. Fred
What's the name of
Savage.
it?
Vice versa.
Vice versa. Snacks from the 90s. Right. That's right. Vice versa. Nice work.
Anytime, Jeremy.
Coming in clutch. You be coming in clutch all the time. I can't rely on it. These other guys are reliable.
Where they got their certification from?
Vice versa. I remember that. They had like a medallion or something. There's always like something like in that movie Geo was they had to like pee in a fountain. What wasn't the vice versa like some amulet or medallion or something?
Like that.
Fred Savage was a beast when he was a kid. I mean, bro, you couldn't fuck with him as a child. I mean, I don't know, bigger child. He had, first of all, he had the Wonder Years. All right, that was big time. Big fan of Winnie. All right, she had it going on when I was 12 or whenever that was.
Here's the one.
Second of all, you got the Princess Bride, right? Huge. You also got the movie where he was the video game, right? He was big time back in the 90s. Heads are sleeping on him.
Bro. Hell of a movie.
Heads are sleeping on Fred Savage, bro.
Remember My
I still
Girl?
remember the Christmas.
Remember My Girl? That movie.
Fred Savage.
I don't think I saw that one.
It was Macaulay Culkin and some other.
I still remember the Christmas. I saw that movie with Fred Savage, where he was the video game. He was like a video game kid, and they had the whole Mario 3 tournament and shit. Remember that?
Oh, dude, yeah, that
Remember
was
it clear as.
yeah. That got me
I remember
hyped.
it clear as day, man. Oh yeah, dude. Hell
That's
yeah,
what I
bro.
saw
I was
hyped.
pumped after that. I was pumped after that one.
And all of our dreams came true because we ourselves could actually play Mario. Oh my gosh. That's funny. They're selling us the dream. And then yeah, I know. That movie, well, it was like before it was released though, right? So it was like the first footage like a lot of people saw of Mario Brothers 3. Super Mario.
Yeah, that wasn't even out yet.
Like busting like shortcuts and stuff out. He found a warp whistle. Yeah.
Yeah, what is that movie called again?
The Wizard.
Oh, right.
Game Glove. Nintendo Power Glove. Come on. Movie had everything.
Yeah, wasn't that a real competition too that they did? They had like these gold Nintendo cartridges that you would win. And even today, some of those are worth like 30 grand. Those single cartridges. The actual prizes that they gave out for the competition or whatever.
One of those. They made you play do a speed run. Well, there's a speed run through Super Mario Brothers, and I think I did really well on that because I was like practicing Super Mario to go whatever tournament thing. I was like real nervous. And it was like good gamers and stuff. And I like didn't know anything. I just ate shit on Rad Racer. I'd never played it before. It was in New York, Jacob Javits Center. Jesus, I'm such a nerd. Whoa, stop me.
Bro, what a hell of a time to be alive in, right? With this whole computer thing and video games. Dude, they were riding horses a little while.
Well, that's what we're told, but was that after a reset or
Well,
something?
yeah, you know. Oh,
Yeah,
I definitely think there was a reset, yeah.
Yeah, because otherwise, it seems like we would just know our real history. We would all just know it. Going back thousands of years, like we wouldn't have to be taught it in like an indoctrination center and memorize stuff to write on a test from like Freemasons political dramas. We would actually just know where we came from and who we are, and we would know what the pyramids are. Like we would just know all that if we were connected to it. But we're yeah, there seems to be like we're as a whole like displaced from knowing our origins, which does imply that there's been some sort of a reset of sorts or some sort of a reorganization of people's mindsets on things. Maybe just a series of
Do you think
takeovers.
Do you think it could have been like a natural thing, though, kind of cataclysmic event or something, not like a man-made event that like reset us?
That is a question, and you're just saying that a certain group kind of has just asserted their power from that perspective. You're saying if it was a natural one, and then in this current one, this is just the group that all got together and did what they're doing. Maybe is that what you're alluding to, or no?
Yeah, like if it was natural, granted, it could have been man-made right off the jump, and these are the people that have been in control the whole time. But if it was a natural thing, these people could have been like, all right, when we rebuild this shit, we're gonna get all the fucking control, and we're gonna do our thing, our evil, corrupt thing, or whatever they do. Yeah.
We're gonna hide this land from everyone else, and we're gonna go tell all those people that they live on a globe and that they're spinning, and that our other land doesn't exist. That we're gonna take over their entire banking systems, steal all of their spiritual knowledge and wisdom, twist it and contort it and corrupt it, but then do this whole harvesting control matrix that they've got.
Yeah. Yeah, like if it was natural, they could have just taken advantage of it. Although I wouldn't doubt they have a reset button right now.
No, I don't think.
You don't think they could hit a reset button right now?
Well, what is that? What would that even mean? What do you mean by that? Like one button that would just flood the whole world or something? I don't think they can do that. No.
No, not a literal button. Like, they're like, oh shit, these guys found out Earth is flat. Let's friggin' stop the food from coming in. We'll shut the internet down, and just things will devolve into chaos. We'll rise again and take power another day or something. Like a backup plan just in case.
Yeah, in the realms of speculation, it would seem conceivable that anyone that has complex agendas that are being played out, that they would have a whole focus of what they're doing on backup plans, and probably even backup plans before that, and even more backup plans before
Yeah, you're not going to be like Don Pettit, like, well, if we find it flat, like, if there's a leak, then there's a leak. Like, you're going to have a plan. You know the plan.
Yeah. Yeah. The Illuminati are not like, oh, we have a little problem happening over here. It's like, yeah, they already have a watch on it. But thing is, they're just run thin because, yeah, I think they're running thin. I really do. In terms of their like overall influence in a lot of ways. Like it's such a
Like they got a lot of stuff.
such a charade to keep going. Yeah, it's such a huge thing to keep going. It's that thing where like a huge evil empire will crumble eventually. Like, I think that's actually the nature of evil, is that it eventually crumbles and dissolves, because it's not like that darkness or the void is like, if there's a force that is of a like instead of life enhancing, it's something that's actually like life detracting in some way, and it's either hurting others, or it's harvesting others, or it's parasiting off of others, or it's deceiving others. A lot of these things that fall into those categories. Like, if they're doing that, my understanding of those energy structures is that they can like reign for a while, like they can kind of, and in this case, it's been decades, or arguably the entire 20th century, because once they got control over the Federal Reserve, it was kind of game over, like World War I, World War II, meaning just for our freedom, I suppose, or for our real sovereignty. And then everything that has played into the modern world, which, yeah, with just property taxes and all this stuff, where it's all even been upgraded and everything. So, yeah, but like, so if you're doing something that's life detracting instead of life enhancing, my understanding is that that life detracting thing will eventually crumble under its own weight, ultimately. So it can reign for a while, but if it's built on that fundamental corruption, I do think ultimately karma will play its part and balance things out. Usually in the form of some kind of a great reckoning in which a lot of transformation can occur.
Don't you think that when they hand over, they have to hand over their power to somebody that's younger, stronger than they are? It never works out. Because eventually they will get too old to run this place, right?
Yeah, there can be generational.
They might have problems from within eventually. Yeah, because I saw a decades. I don't even know how long time ago. I saw a documentary where like the son of the Johnson and Johnson family was like, "Yo, this ain't right." He's like, "This is messed up what we're doing." Like, I forget what it was all about. I dig through the files and get that, because that was good stuff right there.
Yeah, I mean, from just my experience in life, I know so many family businesses that when they got too old and they had to turn it over to the kids ran it into the ground and destroyed it.
That could be the scenario we're in right now. Honestly,
Yeah, that's kind of what I think.
That's what it feels like. I know, it's good. Oh.
It's like the children of the kings and queens of the past are just like running rampant now. Oh man, they realized that they were eventually running out of money, so they're like, "Uh-oh, we have to actually just take over the money system so that they never run out of money." And then they went that route. And after a couple of world wars, I guess here we are.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm not faulting crypto or anything like that, but I just think that's the new money system to transfer all the wealth again, which is what they always do. They always do that to keep their wealth because they panic. And it's like, oh, we're running out of real, fake dollars. So we got to make some more fake money somewhere. And what better way to do it? is to just create it out of the internet and like this mining thing that goes on, and everybody says there's so much power involved in mining for crypto. I mean, my opinion is that's probably bullshit, but that's just
Oh
me.
my God. Don't get me going on this. Listen, if you
No, I
added
don't
up
want
all the
to,
power, no, it's too late. I'm going now. Now I'm on. Now we're on. If you added up all the power that the banking system used and compared it to the crypto, I bet the crypto wouldn't even come close. They have armored trucks driving around buildings. Think of all the banks.
No, I get that. I
Like,
get
I don't-
that, and I agree with you 100% on that. It takes more
Yeah.
energy to create dollar
Yeah.
bills and coins than it would ever take to create crypto money, which is just out of thin air. It's non-existent, basically. It's just
Well, yeah,
imaginary money.
Yeah. It's not only about the process at which it gets handled. Like I said, you got banks, armored trucks, right? There's a lot of stuff going on with the current money system where it uses a lot of energy. Buildings being maintained, heated, cooled, trucks are driving around, those trucks to be maintained. Like, it's crazy. It's incalculable the amount of electricity in the banking system. Whereas crypto, you can put a number on it. You know what I mean? At least somewhat close.
Yeah, but I just think it's funny how they call it mining for crypto or whatever, because it just reminds me of Mario and Luigi. Every time I hear it, it just reminds me of a video game.
I think more Dig Dug. But yeah, I have no doubt that the banking system uses vastly more amount of energy than crypto could. There's no way. I mean, how many banks are there? Just the banks alone. You got to heat and cool those buildings. People got to drive to those buildings. We're not talking about this isn't peanuts anymore.
Well, I don't know about you guys, but I live in a small little town, and we only have a few banks here, but they're becoming smaller and smaller. It's like one big bank that was here and had a big building and all that stuff, and you could go in and do, they had like several, like maybe 8 tellers and all that stuff. They downgraded, and now they're just like on the corner, and they got 2 tellers working at all times. Maybe not even that, sometimes only one. And the whole lobby, which is really small, lines up, and you just have to wait because they can't handle it. And I think this is leading into crypto too, because eventually people are going to just be like, I want crypto because it's so much easier than going to the bank and doing this bullshit.
Yeah, there's no need for banks at this point. I know. The banks are pointless. Get rid of the banks. Yeah, we'll have a few extra computers on. Okay. We use a few extra terawatts or whatever of electricity from these miners, but you're going to save so much from all the energy the banking system uses. Like that makes me mad when people are like, yo, crypto uses all this energy. It's like, dude, well, how much do you think we're using for the banking system?
Yeah, but how much energy does it
How many
take to run a computer? You know what I mean? That's minute compared to the whole structure of the banking system we have now. I mean, it's nothing.
I know.
I think they're just
That's
talking
why
about mining.
Right. You could have like the biggest crypto mining farm on earth, and it would still be a fraction of a fraction of a fraction of the overall energy usage of the mainstream world banking system right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Kosho's going to defend him though. Let's hear it. What's up, Kosho?
Oh, dude. Kosho, you can't be a lawyer for the big banks, dude. That will be your downfall. Don't go down with the ship. We're throwing you.
Why would we just count?
We're throwing you a life jacket, one of those little rings, one of those little with the rope on it.
Like that Titanic mistake.
What are those things called?
We threw you a door so you and Rose could try to get up on it and survive, and you let Rose stay on it. And dude, he totally could have gotten up on that thing.
Well, bro, those people were running around like me hours. Why, with all the hammers and nails? I mean, you could have built. They found a door after. You could have been building little mini life rafts for people all over the place. That shit don't even make no kind of sense, bro.
You just said
That whole
yeah, I
thing was
agree.
filled with wood.
Kosho was in the
That
Navy.
whole thing was filled.
Sorry, what? The whole was filled with what? With stuff?
Filled with wood.
With the whole Titan. Yeah, you could have built so many life rafts.
Yeah, most of those dudes were prized carpenters who can build rafts in minutes. Exactly, dude.
Or you ain't gotta be a Jesus.
They weren't all aristocrats or anything like that.
Bro, you don't have to work wood like Jesus did, bro. There was a lot of working dudes that knew how to use tools and stuff. What do you think? There's nobody that knows anything that's going.
Let me ask you, dude. You have six rooms, 6 rooms with 6 doors attached to them, and 2 people. How long do you think it would take those 2 people to take those 6 doors on the hinges and make, I don't know, one raft?
5 minutes.
Okay, this is retarded, dude. That's retarded what you said.
10 minutes.
Is that what you would have done?
No, I'll build your.
That's what he's saying, Gio.
Wait. Well, I was not fully listening, so I don't know what he just said. I'm just saying, is that what you would have done?
No, I don't know. I would have done what Titanic Thompson did. Titanic Thompson dressed up as a woman and got off the ship.
Oh no, he did that.
That's how he got his name in. He's a classic, or he's a con artist, legendary con artist. But that seems like the easiest way to get off.
Why did the world's most unsinkable ship have not enough lifeboats?
Oh, the more I think about it and hear about it, the more I'm inclined to believe the version you believe. It starts to make more and more sense when you get all the details. But yeah, because the main thing is that the binoculars were locked up in a case that nobody had access to. Like that alone is like, what the fuck? Nobody else has binoculars, or I don't know.
Bro, the opposition to the central banking system was on that boat. Like, I don't know what more you even need.
Exactly.
Right. Exactly. And they all died on it. Yeah.
Yeah, there's guys opposing the central banking system, and they died. You need what do you need? Like, I don't know.
Well, that's part of the story that I probably think is speculation, but then again, it might not, because a lot of times when there's a motive, why would there be another motive? Like, oh, it's 2 birds, 1 stone sort of thing. Because I think the motivation had to do with the insurance on the ship, right? Like,
right, because the insurance money would. Kosho, what do you think's more money? Some insurance money on a boat, or controlling all of the money in the world for the rest of eternity?
I don't know.
Or so they may think eternity, but it's not going to be eternity.
Well, you know what I mean.
They were going to get it for at least 100 years. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely the money, controlling the money.
I mean, there's just too many things. Like J.P. Morgan was literally the financier to the companies that actually, the White Star Line that actually made the Titanic and the other boats. He was planning to be on it. The morning of, he canceled his trip, and they pulled all of his artwork and all of his stuff off the boat and he canceled his trip. And that alone is super sketch. Like the guy that actually financed the building of the most unsinkable ship on its maiden voyage across the whole ocean, this epic thing, and he was planning to be on it, just canceled his trip and bailed. Really? And then the whole thing sinks? I mean, it's too much. Yeah, there's so many components. And then several of the guys that were opposing the Federal Reserve were on that ship. They ended up dying on it. And that would be a way to kind of essentially like, it's very dark to even say this, but in a sense, yeah, just kind of like to, as likely the way they'd be seeing it is to like essentially get rid of those guys so that they then had the ability to establish a Federal Reserve in the United States, which was going to be this new kind of control center that they've kind of branched off to.
Yeah, but you have to look at all the scripting involved in that too, because James Cameron, you know, did the movie Titanic, and he was down under the ocean visiting the Titanic ruins on 9/11. Go figure that one.
Was he really? Well, to be
Yeah,
fair though,
he was really.
he'd gone down there so many times. I think he'd gone down there more than anybody else.
He was down there on 9/11 when it happened. Yep, you can look that up. And the Titanic split in two in the movie, which was twins.
11,
basically.
yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, the twin towers essentially, and that's what's at the bottom of the ocean are like these two pieces of fuselage. You know, there's like two of them.
He's gone down there 33 times. So if he was down there on 9/11, that is, you know, like
That's
coincidental.
ridiculous, really. I didn't
whatever.
even know that.
33, Kojo.
Oh dang, man. I wish they were more creative, but that's nuts. I really haven't looked into the Titanic as much as I should because there's so many other ones constantly. But that's nuts.
Yeah, their scripting
No,
is
yo, this
pretty
Titanic thing
predictable
is dope.
these
I didn't
days.
even know. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, it was dope, dude. All those people that died was dope as hell.
No, I'm just saying I didn't even know about this until
What'd you forget
I met
now?
Gio.
My bad, y'all.
Like, how have I been in a conspiracy since like the '90s and never heard of this?
This one's actually an interesting one. It's a more I like these interesting conspiracies. I don't like the because I mean even though it's kind of evil, there's some sort of fantasy behind it too, and you know, Titanic's like all this.
Hey, you want to hear a better one?
Yeah, sure.
One of the astronauts on 9/11 was actually reading the book The Sum of All Fears and watching 9/11.
While he was watching it while reading the book.
Yeah. Can't remember which astronaut. But yeah, The Sum of All Fears. Which
I've never
has
read that book.
9/11
Well, people are-
references in it already, so.
Oh.
People are sick. You know what the one of the number one movie Netflix was when the whole pandemic thing started? That movie Outbreak with what's his name? You know the movie with the monkey.
Brad Pitt.
No.
That's 13 Monkeys. Yeah, I know you're talking about.
That's
that's
12
100
monkeys.
George Clooney.
Oh, that was Baker's Dozen. Okay, yeah. It was somebody. I know what you're talking about. I think the lady from King Kong was in it.
It was like
Why is
I
that?
think there was
Hoffman, I
quite a
think,
few kind of virus movies out before then. They were building us for it. They were preparing us for it. Getting us conditioned to just accept it whenever they dished it out.
Still think out of everything you guys just named, I think that Titanic still takes the cake out of at least the ones that we've been talking about in the past 5 minutes. Just because, it's more spectacular, I think.
Well, I mean, there's so many layers to it because like J.P. Morgan owned the company that built those ships. So yeah, swapping them, obviously they could have done. And that's a whole thing as well. And that does seem to be the case because there's like a difference in the windows. And if the thing at the bottom of the ocean is actually that ship, then the windows on it actually match the Olympic and not the Titanic. So the windows of the thing on the bottom of the ocean show that it's the Olympic and not the actual Titanic. So that is interesting. The fact they switched the boats, and then the thing is about JP. So JP Morgan was like one of the wealthiest men in the world at the time, along with some of these other, because they were, you know, sort of vying for power in a sense and trying to get his, you know, the most gold and riches and wealth and everything else they were doing in those family lines and everything. But basically, Benjamin Guggenheim, Isidor Straus, and John Jacob Astor were like three or several of the other most wealthy men in the world. And so by JP Morgan, like it could have even been a plan from the very beginning to put his wealth into building this incredible ship, you know, and really advertise it and do everything they would do to make it this unsinkable ship and this, the biggest and the best at the time and all that. Seemingly, in a sense, it could have even been a plan from the beginning to actually attract those guys to be on the ship, because those were the guys that were opposing the Federal Reserve, Guggenheim, Strauss, and John Jacob Astor. So if they were the main ones that were like in the opposition to establishing the Federal Reserve. So like a year later, after the whole Titanic thing happened, after those guys died, a year later, they got the Federal Reserve established, which essentially allowed them to start to be the main banking system for the United States. And then from there, they went on the takeover of the world, basically through the United States and everything they were building and other countries through World War I, because that came right after that, of course, World War I. So right after the Federal Reserve is established, you have World War I that rages for years. And then into the 1920s, and then, of course, like the Great Depression, and then World War II, the way that everything has unfolded. So it does seem like that Titanic event was a major shifting point. And just all of those things being the case, like that those men were on it, they were opposing the Federal Reserve. JP Morgan was the one that even financed the building of the ship. I mean, who made the decision to not put enough lifeboats? Because if you have that and it's women and children, then those men are pretty much guaranteed to not make it.
Yo, check this out. Check this out, dude. There's a guy who died on the Titanic. His name's I don't know, W.T. Stead or something. Anyways, this guy supposedly invented investigative journalism. So he's like the biggest investigative journalism, right? Like he would have been the guy to investigate, this fucking thing. Not only that, though, that he died in the Titanic, but he also wrote a book in the 1880s about a similar voyage where a ship was sailing across the Atlantic and it sunk and most of the people died because there was a lifeboat shortage. That's crazy. I wonder if they read that book that he wrote.
It could end up
Hold on, and he got
all a story.
Hold on, Matt.
Which one?
Hold on, you're telling me.
Are you talking about this novel called Futility from 1898? Or are you talking about a different one? Kosho?
It's called How the Steamer Went Down in Mid-Atlantic by a Survivor. It was in 1886. But anyways, his name is W.T. Stead.
And the guy that wrote that
one. I just posted one.
And the guy that wrote that died on the Titanic.
Yeah, exactly. He was reading in his cabin while it went down.
Wait, okay. Hold on, say that again. What's the
name? I say he was W.T., like the letters W.T. Stead.
Yeah. He wrote and that's a thing that was written in 1886, and it was about a boat sunk without enough lifeboats.
Yeah, exactly. He wrote that. He wrote science fiction about that. Not only that, but he was like the person who basically invented investigative journalism. He had investigated a child, or he had wrote an expose on a child prostitution ring. So he was he invented like that whole field, which I didn't think that needed to be invented. But regardless, he probably would have been, so if he survived, he probably would have been somebody to, investigate and then, publish it to the world or whatever. It's just funny that he was on the ship.
Yeah, that is. Well, there's this other one. I'll just read this real quick. It's a novel. It's called Futility. I'll just read this. It says, an 1898 creation of Morgan Robertson. So it's an 1898 book called Futility by Morgan Robertson. It says, detailed the sinking of an unsinkable ship, the largest vessel afloat. This imaginary ship named Titan, so it was called Titan. Titan collided with an iceberg during April, resulting in high loss of life because the ship carried too few lifeboats. 14 years later, with uncanny similarities, the real ship Titanic recreated what happened in the novel. The two ships had almost identical names. Both ships were designated unsinkable. Both ships were designated unsinkable. Both were touted as the largest ships at sea. Both collided with icebergs in April. Both resulted in many deaths due to shortage of lifeboats. Plus, both had strikingly similar floor plans and technical descriptions. So that's a novel called Futility in 1898, and then the Titanic.
Yeah, it's just coincidence. Come on, let's be real here. It's just coincidence. Nothing to see there.
These guys, these elite guys, they have no imagination. They read that book and was like, "Oh, it's a good way to get rid of the guys."
Yeah, he read the guy's book who's going to be on the ship. Yeah, but sometimes it seems like there's it's got a lot of clues that you could piece together.
So back then, they could pull off anything they wanted to, and nobody could go investigate.
Yeah, that's true. But before we get into the whole
That's true, huh?
You're a robot. Too many full robot.
I think the architects of the Titanic hoax are probably listening to this, and maybe Dyslow is an agent.
So this book, Futility, from 1898, there's a lot of ways it could have played out. I mean, that could be one of their guys that wrote that book, or they could have, like Jeremy said, they could have just read that book and been like, oh, this is something we could do. And then they called it the Titanic. And in the book, the name of the ship was the Titan. It was just Titan. So it's just Titan without the IC. And then it collided with an iceberg in April. I mean, all these things. So yeah, dude, it does seem like that's a pretty strong connection.
Well, I can almost give you evidence that says it has to be a coincidence. Absolutely, because the name of the ship in the book was Titan. Also, the name of the ship they already had was the Olympus. So the fact that the other ship that they created was called the Titanic was either because they're copying off the book, or because their ship is also, referencing Greek mythology. So you know what I mean? It's like it's not necessarily it can't be both things, right? Like it's had to be one or the other, and it's probably more likely that they named the ship because of their trend to already name their ships after like Greek mythology. Right? Does that make sense?
Oh, like NASA?
The Olympic.
Sorry.
Yeah, like NASA. That's true. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it was the Olympic, not Olympus. Technically, just IC.
Oh, it was Olympic. Oh.
Yeah. But Titanic, Olympic, and then the other one was the Britannic.
Britannic. I guess that's after England.
Yeah, and who created? I haven't investigated this, but who created the Britannica dictionaries or the
what do you call it? The encyclopedia.
Yeah.
I mean, I imagine that those names. I think just come from the fact that it was from England. I think I forget even why they call it Brittany. I forget why they even call it that, but
I just posted to show. Yeah, they call it the Olympic class ocean liners, which were these from the White Star Line. The Olympic in 1911, Titanic 1912, and the Britannic was 1914. So yeah, it seems like the ones they switched were the 1911, 1912. The Olympic and Titanic, because the Britannic is like a little smaller, and it's not the same. The Olympic and the Titanic were like somewhat mirror images of each other, even though they are different, but they're quite similar. Whereas, yeah, my understanding, the Britannic was like quite a bit smaller, and it wasn't quite the same design.
So are you saying that the Titanic was the 11? where the Olympic was the 11.
Maybe Geo forgot.
Right. Well, what it would be is that the original Olympic would be the one that they called the Titanic and sunk. So basically, like if their official story is that the Olympic was actually in 1911 and the Titanic was made in 1912, essentially, if that actually is the case, which would make sense, it is, because they would have released like, okay, the Olympic 1911, and everybody cheers and says hooray, and then 1912 they say the Titanic. But what appears to be the case, I've got tons of like photographic evidence showing the difference of the windows as well, and even linked with the ship that's under the sea as well. Like that one has that one has the windows of the Olympic. So basically, they have different window arrangements and stuff. So there's ways to tell the difference. But anyway, so what it would be is that if the Olympic really was the first one, that was the older ship, and then the Titanic was 1912. Well, if they switched them, they switched the names. They would just call they would take the name Titanic and put it to the older boat, the one that was in 1911, which was originally the Olympic. They would just call that one the Titanic because it was the older ship. It actually already had some issues. Like it had some issues with the hull, and it already actually had problems with it. So it would make sense that they would want to sink that one as well to get rid of the old ship. And then that would mean that the Olympic that lasted after the whole quote unquote Titanic sunk, then that one would have been a reattributed name, and therefore the Olympic would have been what they called the 1912 ship from that point forward. And then that one actually ended up sinking, I think, like in the 1930s.
Sounds like they had a bunch of shitty ships.
I think all three of them sunk at the end. Yeah, in the end, the Britannic, I think, sunk during World War One.
Yeah, but
I'm just
I
looking up.
mean, we could say that this was all conditioning to, the cruise ships of today, which everybody loves, and they're huge. I mean, they're massive.
They got more than enough lifeboats, too. No.
Yeah.
So this is interesting. It says that, you know how they like the Titanic claimed to have sunk on April 12th? Well, the date that the Olympic, because like I said, that would have been the original Titanic. That would have been the 1912 ship if they switched them. So then the Olympic was removed out of service on April 12th, 1935.
Interesting.
Well, actually, I guess it didn't sink.
Yeah.
I was thinking of the Britannic that sunk. No, this one didn't sink in the 30s. They basically scrapped it from 1935 to 1937. So they just I guess they tore it down. Yeah, it was the Britannic, I think, that sunk during World War One that I was thinking
They
of.
demolitioned the Olympic?
Yeah, they demolitioned the Olympic on the same date that the Titanic sunk, April 12th. Many years
So
later.
I'm reading. I just found something really interesting, dude. I didn't look this up, but Snopes came up, so I clicked on it, and it's pretty interesting, dude. It's claiming all of this is false. Hold on, I wasn't pressing my push to talk button that whole time.
No, we heard.
Okay.
I mean, why?
Of course, Snopes is saying this. God.
Yeah, Snopes, Coach. Oh, really?
What's wrong with Snopes?
Yeah, Snopes is a good website. Has lots of accurate information there.
I would honestly, if you're to denounce Snopes, is probably just as guilt. It's just as worrisome as somebody who is like anti anti-not hoax, right? Because it's not that Snopes is anti-not hoax. It's just that they are providing a, you know,
very
their.
biased, a very biased.
I wouldn't say
very
biased,
biased and limited viewpoint.
but it has information in it though. So I mean, you can always, you know, research the information to see if it's true or not. But
yeah. I mean, I'm not saying all information on there is fake or anything, but I mean, they definitely seem to have an agenda going that they seem to want to be like gatekeeping in a way, and they're trying to use that authority assertion that their information is somehow superior or something. One thing about the Titanic thing, why? Okay, if whoever built the White Star Line and everyone involved in building that ship, there was like no expense spared. That was the whole thing. The beautiful, the dining room and all of the china and all of the glass work. I mean, the whole thing was like a masterpiece. Apparently, as it's been, just the whole thing at the time. It was very luxurious, especially for the first class and all that people. If you were the head of that operation, how could you ever not put enough lifeboats on it? Like, why would you do that shortcut if you're advertising it as the world's most unsinkable ship?
that's probably why. They said it was the unsinkable
Yeah,
ship.
you should have been towing a whole nother boat behind.
So that makes sense to you to have an excess of confidence, say your boat's unsinkable, and just totally risk everyone's lives by just boarding them onto a ship that they paid money to get onto. And you're like, as they're boarding, you're like, oh, by the way, did they tell everyone? Oh, by the way, just so you know, there's not enough lifeboats on the ship. So just so you know right now, the minute you step on the ship, there's not enough lifeboats. If this thing starts sinking, you're probably going to die. Some women and children will survive. It's going to be the most traumatic thing ever. So would you like to still come aboard?
But that's why it's counter.
Well, these are the types.
Do you know why there is a requirement to have enough lifeboats today? It's because of the Titanic. So before that, it wasn't a law, and not many ships or hardly any had enough lifeboats for everybody. I mean, we're talking about 1914.
Yeah, but
remember, safety's not at the top of their list.
Yeah, but safety's never at the top of your list. These guys are the types to go on the moon and start jumping around like bunny rabbit.
No, but they removed lifeboats. They had enough at one point, and they removed them to like save weight and to add more stuff
And to improve aesthetics, I've heard.
Yeah, maybe to give more room for people to, linger and hang around. Which probably is true. Probably does clog up the ship with all those. Yeah, it's kind of an old style way to do it. Nowadays, you could have some inflatable things and all that.
As far as the Olympic goes, why is April 12th? I mean, why are you picking that date out in its journey to going out of service? It started its last commercial sailing like April 5th. It was finished being scrapped in 1937. It left Southampton for the last time on October 11th. So yes, April 12th was sort of a symbolic day. Maybe they did it that way on purpose as a tribute.
I would imagine so. They officially took it out of service on April 12th. Yeah, right. I just noticed that. Yeah, 1935. Yeah, I would imagine they purposefully did it as an homage to the original ship. Of course, if they switched them, then that symbology even goes deeper. They removed the one out of service as a salute in the same day that they had already switched their identities. I mean, how strong would you take evidence when you see pictures of the boat at the bottom of the ocean or whatever, the pieces of fuselage, and you see the window arrangement, then you compare that window arrangement to the one that of those photos from the bottom of the ocean. Which now, if someone's going to say those are fake, then I guess they could make a claim for that. But they look pretty real in terms of that being down there. And the windows that are on that thing match the Olympic, not the Titanic.
Yeah. First of all, I don't know how much to believe that, but second of all, I'm like, why would it matter? I mean, who cares if they change the name?
Here, I can show you.
No, I know. I mean, let's say that you're 100% right, and they totally switched up the name and repainted it and did it, whatever. But
Yeah, they did.
So what?
See the one. It shows the one that's there's several of these. So what? Well, it means that I know you could say so what because they are the company that is making these boats, and so I mean it might even just be within their legal right to change the name up if they want. It's like you can call your boat the whatever you want. So I don't know if there's any like legal thing with them switching it. I guess the thing is though, well, the one thing that would be legal is that it would be insurance fraud. That's the big thing. So it is illegal in that sense, because that's huge. I mean, if they're going to file a huge insurance claim while sinking, that's highly illegal when it comes to insurance stuff. If you have a new car and an old car, you can't just swap the names and go burn the old car and then just file an insurance claim for the new car.
I think the bigger crime would be if there were people in the car when you did that.
Well, that's the other thing. Yeah, if this is an insurance fraud and a mass murder, it's pretty hard.
That's also why it's interesting because, could it be both? It seems like it would have to be one or the other for the motivations. And if it was one or the other, it seems likely that this doesn't really make much sense when I think about it because if it was purely for insurance fraud, why would they commit murder at the same time? That's obviously a worse crime, which would you think would require a much bigger motivation.
Well, the thing is, dude, if they wanted to establish a Federal Reserve so they could get control over the United States so that they could then try to build the military and try to do everything they were going to do over here, then the thing is, those guys that were opposing the Federal Reserve, James Jacob Astor and all those guys, if you wanted to like take them out or whatever, if you just you could probably hire a hitman or something crazy like that. You could do that. I would assume those guys but now it looks kind of sketchy because now those guys are just like being killed in weird ways, or they're just dying unexpectedly in their homes or whatever it is. And now it looks really weird. And then it would be very likely that the JP Morgan crew would be held for criminal, probably criminal, like what's going on? These guys have all died and now you're just establishing your Federal Reserve. Like that's pretty obvious. They probably would have gotten caught, but if you do
this is straight up.
This way, yeah, exactly. This is a whole way to hide all of it and make it look like an accident.
This is straight out of the Jack Reacher. They wanted this one guy dead so they could get his building or something. And what they do, they had a mass guy just with to try to cover it up a little.
I was just going to say that back in the day, that would have been their 9/11, right? Because it was massive.
Yeah, it was a lot of people. That's true.
Yeah.
Kosho, I'm curious. What's your opinion about this idea? Generally, I'm sort of skeptical of these type of conspiracy theories, but this one seems at least somewhat plausible. It was a long time ago, so it's hard to tell.
That's what I was saying. I was saying just before you came in, I was probably 50-50 on it, but I was 50-50 on the moon landing at one point also. Sometimes it just requires a little bit more detail or looking into to even verify the claims, because I'm believing the claims actually, without investigation, like that those people were against the Federal Reserve and that, JP Morgan was supposed to be on it. But I'm reading the Snopes article and some of that stuff might not actually even be true. So,
fair enough.
Wikipedia. So I'm 50-50, but it requires more investigation, man.
Kosho, the guy that you mentioned.
Yeah, but if you think about it, JP Morgan, even if he was on it, right, his company still exists today. So what's that tell you? You know what I mean? It got bigger and better.
Yeah, who won? Yeah.
Yeah, who won? Yeah.
Did John Jacob Astor die in Titanic?
Yeah,
I don't know.
The memes say he did.
So he was supposed to be on the same raft with the guy that you said wrote a book, Kosha. They were supposed to have been together at the end.
Why? Why were they supposed to be on the raft?
It says that in the Wikipedia article about the guy.
Oh, that's weird.
It is weird.
So somebody got
he
shoved off.
He never left his room. He stayed in his room. He stayed in his room and just read a book. It's weird.
Boring.
My great grandmother was on that ship, and she was 4 years old, and she died from that, and so therefore we aren't even related genetically, and I have a completely different great grandmother now.
Is that true? 'Cause at first I was listening to it and I was like, how is that 4-year-old great grandmother?
Yeah, so she's not genetically my great grandmother because she died, so she didn't have any children. It's more like a silly comment on how the ripple effects of that many people dying.
This is this is definitely mainstream information that James Jacob Astor drowned in the sinking of the Titanic. That's just one article there, but it seems like he definitely documented. He
I
died.
just didn't check. I just was reading the article in Wikipedia. But yeah.
Well, the thing is, okay, so imagine, like, let's say there's like a couple of gangs back then. You got like the J.P. Morgan crew, you got this guy, that guy. And like I said, if J.P. Morgan wanted to get the Federal Reserve established, they could try to take over the world, essentially is what they've done, and try to get more control over the banking systems. Then if he was just to hire hitmen and just kill those guys, that would look really sketchy. And everyone, who knows what other agencies would be looking at him like, well, wait, now you're just establishing this thing after these guys all mysteriously are like murdered or killed in weird ways. And that means they might get caught, might not be able to pull it off. Whereas the Titanic idea, whether they got the idea from that book, The Futility in 1898, or whatever the case may be, it does seem to me like they likely planted explosives on it, and meaning it did not hit an iceberg and sink. Those boats were actually designed to hit icebergs, and they also, even if they were to take a very hard strike on one, they have all these bulkheads as well. And there actually is also another interesting little tidbit to this. There's actually like a mainstream type documentation of these two brothers that survived the Titanic in different ways. Like they were separated during the sinking, but then they both survived. And they say they were both like they worked on the lower levels, like deep in the engine rooms and stuff, down on the bottom level with the coal and all that stuff. And they said their report is that they heard explosives, and they would have been down there to where they would have heard it. And the thing is, most of those guys that were probably on that lower level probably died because they couldn't get up, they couldn't get out, and there was all kinds of issues with that as well. So it's like the fact that these brothers both survived and their stories correlate, where they said they were in their room, which is way down in there, because they're down in like the industrial cabins or whatever, down on the lowest level. And they said they heard explosives, and then the bulkhead started breaking. And now, even though that's like a mainstream story, they're not necessarily linking that to like in the mainstream thing. I'm saying that I'm kind of saying that from meaning because that is like a documented actual report from those brothers that survived it. And now it's not to say that they're making the link that like J.P. Morgan was involved and he purposely was involved with planting explosives. Not necessarily that. They weren't saying that, but anyway, so that is interesting that it's like yeah, because that
but that's reminiscent of what we heard on the MSM on 9/11, which is eerie in itself, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's true, but that would be that's not. Let's imagine that both those stories are true, the way that the media reports them, or whatever. That wouldn't be unexpected that people would have that experience. So that's not necessarily evidence in itself. And also, it would not be the case that they also hit an iceberg and at the same time exploded the thing, because they, like I said, if they didn't have binoculars to see the icebergs, then they couldn't see the icebergs. How are they going to time